There are a lot of questions that you should be thinking about before buying a frame.
Now, one thing I always talk to people about to think about, number one, is your space. What kind of space do you have? Do you have a large room, a small room, dedicated space, or is it just going to be on the side? So that's number one mark that I always ask people, what space do you have? Second, your budget. How much are you going to spend on this frame and other accessories? Because that can be a huge thing for you of how much money you've got and where you're taking it.
What's nice about the Grace frames is you can put your own machine on the frame all the way up to our large 21-inch machines.
Yeah.
What are some of the struggles if you're doing a large quilt on a sit-down table?
Number one, if it's large quilts like a king, I'm wrestling the quilt constantly. It's going over my shoulder, it's hanging off to the side because I've got to move it underneath the machine.
That's right.
But with the Cutie, your machine moves on top of the quilt.
We're going to be creating a fall pumpkin banner using our circle cutter. I love this pattern because I wanted to create something really simple and really easy that I could duplicate really quickly to make lots and lots of these for my friends and family. So that's why I wanted to do it just as simple as possible. We'll be doing kind of a raw edge applique as we quilt. If you want to do that needle turn applique, you're welcome to that as well. But that's the process we'll be doing in this specific educational video. So you're gonna place right here and press down on the circle. And then you're gonna take the blade and just go around in a circle. And ta-da! Isn't that so fun? I love it. I could just cut circles all day long. I love it. So you'll just go through and cut out all of your circles so that you can then piece it into your many different pumpkins.
So one of the important things working with your workspace is making sure that you wipe down your tracks and wheels. It's very important. If you get a little bit of lint on there, it actually does make a difference when you are free motion quilting and moving your machine around, because you really do feel even a small amount of lint on your wheels. And so it's important for you to make sure that you are wiping that down. And I try to do that every time I change my quilt. It's just good to go through and walk and go clean all of your wheels and all of your track and just wipe them down with just a rag and water. And for the track, I just take 2 fingers and just wipe down both sides of the track and just rub it along all the way down the entire length of the track.
What about the upper carriage as well?
Upper carriage as well, you need to make sure you wipe down all of your tracks. You do both the top and bottom, so you can get all your track all the way along the entire length of your system. Because even though this track is a very hard, nice, dense track and it's very smooth, so you will feel those small little bumps and threads or lint, whatever builds up on your track very easily. And so even with cleaning your track, it's also very important then to also clean your wheels.
Tell us a little bit about this beautiful quilt.
So this is a quilt that my grandma made, and it's Sunbonnet Sue. And today is my mom's birthday. And so in honor of Grace, I pulled this one out. If I were to gift this, I'm not, but if I were to gift this, the care and instructions to how to care for it are really different than how you would for a regular quilt, because it's an antique and it's been around a long time and we want to preserve it. And so with this quilt, you just want to be careful as you're, to not use harsh chemicals on it, and you want to store it correctly. You don't want to leave it out in the sun to erode all the fabrics. You've seen this is preserved pretty well because I've taken really good care of it. But you want to store it in a pillowcase. So if you want to gift it in a pillowcase and how you want them to take care of it, and they can pull it out, just remember every once in a while. That's really important as well.
Our screen will show us that in order to sew this pattern, it's looking for the top left corner and the bottom right corner of the block. I'm going to move the machine over, and I have this block that I've drawn out here on the quilt, and I'll go up to that top left edge. I'm going to simply touch and tell it that my machine is there. I'll now move the machine down and across the square down to the bottom right side. We're now going to tell it will automatically size the pattern it has positioned the pattern, and the pattern is now ready to sew. It's literally that easy. We selected a pattern, we told it where we want that pattern to go, and I am going to hit quilt. With quilting, the machine automatically knows where it's at. It will know how much stitches, and we can set those types of things, but I'm simply going to hit the button sew so that we can see how easy it is to actually place a pattern and sew it out. So here we go, machine's gonna move to its start point. Might ask us a couple quick questions to make sure that our thread's where it needs to be. It automatically knows where the center is, and there we go, it's moved to the center. Here it goes, it's sewing and tying off, and I'll simply hold this thread for a minute as it begins, and away we go.
One day, Miss Annie comes home from church. It was actually on Mother's Day, with one of those little questionnaires that you fill out for your mom and it asks questions. It said, my favorite thing to do with my mom is to quilt. And and I said to her, I said, honey, we don't quilt together. And what did you say to me?
But I want to.
But I want to. And that day I just grabbed her so tight and was like, oh baby, let's quilt. so she made this first, she actually had done a panel and I could not find it for the life of me. So it's somewhere in her house. So she made this one. Do you want to talk about this one? What is this for?
It was for one of my dolls. I wanted to make a quilt for my dolls. And yeah,
She laid out all the squares and sat down at our domestic machine, and so she was so funny. She pedaled to the metal full on, like full speed, and then she adjusted the speed to go a little slower because she realized she was being a little ambitious. But that was probably one of her first projects besides her panel. And then Miss Emma came along and noticed everybody was quilting, and she wanted to quilt too. So what?
It's my frozen quilt.
Yeah, her Anna and Elsa quilt. And who did the quilting on this one?
I did.
You did, huh? You had fun doing that. And what I really love about this quilt is even though it's all like scribbles,
I like that I did some eggs.
it's just cute and cozy, and she loves it. So
The back is sparkly.
yep, she's got sparkly frozen fabric.
When someone is using a straight cutter, what are some of the ways we hold the straight cutter?
Yeah, so I think one thing that people tend to naturally do is you go like this, and like I said earlier, you're trying to get up and over that so you can try and cut, you know, you're trying to get there, trying to do it, and then you can see here you can get a white knuckle because you're trying to push down, get that pressure on there. Or one thing I've seen people do as well, sometimes they'll put their thumb here, again, getting that white knuckle if they're trying to go and cut.
That's right. And not only that, go ahead and put that back down there again, but also what happens with the wrist, right? When we want to get that blade towards the fabric, that wrist bends, and if you want to do your thumb up top, it's the same thing. So no matter what we're doing, we have either our fingers holding the cutter, we have that bent wrist, and we get above the fabric, so our shoulder. So literally from your fingers to your shoulder, that's where the fatigue and stress comes in.
Hello and welcome to the Grace Company. My name is Amanda, and today I'm going to be showing you how to use Pattern CAD to create some unique snowflake designs that you can quilt using the Grace Company's Quilter's Creative Touch software. Today I'm all set up with a quilt top. I've done a simple 9-patch design. I'm sure that experienced quilters will have many creative uses for these snowflake designs that we're going to create today. I've got a QNEEK 21 machine set up ready for automation and some Snow White finesse thread that I can use to make my snowflakes really pop out. I also have a tablet set up with our Quilter's Creative Touch software, or QCT. I also have a gold subscription that I will be using one feature of, but it's an optional feature to place multiple patterns at one time. So I've got some little triangles all folded up and cut ready to make some snowflake patterns. You can do an image search for different snowflake designs, or you can create your own. Today I'm going to be creating my own unique design so that I can have a mixture of straight lines and curved lines, so I can show you how to do that in Pattern CAD.
I love Christmas. I love the decorations, I love the time of year, I love the whole spirit of Christmas, and most importantly, I love bringing my family together and making it fun and enjoyable for them. And so To spark your creativity, I came up with an advent calendar, and it's right here. And it's a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to make. And the reason I felt like I needed to do an advent calendar is we kind of lose sight of Christmas. And this will help bring us back together as a family, and it'll have activities that you can do throughout the season, you know, for those 25 days, so that you can stay close and just remember the importance of the little things that you do during Christmas time.
Today we have Luella Hall with us. Can you tell us just a little bit about your history with quilting and just life history in general?
When I was a little girl, once a week I would go with my mom to my grandmother's house, and all the ladies in this little rural Wyoming farming community would gather there and quilt. And our playhouse was under the quilt,
of course,
between the knees and the feet of these wonderful ladies. When they first asked me to talk about some of my favorite quilts, I thought, this is going to be interesting. How do I choose my favorites? Last year I made and gave away about 400 quilts, and this year so far.
Last year, 400 quilts. Oh my gosh, I've made it through 2, and I was really proud of myself. That's incredible.
When you're my age, you'll hurry faster.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible. Okay.
This was a design that I kind of doodled, and I thought, hey, that's kind of fun. And then I started out, doing, I don't even know what this is called, but I know it has the Taj Mahal look. And so I thought that was kind of fun, and I could just fill this in. But notice it's not perfect, but it's an inspirational idea and thought that I can use down the road. So I may not use it on this quilt. And this is just kind of a filler design that I was just, practicing and having fun and practicing my pebbles and little feathers and flowers.
And I love this. And it intimidates me like crazy because I'm not an artist yet. So are there still...
She doesn't think she's an artist, but there's a little inner artist quilter inside of her that she doesn't even know. And today she's gonna find a little snippet of that.
No, I'm excited.
This is Cape Elizabeth. This is from a photo I took when I was teaching in Portland, Maine, of the Cape Elizabeth headlight. And it's hand appliqued, but it's one of my first machine quilted pieces. And I did it all with invisible thread, which is, people told me it melts and does all sorts of stuff, but I don't know how old, and it's still intact, and nothing's coming loose.
I put my little block here as I wanted to talk to you about squaring up your blocks for piecing. And I found that when you're squaring up your blocks, it's really much easier for me to square up my block when I can find my center and place it in the center. So you'll notice that I took my pin right here and I put it down through the center of my block. Then at the point right here, I'm just going to put it on this point right here, which is the center of my mat. Now you don't have to use the center of your mat. You can use the intersection on the squares and then cut it up. I just thought that would be easier for you to recognize and notice. So this is where I like to use my mat with my ruler, and I'm just going to put it down in here, the little pin to hold it into place. And then I'm just start on this side, and I'm going to turn it around like a wheel and just kind of fussy cut them and straighten up my edges. And then you can decide what size you want. And notice how I'm lining it up with this 20-inch line right here from the bottom to the top. And I'm just going to make my quick cut, put my guide over my track as I'm cutting, and notice how my thumb is, because that's the way I like to cut. And then I'm just going to go up it and across, and now I have a nice straight cut. And notice how pretty that looks. So, and now I'm ready to kind of just turn it and do my next cut.
Welcome, everybody. I'm just going to do a quick shout out to everybody. I know we have a couple comments. We have Jeanette Cap or Nape. I'm sorry, I'm probably saying that last name wrong, but happy Thursday from Central Minnesota. So thank you and welcome. We're also going to say welcome to Diane Torres Acker from Sunny Skies, Oklahoma. So that's good. It's sunny there. And then we also have Stacy from Southeast Texas. So welcome and thank you, everybody. We also have Christine Smith from Clayton, North Carolina. So thank you. I know we also have people on our Grace platform. So I know we have some people that are here in Utah. So thank you for everybody that is in Utah with us and everybody that's all around the world. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us today. We're all super excited to start off and kick off this Thursday that we have with you. We're going to have some amazing giveaways today. We're going to have some that are for those that have registered, as well as some live. So definitely stick with us and make sure you're here for the whole day so you can participate and hopefully win in one of those giveaways. So again, stick with us. Really quick, kind of as we start to get into this, I just want to do a reminder that as events like this happen, occasionally there are people on social media that we just want to remind everybody to make sure that you're being safe. So if we ever do a comment, it'll be coming from the Grace Company. So make sure, just keep an eye out and make sure that, it's coming from us, not from some other account. So again, it will be coming from the Grace Company. So just a reminder to make sure you all are keeping safe out there and, making sure it is from us, not from somebody else. So just a reminder on that as well. So welcome, Janessa and Mark. How are you guys doing today?
We're great. We're super excited for this lovely Thursday Fall Festival day.
Yep, my name is Mark, and then obviously we all know Carla's here, so Janessa is not Carla, so she is she's filling in. Carla will be here later. Laurel, I just want to add on the safetyness of that. It is Grace Company, and there is one out there that has like a hyphen or a dash, also uses Grace Company. So just be safe out there, even if it comes across Grace Company, that there's no hyphen or any other symbols in the name, and that way we're all safe.
And we will never ask for your personal information through social media. Everything will go through a Grace Company email. So just make sure we're being really careful of that.
Friend requests. We don't, as much as we would like to, hey, we want to be your friend, we won't ask any of that stuff. So just be aware that unfortunately that does happen. But let's enjoy this Thursday. This Thursday we have a fun-packed schedule.
Yes,
we do.
Wonderful. Yes, I'm actually really quickly, I would like to go over a little bit our Fall Festival website, as well as what we have coming up for today. So let me go ahead and bring up my screen here. So when you're looking, or if you're trying to look at getting to that Fall Festival homepage, you actually can start out just on our main website. So that's graceframe.com. And so once you're on our main website, so again, that's just graceframe.com. Across this banner here, you'll actually come across one, you do biggest, sales and all that, and you'll come across one that will give you the registration page. Once you select that, it'll take you to here. Now, if you haven't registered, go and register. That's actually how you can be entered to win some of our big giveaways. So today we have a couple giveaways we're doing, and then tomorrow we have our grand giveaway. So it'll be a machine, automation, and our frame. And not only that, it'll be our top end machine and frame, as well as on the automation. So make sure if you haven't registered that you register now so that you can be entered to win on those. So once you do register, though, it'll bring you to this, and this is your Fall Festival homepage. Now, if you happen to click on one of these tabs across here, you can always come back to this page and then navigate to a new page. So no worries, if you get a little carried away or a little lost there, you can always come back to this Fall Festival homepage. But from here, you do have access to a lot of wonderful different things. So one of them is the events and workshops. So that's like today, we started our live launch. So we are getting ready, getting into the day here. So that's started. And then here in a couple minutes or so, we'll have Janessa that'll actually go over a video on a 9-patch. So that'll be super neat. So make sure to stick around for that. And then we'll have our new introduction to our new 360 Wonderfoot. So that'll be super neat. I know Carla's super excited for that. I'm super excited. I'm sure Mark and Janessa, you are as well. Have you guys had I don't want to go too much into it, but have you guys used the Wonderfoot before?
This is actually, I think I probably say this about all of our products, but this is actually one of my favorites. It seriously, and again, it's a sneak peek. I don't want to ruin the surprise, but it really does give you so many new capabilities to improve your free motion quilting, and it's really great. So don't miss that one.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And I'm not going to say anything because I will slip up. So just stay tuned and watch it, but it is amazing.
Perfect. Yes, thank you. Yes, make sure, and if there is a specific segment that you viewers are wanting to see and making sure you don't want to miss, you actually can come in here and add it to your calendar. So if you want to make sure you don't miss this 360 Wonderfoot, you can just add it to your calendar and it'll send you a reminder just a little bit before that, so you can make sure you know to be logged on and ready for when it queues up. So again, we also have some wonderful automation we'll go over today. Carla will also come do her part 2 of her retro quilt. Now, if you missed part 1, that is available. You can actually find it on that main Fall Festival website. If you just go to the previous day, so if you were to go to Wednesday, you could scroll down and find it. Or if you'd like, we also do have it available on YouTube. So if you just go to our YouTube channel, which is just The Grace Company, you can get it pulled up there, and you actually can also watch day 1 and day 2 that we had. So you can go back through and watch any of the segments we have done. So that was super neat. So if you missed a segment, no worries, you can go back through and watch it. Another great thing that you can actually do with the segments is, let's say when we come here to this next segment that we're going to have, is you actually can hit see details, and you'll actually be able to download those patterns that were done. So I know a couple days ago, I know Carla had done one with an advent calendar. She also did a little bit on a 9 patch. So if you were to go here, we're still working on getting this one uploaded. So it'll be uploaded a little bit later this week, but you actually can find it. It'll be just below this video section here. And that's how, again, you can go and find those specific patterns. So that's an amazing thing that we have for you.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you, Laurel. I just want to remind everyone that is the way to access all of those patterns and downloads. The education team has been working really hard to get those, so they're free for you, and they can all be accessed through the Grace events website. So you don't want to miss those.
Wonderful, thank you. And I know to that point as well, it is available right there or on the Fall Festival website right now. However, after we will be having a separate link to those as well. So if you do happen to miss them, we will have them up a little bit after the Fall Festival. So keep an eye out for that as well. So just kind of coming back here too, I'm just going to walk through a couple other things that you can find on the Fall Festival page. So if this is, again, that Fall Festival homepage. So another point that I talked about just a little bit earlier, but is actually our giveaway section. So this is huge. So we've already done some giveaways. We've already given away, Cutie Frame, Light Bar, some of our True Cut products, so that Master Cutting collection. And then we've also given away a couple of our Unique 15R machines and the choice of frame. So that is some amazing, amazing prizes we've given out, and we do have more that we'll be giving out. So a reminder again, make sure you are registered, because that is how your name is entered in to win those big giveaways. So keep an eye out for that. We'll be coming back here right around the 2 o'clock hour. And that's when we'll be doing our big giveaway for today. So again, it'll be right around that 2 o'clock hour. So make sure to tune in for that. So amazing, amazing giveaways we're going to have on that. So just another tab that we also have is this quilt show. Now, I know, Jess, a little bit earlier today when I was talking with you, you were talking through the quilt show and kind of some of the amazing things. Have you had the chance to kind of see and look through some of the quilts that we have in these?
Oh, I have had a chance. I tell you, you get sucked into. I think I was spending like just hours just going through everyone's quilts and reading the descriptions and the stories and the techniques behind them. They're incredible. They're so inspiring. I've officially added about 20 more projects to my to-do list, and I'm sure I'll have even more by the end of today. So it's super fun, and you can go through all of these. There's 6 different categories that people have entered their quilts into. And you can go on, you can click on the links and see like additional pictures, see descriptions there. You can even leave them a comment saying, wow, this is incredible, which I'm sure everyone loves to hear that, right? And also you can vote. So each category of the categories, will have the first, second, and third place based on your votes. And the thing that's really fun about this is you don't have to pick just one, because I tell you it would be impossible to pick just one favorite of these quilts.
Yes.
So you can go through and vote for as many quilts as you'd like and help give those people the opportunity to earn one of those first, second, or third prizes. In addition to that, we have judges that are looking at those quilts and picking the best of show. So for each of those categories, the judges, myself being one of them, have picked one quilt to win a $100 prize for that. So again, a lot of really cool things going on with the quilt show that you do not want to miss. And I actually think if you'd still like to put a quilt in for the quilt show, I believe that opportunity is still available. Don't quote me on that. I'll double check during the next break. But should be a really, really fun thing. And I know they're also, I think this is still going. Is there a treasure hunt still happening within the quilt show? Laurel, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, yeah. So it's actually part of this. So it is found within the quilt. So any of the 6 sections that we have, you can go in, and as you scroll through, you'll come across things such as this. And so they're little discounts and kind of gifts that we've given to you and we've done for all of you watching out there. So they are found in the quilt section. So you do have to scroll through and you'll see them just periodically. So there's this one. This is on pantographs. If you keep scrolling, you know, you'll come across a couple of other ones. And they actually, quite a few of what they are is actually from some of our amazing vendors. So we actually, for this event, we went out and we found vendors and we asked them, said, you know, hey, will you partner with us? And they actually put together special and specific deals for everybody watching. So there are those, so that's part of that treasure hunt. So make sure you go through and you can see those discounts. You also, if you want, you can, you know, go up here across that top, there's the vendor hall. You can come in and select a vendor specifically and see what promotions they are running, again, specifically for you watching for this fall festival. So they are super excited to have everybody with us here. So they're doing a wonderful deal for all of you. So thank you, Janessa, as well for showing. Now, I know we're kind of moving into our next segment, so I would like to maybe just kind of quickly do a giveaway, just because I think, you know, let's get it started off and let's do a little bit of a giveaway. What do you guys think, Mark and Janessa?
Oh, always about the giveaway.
Yes, let's do a giveaway.
Perfect. So let's see. Either of you have a good question? It could be an easy one. We just got started.
Now, the person who does the questions isn't on this panel right here, so you
I
can
know
go with us.
the question person. Dang it.
And since we started off,
I have one.
Okay.
So yesterday we had a guest. Her name was Diane Rose, the amazing quilter. He is a blind prodigy in quilting. So if you haven't watched that segment, you need to go back and watch that one. It's incredible. She had a quilt that was actually displayed behind during the portion when we were doing her trunk show. It's huge. Can't miss it. What was the name of that quilt? What was the name of that quilt?
That's a good one.
That's a great question.
And yesterday I talked about questions that we want to little harder questions, you know, because I mean, you quilters, you guys are really on top of it. So I'm curious to know if they can come and get this one.
We've already got some people.
They already got it. They already got it.
See, I don't. You guys are
they're
amazing.
amazing.
No
we can't stump them.
No.
Yeah, no, we can't seem to throw them off, can we? Well, let me go ahead. I'm going to pick somebody. We're going to pick 3 different winners. We'll pick somebody from our Facebook, from YouTube, and then from our wonderful Grace platform. So let me go ahead and pick somebody here. And while I'm kind of picking somebody, Janessa, why don't you just let everybody know what the answer was that you were looking for there?
The Grand Old Opry. That was the quilt that she had created. It had all of the pictures. Again, if you haven't watched that segment, be sure to go and watch that one from yesterday. Really, really cool.
Wonderful.
Well, and as you're doing that too, LJ, before we get in there, we did mix it up. So we do have new prizes down here.
Okay, show us what you got.
So quickly, what we have the 360 circle cutter, the square ruler set, the 4-pack of solid thread, the quilters combo, the True Sharp 2, and the True Grip. So we left a couple up there that are pretty common and pretty wanted, and people love them, but we added a couple in there. So wonderful gifts.
Wonderful.
And I'm excited to give these away. And as always, I know we're going to up the ante
always
for those who won.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and pick somebody. So this is going to be from our YouTube platform. So
Yay,
congrats to Judy. That's perfect. The Grand Old
Awesome.
Opry. So perfect. So, Marcus,
right,
just why don't you go ahead and drop a plinko for Judy?
Ooh.
This is the Quilters combo.
Awesome.
Ooh.
Congrats.
The one that everybody wants to win, the Quilters combo. So we
It's
started
true.
off with the bang. Quilters combo on that one.
Awesome. Great way to
Perfect.
start
That's
the day.
wonderful. And so, Judy, just as a reminder to everybody that is watching, if you are a winner of this giveaway, you're going to want to reach out to melinda@graceframe.com. So let me go ahead and pull up her email here. So it's melinda@graceframe.com. So that's MELINDA@graceframe.com. So make sure to send her an email so we can look at getting your shipping information so we can get you your prize. So again, that's
right.
melinda@graceframe.com. So congrats, Judy. Let me go ahead and pull somebody from.
And Judy, Laurel, sorry, I was going to say Judy because I don't know if you know what's in the Quilters combo. So it's a set of true grips, the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and the 45 comfort cutter. So it's one of the best combos that we have to offer.
Definitely.
It is, absolutely. Thank you, Mark, for sharing with us what is included in that. So let me go ahead. I'm going to pick somebody from our Facebook now. Okay, so Cindy. Congrats, Cindy.
Yay, Cindy.
Perfect. So Mark, why don't you go
All
ahead
right.
and drop that plinko for Cindy?
We'll go to the other end down here.
Oh, my favorite, the 360 circle cutter.
It is her favorite.
Awesome. And we have a ton of really great demonstrations and different projects that were done using the 360 circle cutter. So Cindy, you can go in and watch some of those if you haven't already to use your fun new giveaway.
Absolutely. Wonderful. So again, Cindy and Judy from before, you'll want to make sure to email melinda@graceframe.com to make sure to claim those amazing prizes. So wonderful. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to pick one more winner from our wonderful Grace platform. I'll keep my eyes open today as well on that. So, so let me go ahead and pull it up here. So the answer to this person said Grand Ole Opry. So wonderful. And so it's Kelly Piper. So congrats, Kelly.
Yay, Kelly.
Yeah. So let me just go ahead and spell that last name. So it's, well, first and last name. So it's Kelly. And then the last name is Pyper. So again, that's Kelly Piper, Pyper. So congrats, Kelly.
Congratulations,
Nice.
Kelly. Let's see what you win. We'll go in the middle.
True grips. Woohoo.
Woo.
Can never have enough true
No.
grips ever.
Yeah. And then on that, we will do a 6-pack. So 12 true grips in total on that one. So that was wonderful. So again, everybody that just won there, make sure to email melinda@graceframe.com so you can claim your prize there. So that's absolutely wonderful. So I'm actually going to help us kind of transition into this wonderful next segment that we actually have with Janessa. So Jess, you have any quick thoughts on that?
No, I think this is a really beginner class. What I went around to different master quilters that I knew, experts in the field, and asked them their tips and tricks to help out kind of newer quilters like me. So if you have other tips and tricks that you'd like to share, please put them in the comments so I can kind of add those to kind of my arsenal of tips and tricks. So thanks,
Wonderful.
guys.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, let's go ahead and go into this next segment with Janessa, who talks a little bit about some of that 9-piecing.
Hello and welcome to the Grace Company. My name is Janessa, and today I'm going to be going over some tips and tricks for a very beginner 9-patch quilt. If you are an expert quilter here, hopefully you can still gain something, and I would love it if in the comment section you guys can add your own personal tips and tricks for beginner quilters like myself. So today we're going to be doing a really simple gingham 9-patch kind of picnic blanket. A traditional gingham patch blanket, you would pick colors that are the same color but different tones. I went a little bit of a different route just because these are two colors that I really enjoy. They're still in the same color family, so you get like a similar effect, but not quite the same. So I've got a coral here, maroon, and then kind of like a beige white. So when I went through and was cutting these, I did it in like a strip piecing type of pattern. It makes it so it goes a lot more quickly. And again, for a really beginner quilter, it just is a really easy way to get through them quickly and make less mistakes. So I love our True Cut system. The reason why I love it so much is because usually when I'm cutting, I would have to like recut it 10 different times because I was swirling all over the place. My cuts weren't even, and it made it so the piecing portion of my quilting was really, really difficult. I love the True Cut system because we have the True grips that latch onto the bottom and keep it from moving around. And then with our cutters, they have this really great, what is this called? Track system, sorry, that latches on and can go across your cutting and your quilting. Again, just making that process really, really nice and easy. I personally have the really large mat with the grip underneath it, which again, everything you can do to create that traction so that you're not going to be slipping all over the place is going to make your cutting come out a lot more even. Some of the tips and tricks that I got from some of the ladies in regards to cutting, I love this one, don't run with scissors. I totally agree with that. A lot of times with my students, we would teach that, and it's just as accurate now. Another one is to always make sure that you put the safety on your rotary cutter. I'm sure people have some horror stories of things that have happened to them when they don't remember that tips and trick. The other one is make sure that you measure and calculate several times before doing your actual cutting. Again, we don't want to waste our beautiful fabric, so make sure that you're double and triple checking to make sure that you get that cut just right. And the last one is make sure that you're keeping your reblade sharp. Again, here at Grace, we have two different options for keeping those blades sharp, and it's super important, again, to make those cuts nice and straight and so that you don't have to go over it more than once. It'll make that process a lot easier. When I began piecing my fabric together, I took my strips of colors and sewed them together using a 1/4 inch seam allowance, which is really the standard for the most part in the piecing world that I found. So I sewed them together with that 1/4 inch, and then I would take my next color and sew together, and by the end I had a whole long strip looking quilt. And then I took my True Cut system again and cut those pieces so that it looked something like this. Again, not a super traditional 9-patch piecing together. It doesn't have the sashing or anything like that. But again, it's a quick and easy pattern for a beginner. Some of the great tips and tricks that I got from some of the people that I talked to was pin as much as you need. There isn't really like a standard, it's whatever you need and what works for you. Another one is doing an accurate 1/4 seam allowance makes your piecing so much easier. I found that with my machine, I actually put a little sticky note to help me guide it through and make sure that I kept on track with that 1/4 seam allowance. It's not perfect, but it did help me quite a bit. Another one was prepare 10 bobbins of thread before you start. There's nothing more frustrating when you're on a roll and all of a sudden you have to stop and fill more bobbins. So I love that tip and trick. And the other one is don't quilt when you're tired. It leads to a seam ripper. And I can attest to that. I was like, oh, I just need to get this done. And I was exhausted and was making all of these mistakes. And I was like, what is happening? And I think a lot of that could have been avoided if I would have just held off and came back the next morning and would have avoided a lot of those mistakes. The other tip is make sure that you press and don't iron. A lot of times we're used to ironing like this, right? When we're doing shirts and stuff like that. With our quilts, we want to actually make sure that we're pressing just like this. We take our iron, and this one hasn't been pressed, as you can see. And the other tip and trick is always press towards the darker color. And I think a lot of times in patterns, there's different, it'll kind of give you instructions on where to press, but for the most part, going towards that darker fabric is really helpful. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to the quilting portion of this project. For this particular one, I decided to do automation instead of free motion. Since I am a beginner and I'm still working on my free motion skills and my ruler work skills, I wanted to do something that I felt confident in and I knew was going to end in a nice professional look while I'm still working on those free motion skills. So we're gonna go ahead and do a pantograph edge-to-edge design in the Quilter's Creative Touch. So we've got our software all loaded up and we're gonna open up the pantograph. So the first thing we need to do is set our safe area. So I'm gonna move over here to the top left corner and select that. And then it's guiding me to go to the bottom right. Okay, and now we have our settings here that we can go ahead and input our information. So before I put the quilt onto our frame, I made sure to measure it. So I'm going to put my measurements in for our total width and our total height. So my total width is 44.5, and then my total height is 53.5. Okay, so this here is showing the entire quilt and what our design is going to look like on that quilt. So we're going to open up our pattern, and I have it saved here, and I'm doing kind of like a rainbow fan design. And right here, this is showing a lot of that design. And I, on this particular quilt, want the design to be a little bit bigger. A lot of times if you're using a design where it's edge to edge and it is kind of straight across, if your quilt is not perfectly aligned on the frame, it can cause some serious issues. It might look kind of wonky over here. So kind of stretching out that design will help pull away from some of those things that we don't really want to see there. So I'm going to make the pattern height just a little bit larger. Let's see. I think that looks pretty good. And it's moving up and off the quilt, which is kind of the look that I'm going for. So I'm going to place in zones because I'm going to be going through all the zones of this quilt. And this is going to help me place my first zone of the quilt. So during this first portion, it is just going to quilt those two patterns here. And I placed a sticker right here in the middle to mark the center of my quilt. This will help me as I move along through the different zones to make sure that I'm finding my center each and every single time. So I'm going to place my center point right there and do a single stitch. Okay, and then I'm going to move over to this green starting point over here and just find as close to it as I can. I'm going to guess it's somewhere right around there. And then we'll go ahead and click sew. And it moved up because I am sewing off the quilt, so I wasn't quite in the right area, but that's all right. And so instead of you having to watch this, do this entire edge-to-edge design, we'll take a brief break and then come back when that portion's finished. All right, and we're back. It just finished up the first zone of our across the edge pantograph. And I don't know about you guys, I'm loving it so far. It's this really nice kind of like rainbow fan design. I did a double batting, and I did that so it was a little bit more fluffy and really showed and accentuated that design. So I'm loving it so far. We're gonna move on to the next zone. So the really nice thing about this software is it really does kind of help walk you through the steps so you don't forget anything. So we're gonna click finished zone because we just finished that first zone. Okay, so have you completed sewing this zone? So pulling the bobbin thread, making any repairs. So yes, we did all of that so far. So I'm gonna click yes, and then it is going to move over to the next center starting point for me. So make sure it's really nice and exact. So we'll let it make its way over there. Okay, so there are a couple different marking methods you can use. I personally like to use a sticker method. So I'm going to slip, if I can, slip this sticker right underneath here. And then I'm going to do a single stitch. Okay, and then I'm going to click continue. So are you sure all of the zone markers have been properly placed? So yes, I have properly placed that sticker there and that single stitch. So the machine will now move to where the fabric marker should be for the next zone. So I'm going to click OK, and the machine again is going to move and tell me exactly where it wants me to roll my quilt to get ready for the next zone. Okay, so now we'll take a brief break while I move our quilt to the next zone. Okay, so we're back. I just finished rolling our quilt, and you can see I've moved the needle right to where that sticker was that I placed before I rolled. So that's helping us keep it really nice and exact. So then I'm gonna click OK. Have you moved the fabric? Click OK since yes, we have. Awesome, so now it's placing that pattern. I'm gonna go ahead and do my single stitch there. Okay, and then I'm gonna place that pattern. So that's right where it is, I just click that. And then it's gonna have me move it over to my green starting point, which is going to be somewhere over in this vicinity. And I'll click sew. And we'll go ahead and let it do that next portion. All right, so that brings us to the completion of our second zone. And obviously there's quite a few more zones to go. I'll do that when you guys aren't here watching. But I really do like how this design and this pattern, even though it is really simple and is a really beginner quilt, I still made something that I think is really beautiful and something that I'm really proud of. Some of the really great tips and tricks that a lot of the quilters gave were not listening to the quilt police, and to remember that it gets easier and you get better and you learn something new every single day. For example, something that I learned, I got really excited to move on to the next zone and I didn't tack down my quilt. So another rookie mistake, and again, just things that I'm kind of adding to my archive of knowledge to kind of help me grow and get better and progress. So hopefully you guys, as you continue to watch these Grace videos, you will see those improvements in me and you can hopefully learn something from that as well. So a few other things that I've learned from some of the master quilters that I know is to always wear shoes in your sewing room. I love that one. And then another one is that there's no such thing as mistakes. If you happen to go off pattern, go with it and call it something else. So even though this isn't quite a traditional 9 patch, even though there are some mistakes, there are little issues here and there, just love it and love the process. I've caught myself a lot of times as I've been working on this project and other projects that I've been doing is being really, really hard on myself. And as someone who is kind of a perfectionist and wants things to be just right in just a specific way, I have to catch myself and go back and just remind myself to really just enjoy it, enjoy this hobby, learn all that I can, and again, just take in everything that I can from all of the people around me who are really strong. That is the beauty of the quilting community, is everyone is so willing to help and share and learn from each other. So again, if you are a master quilter or if you have another piece of advice that you want to add in the comments that you think that could help me or another beginner quilter out there, please share that. We'd love to add to that list. So yeah, please, if you have any questions, please leave a comment below, and then don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram and visit us at graceframe.com or contact your local dealer. I'm Janessa, and thanks again for joining us at the Grace Company.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Janessa, for the video. I think I was reading a couple of the comments and everyone's like, oh, I got to write that one down, you know, or so that was really amazing. So really quickly, Janessa, why don't you tell me how, because I know you are newer to quilting, but have you, or what is different now when you quilt versus when you first started then, you know, because I know you do know those tricks. So do you tend to remember some of those tips and tricks now when you go in? I know like one of them, you didn't, you know, forgot to base the side. I've done that as well, you know, so do you tend to remember a little bit better now?
Yeah, it's kind of funny watching that video. So obviously a lot of the videos in the Fall Festival have been pre-filmed, and that was actually the first like video that I did here with the Grace Company. And it's kind of darling. I was like, oh, you're trying so hard, look at you. And I think you're exactly right. I try really hard to be like a sponge and pick up as much as I can from all of the people around me. And I'm really lucky to be surrounded by really incredible, inspiring quilters. And they continue to give me new tips and tricks every single day. Even as I was looking through the comments, a lot of people were sharing really great things. And I'm like, oh, you're exactly right. I need to remember that. I need to do that. And so I really do. I say this all the time. I love this community. Because every time I'm around quilters, everyone is just building each other up and so happy to help and share their patterns and share their ideas. And it's cool. It really is such a great, beautiful thing to be a part of. And I'm also really lucky too that I have Carla, as you guys have seen watching these videos. She is like the pep talk queen. And she is so great about not forcing anyone into a single way of quilting, and just helping remind me and everyone just to do your thing and enjoy it and be creative and not listen to the quilt police, because it's hard. It's hard to not get down on yourself and not say, oh, I'm not as good as them, or, oh, like, especially looking at the quilt show, I see all the incredible quilts that people are doing. I was like, oh man, I'm so far from that. But I'm on my own quilting journey and I'm loving it and I'm enjoying it. And if I could remember that, it really is like a way more enjoyable process.
Wonderful.
No, I love that, Janessa. If I could add on to that, LJ,
Absolutely.
sorry. Because I love listening to what you say on how you started and what you did. And not to really, I mean, it's good to have the tips and it's good to get the advice. And ultimately, in the end, like you said, no mistakes. There's no mistakes, because what you've done on that quilt and what you guys are going to do on your own quilts, we have a lot of those UFOs and stuff. And I wonder why we have so many. Is because either the fear, right?
That's true.
And if you just get them done, you're going to feel happy. You're going to look at it. And guess what? That's your project from start to finish. And the steps that you took to get there, it's just going to help you grow. And I love to see all the tips as well, because it does help all of us to understand what we need to do. But ultimately, in the end, that's why we love doing these things, because it's your choice, it's your way. And yes, you can grab little bits here and there, but it's your way ultimately.
And I love, someone in the comments said, where did they say? Don't point out the mistakes. I remember I took home that quilt after I finished it, and I'll be completely honest. Yeah, I had made a lot of mistakes. And someone said I didn't pull my threads. You're right. I totally did it. And I didn't tack down my quilt. And I had all these little issues as I was figuring out the process as I went. And honestly, I was having a lot of imposter syndrome. I was like, these ladies are going to know that I'm new, which is very obvious. But I remember I took home that quilt and I was sad in some areas, but excited that I had done it. And I remember I showed my husband and he's like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. And I was like, but look at this and look at this and look at this. And he's like, what are you talking? No one even sees that. No one notices that but you. And so I'm going to embrace that of not pointing out all of the imperfections and all the mistakes and just loving it and enjoying it. And I really appreciate everyone in the comments sharing their fantastic ideas, because I want to grow. And I think someone said too, you're excited to watch me grow as a quilter, and I am too. And hopefully I can continue to kind of share that journey. And a few years from now, I'll have a better idea of what I'm doing. And hopefully share some of that with you guys. And if you are a beginner quilter like me, hopefully you can see that. Just get going. Don't have that fear. Just go for it and enjoy the process. And if you are nervous, I say this all the time, I love buying the printed panels and practicing on those. So it doesn't have to be something, because I'm a very slow piecer. It doesn't have to be something that I'm going to ruin or damage. And for whatever reason, just on plain fabric, it's just not quite the same feel. But if you can practice your automation, your free motion on like a panel that looks like blocks, or it's got a really pretty picture or something like that, it's been really, really helpful for me.
Yep. And it's probably easier said than done, right?
Oh,
it's easy to say, oh, just finish the quilts and no mistakes. I understand it's easy, because when you're doing your own, it's the mistakes you made, and you have to tell yourself, okay, it's beautiful. It's mine. It's unique. And then next time you just fix those, because we all make those mistakes. But it's easier said than done, but it's so true.
Yeah, I remember
a finished quilt's better than a non-finished
for
quilt.
sure. And I think somebody said it yesterday. It was like the Bob Ross, the happy little mistakes, right? And I love that. I think that's just adorable and a great. Oh, there we go. I love that, Kim. That's such a quilt friend of mine said, "Mistakes are happy alterations." It's so sweet, and I really do. It's harder. It's harder said than done. And I say all the time, I joke about it, I'm a recovering perfectionist. And it's impossible to be a perfectionist in this craft, at least as a beginner, because there are just so many little hiccups along the way. But I love this one. I add, this quilt is not perfect and neither am I. Oh, Linda, same girl. I love it. I love that. Let's look at Terry's. I like Terry's too. There are a few quilt show judges in the world. 99.9 sees beauty. I love that. It's true. And that was like my husband too. He's like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And was just love that I made it and that my heart was put into it and all of that time and effort. It's awesome. I really
Yeah.
love all these comments.
You know, and I'm going to have to go back a little further, talking about like our cutie frame and the frames we make, you know, because how many of you guys send your quilts off to get finished, right? And there's not a problem with that, but in the end, what you just said there, you know, you finish, it's your quilt, and no matter what you do, it's unique, it's your style, it's your quilting, and you finish it from start to finish. And so how many of us send it off to get finished? And that's okay, but that's exactly why we created or designed and built the cutie frame and the hoop frame and these frames that allow you, that don't have the space, and that's why you got to send it off, and you can do your own quilting, and it's a lot easier to move your machine on top of the fabric to do these quilts than it is to do the other way. So
no, it's true, and there is something about saying, this is mine. I did this from start to finish. Every stitch in this quilt is something that I did and I created. It's really empowering. It's really cool just to say that I created this. It's awesome. I love it.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Mark and Janessa. I know that I love seeing all the comments too as I went through, because everybody is just echoing what you guys are saying, because it's so true, right? It's really, I love that bit there at the end, especially Janessa, where it's completely yours, right? That's absolutely amazing. Every stitch, you know, every part of it is yours. So that is an absolutely amazing thing. And so really quick, I think if it's all right with you guys, let's do another giveaway. I know we just did one before that video, but I think to kind of reward everyone for watching, let's do another giveaway, because let's do a giveaway. I love giveaways. So
awesome.
So let's see.
All right, then let's come with you with a question, since you're
I'm the question creator.
Yeah. I'm the Plinko dropper.
Can I actually not do a question?
Yeah.
I want to not do a question. I want to instead, everyone put words of encouragement for new quilters. So everyone say whether it's a tip or a trick or a word of encouragement. And I'm going to go and I'm going to copy and paste all these and put them on my wall to encourage me in my sewing room. So it's kind of a selfish ask, but okay, ready, set, go.
And then what? We just going to randomly pick?
Yeah, I think we'll just randomly pick someone that.
I'll keep my eyes open. I'll keep my eyes open.
Now this one you can close your eyes, because
randomly. All right.
Yeah, it's
randomly pick.
I love it.
So I love that idea, Janessa. It's
wonderful.
Oh, these are
building
such
building
great
up the
ideas.
community.
Wonderful.
All right, so let's see.
These are amazing.
Oh,
I love all of them.
I'm ready to go quilt. See, we need to make posters or something with everybody's advice. I love this.
I love that.
That's amazing.
Idea.
Yeah, that would be so fun, huh?
And then we'll have it right here next time with all the sayings of, like, if you're going to quilt, don't worry about the quilt, please, and then we'll list them all down.
Wonderful.
I love it.
Awesome. Well, let's pick somebody. These
okay,
are some great
ones. I'll close my eyes.
Yep, close your eyes and pick. You can do this one.
Oh, well,
okay.
You're riding
you're riding by on a galloping horse. Oh, Tammy, that's awesome. Also, your dog is adorable. So double whammy. That's amazing.
Perfect. So we got, Tammy. Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Okay, let's drop this down.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead for Tammy.
Yay, true grips.
True grips.
Can never have enough true grips.
Wonderful. Thank you. So again, just a reminder to everybody that is a winner, you're going to want to make sure to email melinda@graceframe.com. So make sure to email her so you can claim your prize, and so we can look at getting you your prize shipped out. So again, that's Melinda, MELINDA @graceframe.com. So make sure again to reach out to her. And I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to pick some other comment now. So that was wonderful. I love that, on a galloping horse. Okay. So let's
close your eyes again, because that way.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to make sure we can pick somebody from each 3 platforms. So we have our YouTube, Facebook, and then I'm going to choose somebody from our wonderful Grace platform on that. So let me see. So that was from Facebook. So I'm going to come through here. Let me go to a section where there's a couple, and then I'll close my eyes. Boom. Okay.
It says, just to finish a quilt, at no point don't judge it. I love that, Linda. That's great. Don't judge your quilts, right? I love that.
Great advice.
Wonderful. All right, go ahead, Mark.
Awesome. The quilters
combo.
Oh,
that's a wonderful one. Yeah,
Linda, I think you need it. That's why it landed on there. So Linda, it's coming your way. For some reason, I think you need the quilters combo.
Awesome.
Perfect.
All right. I think we've got one more, right, from our Grace platform.
Yep. Let me go ahead and pick one more. So I'm going to come over here. Okay, so this is the answer. So it says experiment with different things, think outside the box, amazing things can happen. And that's from Kimberly Wool. So congrats, Kimberly. That's
Awesome. Great
wonderful.
job, Kimberly. I love that
That's
advice. That's
perfect.
Yeah.
awesome.
So let me real quickly
Okay.
just spell her name because it is a little bit of a different spelling. So it's Kimberlee, and then the last name is Wool, which is Woll. So congrats again, Kimberly. And then go ahead, Mark, drop that plinko for Kimberly.
Ooh, the square ruler set. Awesome.
So this is the square ruler set, Kimberly, which means you get the 6.5 square, the 9.5 square, and the 12.5 square.
Oh, awesome. Those are amazing.
Yeah. Wonderful. Well, perfect. Again, so a reminder to all three of you that just won there, make sure to email melinda@graceframe.com so you can claim your prize and we can look at getting it shipped out to you. But we're kind of going to move into our next segment now that I'm super excited about. And I've kind of, I think, been super excited that I've had some teaser moments here throughout yesterday and today. So this next segment is actually going to be on our new 360 Wonderfoot. So it's going to be amazing. I'm going to go ahead and get that started. It's Carla. She's going to introduce it and talk a little bit about it. So let's bring on Carla here.
Hello everybody and welcome. I am Carla Jerome with the Grace Company, and today I get to introduce to you our new Wonderfoot 360, and I'm really excited about this foot. It's like shoes. You can never have enough shoes to accessorize with. Well, this foot is like those little roller shoes that you can roll around on. It's fun, it's engaging, and let me show you what it does. So, with this foot, you get a wide foot that has a bearing in it, and it has a little spring that springs down. So you know, like on your domestic machines, the spring down action actually helps to keep it on the fabric at all times, and it doesn't inhibit it, and you'd think it'd make it wrinkle, but because it's wide, it doesn't. So we have these little inserts that you can put in. You get 5 inserts with it, and they each do specific things. The insert that I have in it right now is the Stitch in the Ditch feature, and it is, you can see that it's cross-angled in the center, so it aligns your needle and gives you those crosses so that you can ride along your seam and keep it nice and straight. And then you'll notice that as I'm riding along the seam, and I'm just showing you how it works before I actually get quilting. So as you're riding along the seam, when you get to the seam that's going up, you'll notice that the lines on the insert will show you now it's time to move up, and it turns. And notice that. It's just so much fun and very engaging. And then when you get to the line where your next seam is going across towards your left, you just ride along the seam and then you come down. So much fun. Now at first you'll be a little wobbly, we all are, and so you might want to use your ruler base, or till you get a little more comfortable, you can use a ruler to ride along the edge just to kind of keep your movements nice and steady until you get familiar with how it turns on you, with you. So you might want to try different ways of using it, but you will find it very fun and very engaging. So let's thread it. And let's show you how it works. And when the foot comes, you get the one foot, but like I was talking about, you get 5 different inserts, and they each do different things. So it's like you get 5 feet, 5 different shoes in one package. Very exciting and a lot of fun. All right, and notice that it just really helps you hone in and get right on that seam because of the lines on it. I'm just going to pull it up, and now I'm going to come back right on that seam, and I'm just going to turn my machine on. So now I've made sure that my lines are all intersecting with my seams on my quilt, and I'm just going to turn it on and start moving down. And you'll notice that as I move down, It's going to help me keep it. And then when my seam hits, I'm just going to move across. I have to hold my fabric, sorry. And now I'm just going to move up my quilt, staying on my seam. And you can go as slow or as fast as you want. It's just, oh God, it's so much fun. Now that is the stitch in the ditch foot. Let's put in another insert and show you what the other inserts do. But see how fun? And very easy because it turns with you and it'll also keep your seams nice and straight. So your quilting nice and straight. So let's change out the insert. I'm just going to give me a little bit of extra thread here. And now I can pull up my bottom thread and cut my threads. Very important as you're quilting. All right, now with my Pro machines and with your other machines, you want to move the needle up out of the way so that you can change your insert. So with my Pro machines, I can just tap on my up button and notice how it went back in, but I have a needle jog, so I'm just going to jog it up as high as I can. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to take my foot height gauge, which is included, and I'm going to push on this little lever right here on the insert and see I can pull it right out. Easy. All right, the next insert I get to show you are the offset inserts. There are 2 offsets. So which will help align your needle 1/4 inch in from your seam or 3/8 of an inch in from your seam. And this is what the 1/4 inch looks like. You'll notice that it has a little circle. And so you'll just put your insert in. So you don't need to take the whole foot off to put the inserts in. All right, so now you can see that I have my 1/4 inch insert in. Now, just to play with that, I don't want to turn it on. I just want you to see how it works. Okay, so I'm going to align. I'm going to start up here, okay? And I'm going to align. I'm just doing the squares right now. We'll go up and do the angles a little later. All right, notice how it's pushing my needle 1/4 inch away from my seam line. And that's just how it's going to work. Just like the stitch in the ditch foot, it works the same way. So when the lines hit your seam, it's time for you to turn the other direction as you're quilting. So we're going to bring our thread up, we're going to come back, and we're going to show you how the offset works. Just going to align my needle up, and then I'm just going to turn it on and start moving down till I hit my seam going across, and then I'm going to move it, keeping it as straight as I can till I hit, and then I go up. And this one will probably take a little bit more practice, but boy, is it fun. And notice, not bad. And then you get the 1/4 inch and the 3/8. So you have the 2 different sizes and they work the same way. But there's a couple more I want to show you. I'm very excited about. So this next one is it's the circle. And it's just a circle insert. And what it does is it helps you with echo stitches as you're quilting. And so let me quickly change the insert. And again, I'm just going to raise my needle up. Okay, I'm going the wrong direction, so bear with me. Just going to move it up out of the way and quickly change my insert, but it doesn't take too much time. And I'm going to put my circle, or what I call my echo insert in. And I'm just going to angle it right here, so I'm going to get it within the area. There we go. There we go. All right, so now the echo foot is in. So what I want to do, because on this one I kind of want to draw, and just kind of help me keep my echo stitch away. So it's going to go like this. I'm going to do my C's just to give me a line of sight so I can do it. Make sure that my repeats are going to stay, and it'll help me adjust. So I'm just going to come down here, pull up my thread. All right, and we're going to start stitching along using this echo foot. So with the echo foot, we're just going to go around and do our little spirals and try to keep using it. It's just kind of a fun little foot to help you make your little loops come in and out. You just have a lot of fun. Notice how as I'm moving it across my quilt, it'll just help me keep my spirals nice and loopy, and it also helps me adjust them. I'm trying to stay in that square there, so I'm not coming up and out. Boy, I could do this all day. I just love quilting with it because as it turns, just makes it fun. And it actually helps your loops and your spirals as you're turning. See how much fun it could be. Just keep going across my quilt. Helping me watch as I'm doing that echo stitch around the edge there. And as I'm coming back, it just kind of helps me keep it nice and even. And an echo stitch is just kind of a repeat stitch, but I'm trying to maintain it 1/4 of an inch away. There we go. I just wanted to see how fun and entertaining it is. And it does, as it goes around in the loop, it actually makes your curves and turns more curvy. And who doesn't like a good curve as they're quilting? So let me show you our newest insert. And it's our clear view insert. And this one's really fun because I saved what I think is almost the best for last. And it's an insert that doesn't have anything on it, so that you can trace, you can do whatever you want, but it actually allows you to see your design, and it gives you a wide area. So it's not like an open toe, it's actually better than an open toe foot. So let's just change the needle right now. There we go. And not the needle, let's change the insert right now to the clear view insert. And notice as I'm moving around how it's turning, just such a fun foot. So I'm going to put my last insert in, getting a little better the more I do it. All right, so now I'm going to move over here. And you can see that I have a clear view of my lines going across. So as I'm moving across, I'll just use this insert to watch my tracing lines. Ah, a little wonky there, sorry. And as you're going across, just watch it. you're just going to adjust yourself and move on down the quilt as we're quilting. I want to go back over that one. Not bad, but with time, I'll get much better. Anyway, just have fun with the Wonderfoot 360. Make your designs. Explore the opportunities that you have using it. And, you know, you can play with all the different inserts. See how the lines really help you stay straight on if you don't have them. Yeah, you can see and you know, but they really do help keep you nice and straight. But the Wonderfoot 360 is just going to give you that stability and that extra little help you need to make your stitching nice and perfect. So you're probably wondering why. Why do I need the Wonderfoot? And how is it going to help me? Well, there's a lot of different ways it can help you with your quilting. It's going to help you improve your stitch in the ditch, and it's also going to help you with your offsets. The lines are there to help you stay nice and straight, but it's very engaging and a lot of fun. And it gives you that stability. So it also will help you applique. So raw edge applique is another feature that you'd use the clear foot for. And so many more possibilities that I probably am not aware of that you will be telling me about how you use it. So as you're quilting and as you enjoy it, I invite you to share with me how you use it and how excited you are about it. We've already tested it in some of our classes, and those quilters can't wait for it to come out and show me all the different ways they're going to apply the different inserts to their quilting. So if you have any questions, please leave a comment below and don't forget to share and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram and visit our website at graceframe.com or contact your local dealer. I'm Carla Jerome, and thank you for joining me here at the Grace Company to show you the Wonderfoot 360.
That was wonderful. What did everybody think? I want to hear everybody's thoughts in the comments. I want to hear, because that was amazing. I know, Janessa, Mark, have you had the opportunity to kind of use that Wonderfoot a little bit?
Oh yes, like I said before, I think I say this about all of our products, but I actually this one's one of my favorites. I love it because I feel like a lot of times with different feet, it kind of blocks some of your view of the quilt, and sometimes you get like a little bit off. And with the Wonderfoot, you have like this full view of kind of what you're doing and what you're working on. I used it a lot for like different little appliques and stuff that I was doing. It actually was really nice for like micro stippling too, because I could see exactly where I had been and where it was going. And it was just really, really great. I noticed in the comments someone was asking if there were issues if it would pull up the fabric. And when I was doing applique, I didn't have issues with that, but I did notice like if I was going from off the quilt onto the quilt, it has these little wheels that would sometimes kind of grip a little bit and would pull it a tiny bit. So you just have to be like a little careful with that. But once it was on just those top layers, it did really well. But yes, very, very big fan of the Wonderfoot. And when it has those lines that you're trying to line up, it's almost like a game. You're like, oh, here, I did it. It's super fun. But yeah, I love it.
Yes, nice. And when and there's so many different elements, right? You can, like Carly did, she drew her pattern on, and now you can use this Wonderfoot to trace around the lines. And yes, tracing around the lines isn't an easy thing, but with the Wonderfoot, it makes it so much nicer to be able to see what you're doing, going around your pattern, and that's just bringing you're just involving, you're advancing in your quilting by having that foot that allows you to see what you're doing, tracing the lines. And I like the size of it too. Like you're saying, the size of it doesn't seem like it's blocking anything.
Yeah, it's really, really great. And it also, because of the pressure, it kind of pushes down on the fabric too, which keeps everything really nice and flat. Anyway, I love it. I think it's super exciting, and I think it's going to be a big game changer.
Yep.
Hey, there we go.
Mhm.
Yeah, it really will be. It's awesome.
That's wonderful. And that is absolutely true. It will be a game changer. I know I had the opportunity to use it, and there are, a couple of those different inserts that I was able to use, and they were super fun. I definitely, I took them in. I was like, oh, I'm going to go, try it out. I think I got a little carried away and I kind of just kept going there with it. And I just kind of was, taken off because it was super fun because like Mark, you had pointed out, and even Carla in that video, that really there is so much you can do with it. And so really it's limitless, I would say, on what you can do. And it's a great template because even though, yes, like everyone's mentioned, you can see the lines, it is extremely helpful to have that. It's just like, when you're going to draw like, a square, or sometimes it's helpful just to have that ruler there, right? Because it just makes it straighter. And so that is going to be absolutely wonderful. So everybody keep an eye out for it. I'd encourage everybody to sign up for our newsletters if you haven't, because that's actually when we release it, we'll actually send out an email notifying everybody that they are available for pre-order and all of that. So make sure that if you aren't signed up, sign up for our newsletters. That's again how you can be notified of when we'll come out with that, and when we come out with any promotions or any other amazing products, because we are always looking to come out with new products. So keep an eye out, and again, sign up for our newsletters if you haven't, so you can be notified of that. But then
And
really
Laurel,
quick,
if you're okay, oh, sorry, I just want to answer a few of the questions that I
Absolutely.
saw. And I'm not an expert. This is just based on my own personal experience. I noticed that someone said that you wouldn't really use it for ruler work, and I actually disagree. And here's why. It still has that nice, like kind of higher shaft, so it's not going to hop over the top of a ruler. And it's also really nice because your hand's further away from where the needle is. I'm kind of a scaredy cat, and so sometimes when I'm using my rulers and templates, I get a little nervous. But with that larger foot, it's keeping it further away. You do have to obviously keep that in mind when you're lining up your needle point and where the ruler's at, because it's a farther gap. So it's a little bit of an adjustment there. But I really actually liked it for straight ruler work. It was really, really great. And I do believe there are 5 inserts. There's the clear and then all of the other different line patterns. And then someone asked if you would use it for the Quilter's Creative Touch. I personally wouldn't. I really think for the most part it would be used for free motion, or like I said, you could use it for ruler work as well. Probably not for the QCT. It has, like I said, it has the little wheels on the bottom that could potentially mess with some of the automation. So I wouldn't use it there, but it does have a ton of other capabilities.
On with the automation, we do have the glide foot. I know the glide foot has been one that a lot of people wanted, and so the glide foot is what I would use on the automation. And we do have that separately. So if you haven't been to our website, you can see that there's a glide foot available for automation, which is really nice. That would eliminate if you're going over your seams with automation, things like that. And then real quick, Laurel, to your point on the signing up for the newsletter, yes, do that so you can get notified when this will be available. It will be available this year, and we're looking to do pre-orders. And in fact, it's going to go on our website soon. So check our website, and you can do pre-orders. So that's going to be that fast. Get on there and do pre-orders. And like Carla said, go to our dealers too. Our dealers will have that available. So check out our dealer locator. If you've already purchased a machine from one of our dealers, go through them to purchase the Wonderfoot. It will be available through them as well, which is a great opportunity to, again, go to your local dealer, see what else they have, and to buy our Grace products through them.
Absolutely. And actually, Mark, on that point, I want to show everybody really quickly where you can actually go and find a dealer that is local to you. So this is just our main website, so graceframe.com. So for anybody, again, you could do it on a phone, tablet, computer, laptop, any device pretty much, and just go to graceframe.com. And then up here across the top, it's the second one over from which language it's in, there's dealer locator. So we have dealers all throughout the world. So not only do we have people in the US, we have people in Australia, Canada, Europe, Africa, Asia, and even South America. So if you are there, take a look, see if there is a dealer near you, because Mark, like you said, they are amazing to work with, and it's really nice to have some more of that local support. So absolutely, everybody, check out, see if we have a dealer near you. They also can help give you, some information if you have any questions on it. So reach out to them and see if there is somebody near you. So thank you, Mark. That is a wonderful point to bring up there. And actually, really quickly, if it's good with you guys as well, I think we should do another giveaway. What do you guys say?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I like giveaways around here, so let's
Yeah.
do it.
It's giveaway day. You got Thursday giveaway day, right?
That's
awesome.
right. Thursday giveaway day. So LJ, do you have a question?
Yeah, we're gonna put it on you this time.
Yeah.
That's so much pressure. I don't know. I'm just kidding. Let me see. Do I have a question? I don't know that I can come up with a hard question. Let's see. Let me think about it. Okay, this is a
Do we have
super
question
simple
here?
one.
Okay.
But this is one that Mark just briefly mentioned. We didn't talk about it too much, but it's actually a foot that we would recommend if you're looking to use our automation. It is something we just recently came out with on its own. I'm just looking for the name of this. So it's a specific hopping foot. I want to know what's the name of the hopping foot that we recommend
Good
or
question.
suggest
That is a
with
good
our
one.
automation. So let's see. Man, I told you I can't come up with a hard question. Everybody's
No,
already
that's-
got it.
Because they're smart.
They
Well,
are.
They
they're
are.
smart.
They are. Okay, yeah, wonderful. So the answer I was looking for was glide or the glide foot. So wonderful, wonderful. So really quickly before I pull up a winner, just a reminder for everybody who will be winning here, you're going to want to make sure to reach out to Melinda at graceframe.com. So that's MELINDA at graceframe.com. Make sure to email her so you can go ahead and claim your prize. But let me go ahead and pull up one of our first winners. So I'll be choosing 3 winners, one from our Facebook, one from our YouTube platform, and then a winner that is watching from our wonderful Grace platform. So let me pull it up here. Okay, so this is from YouTube. So congrats, Jane.
Yay.
That's
Awesome.
perfect.
Congrats.
Yeah, so it
All
is
right,
that
let's
glide
drop this
foot.
down.
Yeah, go ahead and drop it for him, Mark.
Ooh, it's my favorite. I say
One of
that
your
about
favorites.
everything, huh? I really do, but I mean it. It's genuine every time I say it.
Wonderful. That is an absolutely amazing product. I think a little bit later today, you'll talk on a little bit of a project that you actually did with that 360 cutter. So that's amazing. So
Yes.
again, Jane, congrats. Make sure to email Melinda at graceframe.com there to claim your prize. So let me go ahead. I'm going to choose somebody now from our Facebook platform. Okay. So congrats, Stacy.
Yay, Stacy. Look
Wonderful
at that beautiful
again.
quilt she has too. I love it.
Yes. Yeah, amazing. So go ahead and drop it for her, Mark.
Yay.
Nice, a solid, the 4-pack finesse thread.
Wonderful. And that's amazing. Mark, why don't you just tell us a little bit about, just a little bit briefly about our finesse thread and how it sets it apart from other thread out there.
Yeah, absolutely. So what really separates it from other thread is the size. It's 1,500 yards and it's 50 weight polyester thread. It is ideal for all your quilting needs. And we did polyester because it's stronger than cotton. But the best part is it has a look like cotton. I know a lot of quilters like that cotton look. We know cotton isn't as strong as polyester, but you do get that feel and look like cotton, but you get the strength and durability as polyester. So it's 100% polyester, 1,500 yards. And the great thing about it is because it's such a nice, easy size, you can do full king size quilts. You can pick many colors and you're gonna go through them in a decent amount of time.
And it's really great for quilting, obviously, but I've actually started using it with my piecing too, and it's fantastic across the board. So really big fan of that.
Wonderful. Yes, thank you. Well, again, congrats, Stacy. So I'm going to pull somebody now on our third and final winner for this segment from our Grace platform. So the answer they had put was the glide foot. So again, that is the correct answer I was looking for. So it's Victoria Mickle. So congrats, Victoria.
Good job, Victoria.
Yeah, and so that.
And I just got to say, so sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all you.
So Stacy, before it goes on these comments, Stacy, who won, says, yes, I love the thread. It's all I use in my machine ever. Thanks ever so. So,
Awesome.
so she won the
Wonderful.
thread. She loves it. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you,
That's
Stacy,
perfect.
because you did win the thread and you already love the thread. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you again, Stacy, for commenting as well. I love, and I think Mark and Janessa can echo this, but thank you everybody for commenting. It is so fun to see that all of you are enjoying it. So thank you. So Mark, go ahead and drop it for Victoria Mickle.
All right, let's do this. Square ruler set.
Square.
Awesome.
Perfect. So let me really quick just spell Victoria's first and last name, and then Mark, I'll have you tell us a little bit about the ruler set there. So it's Victoria, so it's Victoria, and then the last name is Mickle, so it's Mickle. So congrats again to Victoria. But Mark, why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about what Victoria just won there?
Yeah, so Victoria, this is our square ruler set. You get the 6.5, the 9.5, and the 12.5 square rulers. And there's two unique things about our rulers. So if you don't own our comfort cutter, I would highly suggest that you also get the comfort cutter. But these rulers, they have holes throughout them that you saw, and they have a track down the side. And what that track does is it keeps you cutting straight when you use it with our cutter, but it also is a safety. So if you use it with other cutters, you have the taller edge that your cutter won't go up and over the ruler and potentially nick your fingers. So it's a really nice feature, but those holes are also nice because you can mark through those holes. You could put your fingers through them to hold them. You can line up your fabrics. So they're very unique rulers and very popular, but you get 3 of them in our 6.5, 9.5, and 12.5 square. So now go and get that comfort cutter.
Wonderful. Yes, thank you so much for sharing with us. And thank you to everybody who won. Again, just a quick reminder, make sure to email melinda@graceframe.com to claim your prize. But let's go ahead and we're going to move actually right into our next segment here, where Nathan's going to talk a little bit about the beginning version of our automation. So let's go ahead and bring Nathan on now.
Hi, welcome. I'm Nathan Erznosnik, and I'm excited to be with you to share a little bit about our Quilters Creative Touch beginnings. Look for a few other videos that we also have regarding the QCT Pro. We're also going to talk about some amazing gold cards a little bit later on in some other videos, and also some cool hints and tips. Right now, you might be thinking, should I listen? Do I need to hear part of what automation is? I've thought about it. Maybe you haven't. One of the things I'm really excited to do is show you actually how easy it is to use and some of the key things that really allow quilting to be done regardless of how much skill or how comfortable you even are with computers and different types of technology. Right now, I'm going to show you a couple things to take a look at. You do have a machine, and let me maybe start by talking about the compatibility briefly. We're not going to spend a lot of time here, but if you think, hey, I already have a mid-arm or a long arm machine, if it's a Grace Company machine, the Quilters Creative Touch is compatible with all of our machines that we manufactured. If you have a domestic machine, there are many brands and many different models that you can also add computer automation to. One of the great things about computer automation is that it actually grow with you as your skill sets improve and as you might move from a certain machine to even a larger machine. That's one of the amazing things we have here at Grace Company, is trying to keep things simple, letting you start where you're most comfortable, building your skills, and then letting that continue to build and move with you as you continue to learn more. We're going to take a quick look at the screen. I'm going to show you a couple things. I'm going to show you right off the bat how easy it is to take a pattern, place a pattern, and sew a pattern. So on the screen, if we look, there's a couple icons that we have on the beginning software, and we can tell it's beginnings because it states Quilters Creative Touch 5 Beginnings. One of the great things is there are a lot of manuals and other information, but really quick, if we look at this, select and sew and pantographs. Right now, I'm going to show you how easy by simply selecting the select and sew. I can choose any pattern that we want to quilt. Let's go ahead and choose this fun pattern. It opens it up. And now what I would like to look at is we kind of move over here on the quilt. We'll be able to see I have a pretend square here on the quilt. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose one of our most simple methods, which is just our block. And it's really easy. Our screen will show us that in order to sew this pattern, it's looking for the top left corner and the bottom right corner of the block. I'm going to move the machine over, and I have this block that I've drawn out here on the quilt. And I'll go up to that top left edge. I'm going to simply touch and tell it that my machine is there. I'll now move the machine down and across the square down to the bottom right side. We're now going to tell it, it will automatically size the pattern. It has positioned the pattern, and the pattern is now ready to sew. It's literally that easy. We selected a pattern, we told it where we want that pattern to go, and I am going to hit quilt. With quilting, the machine automatically knows where it's at. It will know how much stitches, and we can set those types of things. But I'm simply going to hit the button sew so that we can see how easy it is to actually place a pattern and sew it out. So here we go. Machine's going to move to its start point. Might ask us a couple quick questions to make sure that our thread's where it needs to be. It automatically knows where the center is, and there we go. It's moved to the center. Here it goes. It's sewing and tying off, and I'll simply hold this thread for a minute as it begins, and away we go. As this sews, one of the things I love to talk about is really how the machine does it all for you. What we did is we went and found the block and the space we wanted to put it into. We simply told it where that area was. It automatically sized it. One of the great things is you can choose, do you want a little extra room? What kind of margin do you want? It sews it all out, and now as we're finishing, it's actually doing its own tie-offs. Those are all an availability for you to set. How many tie-offs do you want? How many stitches do you want in an inch? The great thing about a lot of these machines is that the system can stitch regulate them if they're not, but the Grace machines are fully stitch regulated, so it does take advantage of the built-in stitch regulation. I'm going to kind of just take us back down here to the bottom. I'm just going to trim this thread. Some of you might ask and say, hey, should we trim that beforehand? Sure, you can pause the machine to trim it. Right now, I like to kind of do that at the end. I'm kind of a quick goer. Let's get this sewing. Let's get it done. And right now, you can tell that the quilting has been done. It's been perfectly positioned, perfectly sized, ready to go. And if we're ready, we simply can now move to the next block, place it, and quilt it. So I wanted you to quickly see how easy it was to actually select a pattern and quilt a pattern. Now, let's go back to the main screen here briefly, and I'm going to talk about a couple things. A lot of people will ask at this point, they're going to want to know, how many patterns does it come with? Well, let me just talk briefly about the beginning software. So let's go back to our home screen here so that we can kind of see. In the beginning software, we have two major functions. We'll briefly get back into how to do the pantograph, but what we did do, we just did the select and sew. So I'm going to go back in here. You can see, and I love talking about this, that there are different categories for different functions of what can be sewn. Let me go into continuous line. This is what we refer to as more of an edge-to-edge pattern, where the pattern starts on the left. Let's go ahead and choose one of these so it's easier to see on the screen. Let me zoom in just a little bit for you guys. Here we go. So we can see that there's actually a start on the left, the pattern will go through, and it finishes on the right. So that's always fun to see. Again, that was one of our continuous line. We also have another fun aspect called the triangle, and I'm going to show you a fun trick a little bit later on in the video on how to take a pattern like this and actually create different patterns. The system as a whole does come with over 230, and again, on the beginning, the great thing about it is you can go and add any other pattern that you want to find out there from other pattern manufacturers and simply bring them in by opening it, and you can then directly quilt those out onto the quilt. So again, the system does come with a little over 230 different patterns. You can go and you can select different ones that you do buy. People will ask, well, can you design or can you modify them? Again, come back or look at our other video talking about the Quilters Creative Design Pro. The Pro system does give you an ability to digitize and make your own pattern or edit existing patterns. The beginning software that we're looking at right now does come with the Select and Sew feature for accuracy and placement. Again, taking a quick look down here at our fabric, you can see how precise that was placed inside of this block area. And it also gives us the ability to do edge to edge, which is what I would love to show you next. We're going to simply move over, and I have a little bit of a modification. I have a small so-called border, or you might even use this for sashing on a quilt. And when we're done, we'll talk about the process that's used to quilt down an entire quilt. So again, one of the things I'm going to do is we're going to move into our next function here called the pantograph screen. Here it opens that and it puts us into this, and I'm going to show you a quick little trick. We can actually go measure the actual quilt itself, and so I'm going to move now to that top left corner, and we're simply going to tell it that that's where we're at. We're going to come across over here to our right bottom size, and the fun thing about this is that it automatically can take and apply that exact dimension. So again, if we were to kind of go back to the quilt, you're going to notice that there is the line that we were using for the area. I simply moved from the upper left corner. I then moved the machine down to the right, and I was able to capture that size. So maybe if we can take a look at the screen here, we have this blank canvas, but that canvas or this area is the exact size of that little area in the below. I'm going to go just choose a pattern to show you how easy this is. Let's choose this awesome, beautiful heart. And one of the fun things we can do is just simply add the patterns we want. We're literally now ready to sew this in one go down onto or into this border or into this sashing. So we're going to sew this as a single pattern. It opens it up for placement. We can use the 2-point placement that we did last time. I love the fact that you can be as accurate as you want to be. I love using this next one. Let me zoom in just a little bit again so that everybody can kind of see this. This is using all 4 corners of that particular block area or the sashing or your border so that this pattern will perfectly fit inside. Now, stay with me here for just a minute, because one of the things I love to do is when I'm quilting something across an area, the wider that area is, then I want to make sure I have a little bit more room on the top and the bottom. And what I can do is I can come in here and simply decrease that top and the bottom and add. I've just added an 1/8 inch to the top and the bottom, so it's now automatic. Again, coming back to it, if we go down to the fabric, I will now go to each corner. So I'm at the bottom left corner, the top left corner. I'm going to use and find the top left part of my pattern. I'm going to touch it. It will position that, and let's go out here so we can see this. Let me come down to that bottom left corner, and we're going to now place that one. We'll now go across the area that I'm going to be putting this pattern into, and I'm going to do the bottom right. People also want to know, is there specific direction? Do we need to go to the top right or the bottom first? No. One of the amazing things with this software is that it's smart enough that it actually does a lot of the thinking for you. So we can simply move that around to position it for accuracy. And so that's a great thing to be able to know. We don't have to be accurate because the system is accurate. And so the system can do all of this work for us. Again, remember, I went in, was able to quickly take a snapshot of how big this area is, chose the pattern I want, it built that pattern into this area. I'm now ready to quilt. I'm going to add one step to this before we go into quilting. Last time I just kind of was quilting this out. One of the things that's a known practice on this process is to do what we call pulling up the bobbin. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in here and we're going to first take the bobbin from underneath the fabric. And what this will allow us to do is to bring that bobbin from underneath and bring that to the top surface so that we can do all of our trimming and manage this thread on top of the surface. Again, the machine's smart enough, it knows where it's going to begin. It moves over to wherever it's going to start. And if we can take a quick glimpse at the screen, I'm going to walk through. It actually can walk us through step by step what to do. It tells me first to grab this, and it's telling me to hit single stitch. It then's going to let that machine move out of the way and then come back and automatically start. So I'm going to hit single stitch. The machine will do that stitch. I'm then going to move it away. It will then automatically move the system out of the way. And again, I'm going to be holding this thread. If we can take a close-up look at that, you'll see that thread popped right up out of the bottom. So now I'm going to hold those two in my hand, and we're really, at this point, ready to quilt. Some people want to know, well, do we have to move it back? Remember, at this point, the machine has complete control over the surface and over the quilting area, and it also knows what pattern it's going to do. So I do not need to move this around at all. It actually is locked in place because it has control over this. Simply, I can take one action. If we look at the screen again, there's an option that says sew. So I simply can hit the sew. Again, with it automatically being able to do its own tie-offs. It will then simply move to the beginning. Again, I like to keep a little pressure on this. You'll notice the machine will put the needle in and out. Whether I sit 0, 1, 2, or 3 tie-offs, the system will complete those tie-offs. And again, it begins the sewing process. So we're going to give this a minute here as it works its way through sewing this border or this sashing at whatever size you would want it to be. Now we're getting close to being done right here, and it's been wonderful. Remember, we went and we just chose each one of the corners. Once we did that, we were able to pull the bobbin out from underneath the fabric. We simply hit sew, and now it is moving through the entire pattern. And if we kind of go back down here, it's now finishing with a couple last tie-off stitches that we were finishing with. There we go. And at the end again, one of the things I like to do is I like to pull our bobbin up. I'm going to do this. One of the things that's fun is it can do it automatically, or we can do it manually. So I love myself just doing this manually because it's a pretty quick process. But one of the great things is that there are all sorts of helps built in that will walk you from the very basic process of placing the pattern to going through and finishing quilting this pattern in the system. So again, I love talking about that. We're going to go back, and I'm going to go back to the main screen one more time just to talk briefly about the main layout, to look at a few things. And then I want to go in, and as we're looking at kind of completing this, I'll talk lastly about how we take a pattern and how we go from the top of the quilt to the next row, to the next row, to the next row, because this has the smarts not only to sew one pattern across, but it will actually come and it will help us mark and identify the next pattern in the series, and it'll also help us know then how far to roll our quilt. So again, looking at the screen, we have select and sew. I'm going to come back in here. This is where we can choose all sorts of patterns. If we're doing patterns in single areas, then the block patterns are a very common way to put specific patterns in specific areas. If we're looking at doing a pattern from edge to edge, one of the great things that people love is we can choose these continuous patterns, several different patterns, beautiful patterns, simple ones that can be added to depending on how many patterns we're going to sew, to make some simple variations in designs. But again, we can choose those to do edge to edge, or we can actually do in a quilt. So I'm going to go back now. We're going to go into Panto, and I'm going to pretend that we're now going to sew down. And let's use the same space that we had last time. Let me go ahead and measure that again here quickly. So we're going to go ahead and measure the size because I want to repeat this pattern, but instead of once, we're going to do a pattern that we can then use to sew down this quilt time and time again. So let me go ahead and choose this. This would give us the same size that we had last time. Let's go ahead and choose a different pattern. So I hit select. Let's come in and choose a different heart because they're so nice and quick for what we're going to demonstrate. Let me add a couple more in there. That looks great. This time I'm going to use the top left corner to position this pattern. It's a different placement method. So we're going to now sew this in zones. And the sew in zones knows that we're actually going to sew more than one row at a time. So here it goes. It's asking, do we want to save this at this point? No, we're not. And it's actually asking for the center of this line. And what we're going to do is I'm going to go back in quickly and use our measure tool. And I'm going to go from the left edge to the right edge so that we can determine and have it find the center for us, which is pretty awesome. So I went to the left. I now moved over to the right side. If we look at the screen, you can actually see that it is marked here. And one of the great things is I can simply now tell it to move the machine to the middle for this position. And it's going to move our machine over to this place. So again, this is pretty fun because I didn't have to measure it. I didn't have to know. I didn't have to get out a tape measure or a ruler to do so. I simply told the machine where those edges were. It now has moved directly to the center. I'm actually ready now to quilt it because it's in the center. I can place that pattern. So now it's been perfectly positioned and I'm going to simply sew it out. And we're going to go through this process as it sews through this. And when we're done, we're going to show you how easy it is because it gives me the mark for the next pattern, which allows me just to continue from the top of my quilt down through an entire quilt. So it will do the entire quilt for me by simply choosing the size that I want these rows to be edge to edge. So here we go. It's now done the tie-offs. Here it's starting that. And away it goes. Now it's sewing across, in essence, across our quilt from left to right. And we're going to watch this as it finishes it up. Here we go, the machine's finishing. It's going to do our tie-off here as we're wrapping that up. Wonderful, it looks beautiful. I'm a master at quilting. Look what I just did. Okay, just kidding, the machine and the system did it for me. But there we go, that's been sewn. I'm going to quickly tie off our bobbin one more time. It did the tie-off. We're going to quickly, I want to quickly do a single stitch here and then cut the thread. And then here is the fun part. So now it's sewed across. If you remember, I only marked actually the top edge in the middle. But if we look at the screen, it's actually coming up and it gives me an option to say we're finished. And so let's watch kind of what happens here. So I clicked finish. The machine is now going to, on its own, move. And where it's moving, is to a place for us where we can now mark it. And so the screen comes up and tells us that we can now mark this position. What I like to do is I'm simply going to use the single stitch, which will actually put a stitch and put the thread into the fabric here for us. And I am going to take just a pen, and you can use a piece of blue tape or a water-soluble pen, and I'm just going to put a dot right there where that is. But we're done. If we'll look at the screen, it tells me we're done because I actually made a mark. It now is asking me, have I made all the marks? Yes, I have. I'm good to go. So now the system is actually ready for me either to place this to sew it. So what we're going to do here, I want to have everybody quickly see this here. I'm going to move this out of the way so we kind of can see. And we're going to bring the camera right in on here so we can kind of see what this is. So if we look, there's actually a stitch mark that we have as a hole. I'm just going to go ahead and put my pin right in there a little bit so we can make that a little bit darker. Normally we wouldn't do a pin. I like to take a piece of blue painter's tape, but that's actually what it marked. And what that means is it actually knows how far down it needs to place the next pattern. Coming back to the screen, if you remember when we started, we simply told it where the middle of the quilt was. That mark down on the quilt is the exact place. So I'm going to move my machine and my needle over there. I'm going to touch my screen. It now will reposition the pattern, and we simply will quilt it again. I'm going to kind of stop because this is all we do to move down a quilt. We sew an area, the machine will move, it then marks the next area. We then move the machine, tell it that that's where the mark is, and we continue to quilt down an entire quilt. That's as easy as it is to edge. I'm going to show you one last fun thing really quick that we can do that kind of creates a little bit of some creativity or allows you to be a little creative. I'm going to go back to our home screen, and I'm going to go back into Select and Sew. This time I'm going to choose a pattern that is a triangle pattern, and I want you to see how fun it is to take a pattern like this and what we can actually do. What we did in the past is taking existing patterns, we've sewn them, we've done a sashing or an edge to edge, we've talked a little bit about moving down our quilt. I'm going to go into this great feature, which is how to place triangles, because we can actually position this. If this was a pieced area or a block, we can go down, and I will now take and match the three corners of this area. So we're going to mark the three areas. There's the bottom left, the bottom right, and now the top. And again, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit on this. So that actually has been placed. I'm quickly going to sew this, and literally we're going to create a new pattern by simply sewing this out 4 different times at different angles. So here we go. Now that just finished the pattern, I'm going to come back up on our screen and we can see that there's our pattern. I'm now going to place it next to it. We're rotating this. Take a quick look at our screen. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. We can actually see that it's rotated the pattern, and we're now ready to sew it again. So here we go, quilting. And when you look at that, I simply placed one in each one of those areas. Here as it finishes up, we actually completely created a completely new design that didn't even exist before we began. Just as simple as placing a single pattern. We did that, we just did it 4 times, and it rotated the pattern for us. Precision, perfect stitching, exactly where we want it, not only for simple, precise placement of individual patterns or edge to edge or your sashings, but entire quilts can be done just as easily with our Quilters Creative Touch beginning version. Thank you for joining us. We're excited and would ask for you to see all of our other wonderful videos and our other wonderful demonstrations that show you even more about our Quilters Creative Touch.
That was absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Nathan, so much for giving us a little bit of an insight to what you can do and the possibilities that there is with our beginning automation. Now, as I was going through, as you know, I was watching through that segment, I knew there was a couple different questions. One of them is I do want to mention the price. So we do have an absolutely amazing special running on this automation for both that beginnings version that Nathan just talked about, as well as the pro version. So let me go ahead and share my screen really quick, and I'm going to show you again the amazing deals that we are running for this. So this is actually what we have. So it is a little different. So over here on this side that I'm circling here, so this is our beginnings price. So it's that $3,289.96. It usually goes for probably just shy of about that $4,700 range. So it is 30% off on that automation. And we are running that same deal on the Pro. Now I know it says beginning here, and so it will say Pro here. We're looking at getting that fixed. But the Pro is a little bit more. That's because you get a couple additional features with it that we'll actually go over a little bit later today. But that, our Pro version, I should say, usually goes for right around that $7,000 range. But again, it's also on also on sale, so it's that 30% off. So it's $4,899.96. So if you're thinking, you know what, hey, I've done some free motion, I've done ruler work, and I'm ready, for the next step and to do some of that automation work, I highly encourage you to look at getting this automation now because it is an absolutely amazing deal. And I know, Mark, you've had the chance to use the automation a little bit. What are your thoughts on that beginning version of it?
I want to make a comment here before I answer your question. So I like what Vicky Edwards says, I have never seen this presented so simple. I need simple. And I just want to comment on that because, yes, Nathan did a great job. And yes, what he did made it look so simple. But I have to tell you, it's really the software and the program that makes it simple. Like we wanted this system that when you are getting a pattern and you want to pick a pattern, you want to place a pattern, then you want to quilt a pattern, you have these different placements you want to do in different areas, and you want to quilt around this or do around that. The system is so smart, and we wanted it to where you felt comfortable as a user to look at the screen and to do exactly what Nathan did in your own home without having Nathan or the manual or myself or Carla's team or any of the pieces here at Grace Company that needs to be by your side in order for you to do it. And so I just wanted to comment on Vicky because it's so true. It is very simple. And yes, he did do a really good job. But I have to tell you, when you get the system and if you've been looking at a software to run your machine, don't look anywhere else because the automation, yes, it's simple because it is simple, if that makes sense. And yes, to your first question, I have used it many times. And I just love the same, I'm not computer savvy, and that's what's the best part of this whole thing is I don't have to have a background in computers. I don't have to understand. It just really makes me feel comfortable and confident in myself that I can take the program that we have designed and to make it easy to get patterns on. So it is really and truly a simple software that just takes your quilting to the next level.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And I think I'm kind of to echo what you said, because I did see a couple comments saying, oh, David made it look so easy. But again, just to kind of echo what you said, that it really is that easy. It is a super simple, hey, let me pick a pattern. Great, let me place it. And then you sew. It's amazing. And I love the automation because I'm not a big quilter. So I'm not as good on the free motion side. And that's because, I just haven't done it as much. But I love the automation because it looks like I've been quilting for years. It looks like, hey, look at this beautiful artwork that I just put together. And all I had to do was hit a couple buttons. So really, that automation is amazing, both that beginnings version that Nathan talked about as well as our pro version. Another thing to just kind of talk about on that automation is that there are some additional features you get with the pro, but really if you're looking at getting started, you can still do a ton with that beginnings version. They're really,
yes,
I wouldn't say you can place a pattern. You can even see what Nathan did there with the triangles. He created his own pattern there, by simply placing the same triangle 4 different times. Or, if you wanted to kind of, change it up a little bit, you could do, the top and bottom one the same on the triangle, the outside's different, so you really can kind of, in a sense, create your own design with it. So really, it's a wonderful, wonderful automation system. And like Mark said, look no further, look here. And I'm just going to bring up one more time those amazing prices that we have, because they really right now are absolutely amazing. So let me get it pulled up here. So again, just a reminder that we do have them both on sale. What Nathan just talked about was the beginnings version of that automation. However, that pro version is also on sale. So again, our beginnings version, which is this one right over here on this left. So it is, again, a little bit less money than the pro. It usually goes for just under that $4,700 range, but is on sale for $3,289.96. So that is a 30% off. So amazing deal. And then we also have that pro version, which is usually right around that $7,000 range, but is on sale for $4,899.96. So again, I encourage everybody to take a look, see if it's something, you know, that's going to be best for you at where you are in your quilting journey. So take a look at that automation. But I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to kind of help us transition into this next section. So if you were with us here yesterday, towards the end of the day, we actually had Carla on with us, and she is doing a new retro circle quilt. And so we're actually going to help or bring on Carla now, and she's going to do part 2 of that part 1. So if you did miss part 1, you can go back and watch it. It's on that Fall Festival homepage. You can get to it there. Or if you want, you can also go to our YouTube channel. We do have it up there as well. So I encourage you, if you haven't seen part 1, go and watch it. And then we're going to go ahead and let's go ahead and bring Carla on and get into our part 2 of that. So let's bring Carla on in here.
Fantastic. We're going to swap places, and we're going to bring Carla in here. I'm warming up her stepping area, so she's good right now. I'm going to step right out.
Wonderful.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah,
Thank
go
you
ahead, Carla. Take it
for
away.
joining me. I really appreciate it because I'm very excited about this segment. I was up all night with my mind so busy with ideas on how to incorporate you and our wonderful, talented quilters out there and your ideas. And I came up with a way that, and I hope you read in the little bottom of the segment. So when you go to pull off the instructions, there's a place where you can print off a PDF version, and it's in black and white. So you can print off a copy of what it looks like in color, but then a black and white version. So I really want for you to print this off and doodle your ideas or show me how you would quilt this. And then I want you to email me at Carla with a K, Karla @graceframe.com, okay? And show me how you would quilt this, and show me your ideas. And I am going to incorporate several of your ideas onto the quilt, and then I will let you know in a future segment with the Tuesdays with Grace. When I have it all finished, I'll pick and I'll choose, and I really want you to print it off and show me. So now on my little page here, I've shown you some of the ideas that I've come up with, and I know you have amazing, fantastic thoughts on how you would quilt it, or maybe you're a little stumped, and maybe you think, oh, I don't have any good ideas, and I don't want to do this. I'm putting out the challenge to you to really put some thought into it and try it and see. And doodling is so much fun, and I'm a big proponent of it. So please accept my little challenge and send me your thoughts and your ideas. So you'll take a picture and you'll load it as an attachment onto your email, and just email me. And I'm really excited about this. And so that's just one way. So today we're going to quilt a few different ways. I told you we were going to quilt using the ruler base with rulers. I'm also going to do a little free motion quilting, but notice I have 2 machines here. I have one for free motion and ruler work, and see, and then I have one set up with the automation. It just would take too much time to loosen the belts, and yes, you need to loosen your belts if you're free motion quilting and making quilts. You can't have those belts on. So if you don't know how to do it for free motion quilting, email me again, Carla with a K, Karla @graceframe.com, and I will send you those instructions because I want you to be able to quilt how you want to quilt. So let's jump in and let me talk to you about the setup. Putting your quilt onto Quilter is really important. And there's a few different things that you need to look at and watch and see as you are quilting, just to make the process a little easier. Now, with this continuum frame, the leader claws are included because there's no groove, really no way to attach your backing to the poles without the leaders. In other frames, they are not, because they are not necessarily needed, but like I've said before in my Tuesdays with Grace, sometimes having two sets of leaders, and now we're having some great sales on, can be really beneficial. Sometimes you have a quilt that you just need to rush and get done, but you already have a quilt on. So having them attached to the leaders allows you to pull it off and store it away while you put another quilt on, and you can get that one quickly done. So try that, okay? It's just a great way, and that's how I transport a quilt after quilt after quilt from home to work all the time. So that was just one of those little tips that I felt like, yeah, it's really important. I know it's a little bit of extra money, but it's just really worth it if you are making a lot of quilts and you're jumping in. Okay, so the next one is putting it on. So this quilt was a little biasy, and it was a little stretchy at the tops and on the sides because of how I cut the different strips and put them on. So as you're moving across to tack your quilt down, now you could do it a couple different ways. You can lower your stitches per inch to say 5 or 6, so it gives you a longer stitch as you're moving along. Okay, so this is how you do it with the buttons right here. So I can lower it to 8, and it will give you a longer stitch as you're moving along, or you can just keep it up at your regular 10 or 12 and just tack it down. But it's really important to tack down your quilt as you're quilting, because it just helps to stabilize the edges. And if you're using the automation, if you happen to sew up off the edge, as it comes back, it will roll your edge and get caught in the foot. And you don't want that. Trust me, been there, done that, not fun. And I'm sure some of you have also done that as well. So anyway, just make sure you're tacking it down. And where I start is I start over here at the left side, and I pull the machine as far as I can down to where it hits the back of the machine, and then I'll start tacking. And as I'm tacking, I will take my hands, this has the ruler base on it, I will take my hands and kind of pull it over and tack it down as I'm going. And you can see that this kind of gives you that little extra tension on the edges that you need to pull it down, and you won't get little wrinkles as you're tacking it down. So make sure you tack it down really nice. And sometimes to get a nice line, and notice that it's not on as straight as I wanted it, but it's going to do, because we're going to do the free motion, and I'm not doing an edge-to-edge quilt and a border and stuff. So this is good. Okay, we've got it. Now I'm using my quilt clips. Now the quilt clips can sometimes get in the way of your quilting. So just make sure that you're leaving enough on the edges to allow them, because they do give you that extra little tension, which is really important. So I have both of them on this one and both of them on this side here. So, and notice that as I unloosen them, the tension just kind of sags down. And so they really do help give you that extra tension that you need and you want. But by having that excess fabric on the side, it really does help to eliminate them hitting your machine and ruining your design. Okay, so I put the quilt on, and no, I haven't tallied up the votes yet. Okay, so I'll come on screen, sorry. No, I haven't tallied up the votes yet, but I am going to, and I still can make the change if that's how we voted. So I will let you know in that future segment if I'm going to or if I'm not, but I'm really excited. And maybe by tomorrow we'll have them all added up, and we'll let you know what the change is going to be. And I'll have it done and I'll show you. So anyway, let's talk about the quilt clips. I keep stepping out of the frame. Sorry. Sorry, guys. So With the quilt clips, it's another accessory that I'm a big proponent of, you having both sizes. Okay, sometimes quilts get larger and larger and larger as you're working on them, and you don't realize how big they can actually be. So to have the larger side and clip them down is really important. So have your options there and available, okay? And then notice how I have the 4th rail on it, which is an accessory, or this rail here. This is for the top, but I'm using it, okay, because I'm floating my top and my batting. I'm using it to keep my batting up off the floor and my top so it doesn't drag on the ground. And notice how I've just clipped the quilt clips right underneath to hold it up off the floor. It's a nice way to use this pole here if you're floating your quilt, and it actually does help get it up off the floor so you're not stepping on it and making holes. And so that's really important as well, is to, and it keeps the animals out of it. Okay, so let's jump in and let's talk about thread really quick. Okay, so I am using our pre-wound, it's called charcoal thread for the backing, and I love the pre-wound bobbins. They really make it faster and quicker. But you know, I love that we have bobbin winders on our machines as well. So it's just, I love quilting. So let me jump in and talk to you about the thread colors. I pulled a lot of our different thread colors, and I might even have to pull some other thread colors coming in. But as you're quilting, take your thread and kind of lay it on the block or the area that you want to use, and just kind of have several different options, and then just kind of edit your options as you're thinking about it. So notice I have several colors that will work, and I have this color, this, I don't even know what it's called, sorry. It's called Tahitian blue, and it's going to work really well for this block here, which is the block that I'm going to jump in and talk down. Then another thing that you need is to be able to have all the tools necessary for how you're going to quilt. So notice I have some circle templates here. I have a big bucket of supplies. I just wanted to show you. I've got lots of templates. I've got my extra threads. I've got extra needles in here. This is my little bucket. Yes, it's not organized, okay? I know that. But it's going to help me keep everything that I need and ready, so I don't have to stop and run and find something in another room. So, and then I have my marking tools. Now, I have a lot more than this, and I know you're going to say, well, what marking tool do you like to use? I don't really have a favorite. I know one thing. I do not like the ones that you put water on and get rid of the markings. I do not like those, and I don't know why. Well, yes, I do, because I used them on my ruler quilt, and I couldn't get rid of all of it. So before you find or try a new marking tool on a beautiful quilt that you've pieced, try it out first, okay? And do not try it out on your quilt before you know what it's going to do or how it's going to react. So I do like this one. It's called Easy International, but just try them. Try the chops, try the ones, and find the one that you like. And then I'd also like to know, which ones do you like? And then Vicki Edwards, she said she likes the ones that you use heat on. I haven't tried those yet, but I saw some videos on it. Yes, I go out on the internet and I watch for new things all the time. And I have seen several, and I am going to try that one time. So anyway, I want to pull out my other circle template right here. So when you're using templates and stuff, it's important for you to get your true grips. And like I was saying, they work really well for your rulers, but they also work really well for your templates. Notice that I have 3 of them on here. They will help hold it down and keep it stabilized while you're quilting, and so you don't have to put so much pressure on it. And then let me put these all away and get them out of my hair, okay? So then I just wanted to quickly show you. Have your scissors handy, and I have a good eraser if I ever used a pencil. Sometimes I like to use the pencil as well. So anyway, let's jump in and let me talk to you about the ruler base, okay? So when you're using the ruler base, and it's just a base that allows you to hold your template in place and make beautiful designs. I love ruler work. And I honestly can tell you, I didn't realize how much I would love ruler work until I was actually forced, because they wanted me to teach a little class on it, and I had to jump in and use it. And it just kind of pushed those boundaries, and it was like, wow, this is really cool, and this is a lot of fun, and you just get a beautiful look. It's almost second to automation, but I really, truly do love. But I also like the free motion. So notice that my little circles are not even sewn on, okay, yet, because we are going to sew them directly to our top. And I've kind of started it right here. And Cody changed my foot this morning, so I'm going to come over here and pull up my thread. Now, pulling up your thread is extremely important, all right? I can't emphasize it enough, and it's something that a lot of quilters forget to do. Now, if you leave threads dangling underneath, it's going to act like a slingshot or a bungee cord, and the threads are going to be left across underneath, and the throat of your machine is going to catch on that, and you're not going to be able to move. Your machine is going to mess up your design. So make sure you're pulling up your threads. All right. Oh, and mine's a little short, so it's not going to come all the way up, but I'm going to try. See right there? So as you pull up your thread, if you insert the needle and hold on to this shell here, and then you push your machine back, you're going to get that bottom thread right here. See, I have it, and I'm pulling it up. Okay. That's how you pull the bottom thread. Now you're going to pull it out of your way, and then I'm just going to go around my circle and tack it down. All right, and notice that I have the ruler base underneath. Oh, one other thing I wanted to point out that I forgot to tell you is that with the ruler base, you don't want it to hit this front pole here. And so with our frames, what's cool about them is that this front pole here will extend. So if you have a machine that you're using the ruler base on, make sure that you're extending this area here. Yes, it will make it a little harder for you to reach, but make sure you extend it, because wow, it'll make all the difference in the world. And instead of hitting the ruler base right up here, because you can't see it underneath. So sometimes you don't know how close it's going to be to this front pole. And so really important for you to pull this out as far as you can so you don't mess up your design. All right, so let's get started, and let's go around our little circle and attach it. And all I'm doing is, and that's why I cut off the edges really close to it and left only that 1/8 inch. So I'm just going to move around and just go really kind of slow, take my time, just tacking it down and make it very circular. And notice I'm really going slow as I'm doing that, okay? Because I just don't want to go off. And this is my time to just really enjoy and get the movement. And notice it's just thunk, 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 one at a time. But that's okay. You guys are live and a part of this. Now, if I start going a little faster as I start feeling, now, notice I'm coming a little closer, and I don't want it to get a little wrinkle. I hope it doesn't, but it might. I'm going to stretch it and pull it. Oh, I got a little wrinkle. Okay. That's one of the drawbacks. And I probably would go back and I pull that up and pick it up. But I'm not going to today because I'm going to sew over it and show you how to do that. That's the problem with live and in color. So we're going to just take our circle template here, and I am going to do some fun designs. So I want to pull up my thread. And number one, I want to put my needle in the down position. So I'm going to go into my settings, and I want a half stitch, and I want the needle in the down position. Okay, I got the half stitch. Oh, I forgot. We have sewing machines here. I just have to hold on it like this on this button here. And come on. There, now it's in the down position. So I want to pull it back up so I can pull up my threads. I'm going to come right here, and we're going to try and hide all of that. So anyway, we're just going to go around, and notice how I'm holding it, and I want to get it right there to the edge. And now I can keep going down, and I can do it really as close as I want. and just keep going back and forth to kind of make those rings around it. Ruler work is so much fun, and you can separate it. You can make it as close as you want. You can adjust it. I'm just going back and forth, making some rings. But you can see I'm holding my template with one hand, but as I'm going back and forth, I'm kind of hiding all my little mistakes that I did as I'm going around it. Now, if you feel more comfortable in appliquing them with applique or pinning them in place, please feel free to do it. But see how fun that is? And I'm just going to keep going back and forth. And then I'll make a little circle. I'll show you how to go all the way around. And it doesn't have to be exactly, because this quilt is just fun and whimsical. So I'm going to use this little circle here, okay? And I'm going to put it right here in this corner. And I'm going to go all the way around it. But I have to angle it 1/4 of an inch away. And so to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold it and start right here at 12 o'clock. Now, let me show you how to cut your threads really quick. So what I'm going to do is push mine down, pull it up, and I've noticed how I pulled my thread up and I cut. All right, and this is going to allow me to go all the way around this little circle because I want to hide that little spot. And yes, I'm not a perfect quilter. I aim to be one day, and I want to make sure I'm 1/4 of an inch off. You want to stay as close as you can. I really want you to try and explore new ways of quilting. And notice how, as I'm going around it, if I keep it stable, I'm going to come right back on. Notice that, how I came right back on. And now I can fill in this area by going back and forth myself on this one. So I want to as I'm going around it. All right, and so I'm going to keep going. I'm going to go up in that area and try it again. But notice, okay, and we're just going to keep going. And what I'm going to do is do some little circles right here, some little pebbles. And when you're doing pebbles, let me show you one thing. I would turn up the SPIs and maybe use cruise mode as I'm doing it, because cruise mode's a little better mode for pebbles. So let's put it up to 11. And with cruise mode, notice how that's going around. I'm using cruise mode. It's going to keep stitching. There we go. And notice how I'm just kind of weaving and doing a figure eight. So much fun. And now I'm just going to get smaller and smaller on my little pebbles. There we go. All right. Not the grandest one, but when you stand back and look at it, it's going to be great. All right. So let's continue on. So let me show you a couple other ways of quilting. So that's ruler work. I did a little free motion on that. I want to jump in and show you a little bit on the automation. So I've got a huge quilt to fill, and I want you truly to be a part of it. And I want you to help me design, and I want you to stretch my abilities. I don't want to do loops and stuff like that. I want to get inside my inner self, and I want you to challenge me to try different designs and new ways of quilting. So I really will appreciate you helping me become a better quilter, because that's what it's all about. I love it, and I hope you do too, but I also hope that you would challenge yourself. And I try to, once a year, I try to make a quilt and try a new technique. Okay, so I'm in the automation, and I've already set my safe area. Now, the safe area, let's talk about that really quick, is going to be larger than your quilt, okay? And because I have 2 machines on, I can only set a safe area over here. But when you're setting your safe area, it should be larger than your quilt top. Your quilting area is the area that you're going to quilt on your quilt top. So that safe area is just from one edge to the other, okay? So let's jump in, and you see that this is my screen here. I have several different options. Today I'm just going to use the select and sew option of it, and I'm just going to come in here, double tap, and notice I had a lot of fun going and picking designs that I could use for the quilts. Okay, so I am going to use this little design here. It's not fancy or anything like that, but it's going to be pretty cool. And it's a lemon star. I'm going to open it up. Okay, see, it's a beautiful design, kind of outer space-ish, and looks cool. So it's going to go here in this block here. So as I'm placing it, you can use the automation to pick different placements. I'm going to use 4-point placement, and notice I'm using what we call mountain mist thread. It's variegated thread, so I'm using 2 different styles of thread. So I'm going to place it, and I have 4 corners here. That's why I picked 4-point placement. Now 4 points, a little more accurate placement, and I want to kind of come in because I want to make sure that as I'm putting my binding or however I'm going to bind my quilt, I don't want it to affect my design. So I'm going to come in. And usually I would mark with a chalk 1/4 inch, but I'm going to come in a little bit more, okay? So I'm going to come right there, and I'm going to come across to make sure I'm kind of on the same level. And I'm going to come over here. I'm going to have it stay in there because I'm going to fill it in with little designs around it for my free motion. So if you have a design in mind that you want to see going around this quilt, and I'm using my foot to kind of measure 1/4 inch because your foot is 1/4 inch wide. So it's a good way to measure your areas as you're quilting. Okay, so I'm just going to come over here and tack that down. Okay. And there's my block. I've placed it. So now that it's placed, these little circles right here are what we call nodes, placement nodes. And notice that they were gray and now they're green. And that means once I've moved my machine and tapped on that node, because this is a touch screen, that it turns green, it's been placed. So it anchors that portion of the design to wherever I have moved my machine to. So now I'm done with that. Now you can flip, you can rotate, you can reverse it, you can do whatever you want. But this is a circular design, so it's not going to matter which way I flip it or turn it. So I'm going to tap on quilt. And I'm going to go into what we call our quilting interface screen. It's the screen that's going to interact with you. I can go up to my settings, and I can change my settings. I can change my tie-offs. Your tie-offs are where it'll anchor your beginning and end stitches. You can change it from medium to slow to fast, however you want it to sew. I'm not a big proponent of fast. I like it a little slower. So I'm just going to say, okay, I just wanted to show you that. And now, notice right here, this little circle here is telling you where the design is going to start sewing, and it's also the point where it's going to end sewing. So now I can just tap on, I'm going to move my machine up to where I think it's going to start, and I can tap on the screen, and I have to tap on it again to bring that thread up, and I'm going to tap on it again, and now we're going to just tap on sew. And I'll stop it and have it finish sewing afterwards, but I just wanted to see how, I didn't get it quite right. It's just gonna sew around it, and hopefully, yeah. So now it's just gonna sew away, and I can stand back and talk to you. See how much fun that is? You can add all these elements to your quilting. So, quilting with the automation just makes it that much more accurate and a different look. Mine's not perfect over here as I'm quilting, but it's going to be fun, and it's going to be my quilt when I'm done. So, does anybody have any questions? It is a lot of fun, Belinda. And I want you guys to all have fun as you're drawing your doodles.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you, Carla, so much for showing us. I do know one question that I saw there quite a bit was, where did
Okay,
you
let
get...
me turn it off, Laura.
Okay. No, you're
I'm
good.
just going to stop it,
No worries.
and we're going to continue because we can.
Yeah, perfect. Well, thank you again, Carla, so much for showing us what you did. But a question that I saw quite a few times in the comments was, where did you get those yellow circle rulers from?
Oh, the templates?
Yes, those.
Okay. So I went online, just Amazon or, just quilting templates because I like circles and you should know it by now. And I just ordered some, but you want them to be 1/4 inch thick. If you're using a domestic machine and ruler work, it's a little thinner. So just make sure you're purchasing the right style of template for the mid to long arm machines. And you want your quilting foot, you want your ruler foot. And the ruler foot has a higher shaft on it, so it can go around the templates. Just notice that. See how that sits there and it goes right there? So the reason it's taller is so that if it was thinner, it would your foot would go up over the template and break your needles. And it doesn't work with your machine. So make sure that you're purchasing the right templates. And if you're not sure, just email me. What Grace frame am I using, Linda? I'm using the new Continuum 2. This frame is awesome. You can purchase it in 8, 10, or 12 foot. If you have room, get the 12 foot. And Diane says, can you do a block and then save what you did to repeat it? Yes, you can. Notice right here I can't because it's sewing. But on the screen, on that quilting interface screen, there is a save option. So you can save your design and repeat it over and over and over again. So it's a lot of fun to use. So many options, so many ways to quilt. I'm looking so forward to it. So I will show you again. So what the quilt looks like and how I quilted it, and join me later. Thanks for being here with me, and have a lot of fun as you're designing. I'm looking forward to seeing them. Thanks.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you so much, Carla. Now we're actually going to go ahead and we're going to kind of move into our next segment here, which is it's actually going to be with Jana and Mark. So they're going to actually talk about what frame is best for you, and they're going to talk about a couple different things on budget, space, what you're looking to quilt, what size quilt So definitely stick around with us, and I would encourage everybody, if you had questions on what Carla just talked about, or on the automation, or even this next segment, make sure to put those comments down, because actually when we come back, we'll help answer any questions you may have. So let's go ahead and get right into this next segment, which is again going to be with Jana and Mark. They're going to talk about how to choose what frame is going to work best for you.
Thanks for joining us today. We are both so excited to talk about frames and how to choose the best frame and the correct frame for you. My name is Mark.
I'm Jana.
And we have a lot of stuff to talk about. We have several frames we want to talk about, and the reason why we're talking about frames, Jana, is we want to make sure you choose the right frame for you, because there are a lot of questions that you should be thinking about before buying a frame. We don't want to have the impulse buy, right? Impulse buy can lead you to another purchase. We want to make sure that you have a checklist, and we'll go over some of these questions before we choose a frame. But Jana, let's look at some of the questions that you may consider before purchasing a frame.
Now, one thing I always talk to people about to think about, number one, is your space. What kind of space do you have? Do you have a large room, a small room, dedicated space, or is it just going to be on the side? So that's number one, Mark, that I always ask people, what space do you have? Second, your budget. How much are you going to spend on this frame and other accessories, because that can be a huge thing for you of how much money you've got and where you're taking it.
What's nice about the Grace frames is you can put your own machine on the frame all the way up to our large 21-inch machines.
Yeah.
If you haven't thought about a checklist, do so, because that is really, really huge on making sure that the right frame is being purchased. In this segment, we're going to talk about several frames we have in front of us. We have a cutie frame and our hoop frame, and behind us we have a couple rolling rail frames, our queen and our king frame. And these frames, they can do a lot of different things. Some frames can do only certain size of quilts, right?
That's one thing to consider. Also, how you're going to be doing quilting, right? We've got the frames in front of us. Mark mentioned the Q zone. Are you going to be doing quilting in zones and not all at once? So that's something to consider as well.
That's right. Jana, the other day you were telling me an experience you had with a customer who bought the frame and wasn't really working out. Maybe if she asked maybe some of the questions, she could have just bought the right frame first and not needing to buy a second frame. So what other stories do we know of that people have talked to us and we have these experiences?
Yeah, one person, the one that Mark's referring to, she had gotten a Q zone frame, but she'd never quilted with a zone before. And she realized that really wasn't the quilting type of quilting she wanted to do. It was a little bit more confusing for her. It can work out for a lot of other people though. Another thing to consider is if you're getting a large frame, if it's the exact same size of the room that you're doing, if it's 12 feet, it's exactly 12 feet, you're not going to be able to get around the back of that frame either. So that's something to consider when you're thinking about size.
That's really big. My wife, she has a 10-foot frame in our room and it's wall to wall. So if she wants to go behind it to do any pantograph work or any kind of tracing on the back, she has to crawl underneath the frame just to get behind there. So yeah, if it fits exactly in your room, and that's fine. If it fits in your room perfect, and that's okay. You may not want to go behind your frame, that's totally fine. But consider one of the questions is, do I want to work behind my frame? If so, you want to have some clearance behind or around the wall so you can get behind the frame. So there are questions to be asked. Again, get out your checklist. Size, space, what machine am I looking to use, cost, dedicated.
That's true.
Do I want to travel with it? You can actually travel with one of our frames, which makes it really nice.
That makes it very nice,
right?
yeah.
So let's look into the frames now. Let's go ahead and look at the cutie frame. The cutie frame is one that's been very, very popular. It's popular with so many reasons. One of the reasons is you don't have a dedicated space. You don't need a dedicated space. How does this cutie frame is set up in the home? What do you need to get this cutie frame into your room?
You need a flat surface. That's not pretty easy. I've talked to some people who said, well, my flat surface in my home is my coffee table. So that's where they set up their cutie when they're quilting. And that's the nice thing about the cutie is it's not having to be there all the time.
So the cutie is 4 feet and it adjusts.
Adjust at the top.
Yep, adjust at the top. So you need at least 4 foot in length and anywhere from 27 to about 33 inches for the bottom, so for the bottom to sit on a table. If you have one of those in your room, perfect, you're ready to go. The cutie frame is yours. With the cutie frame, you can use your own domestic machine on there, all the way up to a 19 machine, and we'll show you how it adjusts. But as we look at the cutie frame, as you can see in front of us, the cutie frame is on this folding table. It's not one of those special tables. It's just one of those tables you can either get at Costco or at your local store that has these folding tables. And so as we look at the cutie frame, there are a couple of things that I want to point out. One thing that I want to look at is sacrificing. When we look at the cutie frame, there are some things when you're considering a frame that you don't want to give up.
Yeah.
Right? Ratchets. Ratchets is one that on a rolling rail frame keeps your fabric all nice and taut, and you don't want to give that up. Size of quilt. What if I want to do a king size quilt? Can I do one on this frame, Jana?
Yes, you can do any size quilt on this frame. That's the beauty of the cutie.
That is so fantastic because it is only 4 feet and I can do a king size quilt. So if you have space for a cutting table in your sewing room, this cutie frame can go right on top of your cutting table. This cutie frame has square tubing, and the reason why it has square tubing is for our blue clips that have ridges. And so I'm going to get a nice close-up look on these ridges. And as you can see, those ridges go around the square tubing. So that is your ratcheting system. That is perfect. It is simple. It is easy. This clips right onto the rail.
And it clips on the front. It has that ratchet system on the front and sides.
That's right. So the sides has it all over, and we need them on all 4 sides because it is a frame that your fabric can drape over the sides. So we need to make sure that all 4 sides of this rail has those ratchet systems. So now your fabric can be nice and taut. Now with this frame, you need to have a top plate for your machine. So this actually comes with a nice top plate. And this top plate, this is where your domestic machine will sit. So one of the questions that we mentioned earlier is, what machine am I looking to use? And if you have a machine that you already own, that you feel comfortable with, that you like, you can put that machine right onto this top plate, and now you're using your own machine on this cutie. And Jana, there are so many stories that we know of that people using their own machine on this frame. Why is that so awesome that they can get a cutie frame using their own machine? What does that do to their level of confidence?
Well, number one, you no longer have to send your quilt tops out to get quilted, right? You're doing it in your home. Number two, the cutie fits almost anywhere that there's a flat surface. So you're not only limited to what you can do in a larger space. And three, it travels really well. Mark was mentioning to me the other day, someone was talking about putting it out on their patio and quilting outside.
What are some of the struggles if you're doing a large quilt on a sit-down table?
Number one, if it's large quilts like a king, I'm wrestling the quilt constantly. It's going over my shoulder, it's hanging off of the side, because I've got to move it underneath the machine.
That's right.
But with a cutie, your machine moves on top of the quilt.
That's right. But there's a couple other things I want to show you on this frame that's pretty unique to the cutie. One is, when you have your own machine on and you want to use that same machine for piecing, you need to take the machine on and off the frame. Where the cutie makes that very simple. There are no tools needed to remove this bar that goes to the throat of your machine. So let's go ahead and show this as we look at it. So go ahead and get that side, and I'll grab this side. You can see right at the top here, all we're doing is sliding this piece off the top, and that allows us now to take this rail out. How simple is that? Super simple, very nice, and there's no tools needed. That is just crazy, Jenna, that you can just take your machine on and off this frame as simple as that. So that's another nice feature, and it's very simple to put right back on. Now, earlier we talked about machines. You can start out with your domestic machine on the cutie frame.
Yeah, because you have the carriage.
You have the carriage.
And it can hold an 11.5-inch base. Yep. So just think about that. And a throat up to 19 inches.
Now let's adjust the front rail here to show how easy it is to adjust for 19 inches. We simply just move this lever up, and now you can pull this side out, right? And so this side can come out, and you can see now we can go as far as we want to fit 19 inches. And so that space, that is huge. Now let's look at the other part of the carriage system. This is the bottom part of the carriage. It uses the same ball bearing wheels as our larger frames do, but they're just so cute and so tiny. I'm going to flip this over and just show at the back side here how nice those are. So these are the ball bearing wheels that go on the carriage, because we want to make sure that the carriage runs smooth, right? Smooth.
Nobody wants any skips in their quilts.
That's right. Let's go ahead and put that back on. All right. If you're going down your checklist and space is an issue, and that's why you have a sit-down table, consider the cutie frame. Let's show them how easy it is to put the fabric on the cutie frame. So let's go ahead and take these off. It's a very simple process. One person can do this. All right. So let's go ahead and put this on front. Okay, go ahead and pull that side. We'll do a long ways here. So here is the fabric. So what we're doing is we're draping over the entire 4 sides. This is what we call hooping the fabric or zoning the fabric. So you can see on the far side it's draped over, and on this side. So it's really very similar to embroidery systems. So if you're familiar with embroidery systems, it's really no different. You have your fabric quilt clipped down, and we can adjust it. So you can hang it over the side,
And it doesn't matter how much it hangs over to the side.
It doesn't. You can do a king, you can do a California king, a table runner. It doesn't matter the size. All that matters is you want it nice and taut, right?
Right.
So we already have the fabric on, so let's go ahead and put the clips on there now.
And we're starting with the back first.
All right, and we'll go ahead and put the front ones on. You want to give me yours.
And this is where you see that ratchet system in action.
That's right. And we'll get the side. Put it in the right. Okay. So that is now the fabric attached. So we can see that it hangs over the side. And with the handlebars, that goes out front. And so with it hanging, I'm going to go ahead and put the handlebars right back on. Let me grab the back end there. Okay. So with it being in front, we need to access those handlebars, and so we don't want those covered. So we designed on the frame to be able to roll it up and keep it all nice and looking good. So let's go ahead and roll this back side up. And again, I just can't stress how simple and how fun this is. And fun may be a weird word, but when you're doing your large quilts and you have the right tools, absolutely it can be fun, right? You're enjoying what you're doing, and then doing this process is not long. It doesn't take any time, really.
And you're getting much more quilts done than you could in the past.
That's right. Okay, now let's go ahead and do the front here. And we're going to just go ahead and roll this up. These bungees come with the frame. They're attached, and it just makes it really simple to attach around. Okay, so there we go. That could be your king size quilt. If you're doing a king size quilt, look how simple and easy it is. And this is just on a table, so you have your own machine on the cutie on the table.
The other thing I like about this, Mark, is rolling it up on the back. I'm rolling it up itself, not on the rail, so I'm not losing any space for my throat like I would if it was rolled up on the rail.
And that's a good thing to consider, because if you are using the cutie with your own machine, and your own machine has a 9-inch throat, well, we all know how much throat space can be left with a large quilt on a rolling rail frame, right? You can lose that throat space. With a cutie, you won't lose that throat space, because like you mentioned, Jana, this is a soft roll that's on top of the fabric, and so you have that full mobility of your 9-inch machine. So cutie frame, again, if you're looking to move away from your sit down or a dedicated space that you want to be able to have it for a cutie, you have it on your any flat surface, the cutie is the way to go. Now let's look over at the Q-zone hoop frame. The Q-zone hoop frame is similar to the cutie frame. However, this has legs.
It has legs, and it's a little bit larger. Where you had only 4 feet with the cutie, you now have 4.5 feet with the Q-zone hoop.
That's right. So it's a little larger, and you have legs. So you now have a little dedicated spot for the hoop. Again, you can do large quilts, king, queen, or smaller on the hoop frame. Now on this hoop frame, we have a couple versions of this hoop frame. This right here is our Q-zone Hoop Pro. Our Hoop Pro and our Hoop Standard are two of the same. The process is the same. This Hoop Pro comes with a couple accessories that the Standard doesn't have.
Yeah, it comes with this table insert that's on the Pro. You'll notice it has the 2 tracks here in the back and the front that the carriage rides on instead of just a single track. And then it also comes with the leader claws. And that'll help you add your fabric and keep it tight.
That's right. So this is the same process as the cutie. So hooping the fabric, we actually did the same thing. So this particular frame has ratchets as well, much like the cutie,
the
built
square
in.
rails.
Yes. Yeah. Yep, built in. So this hoop frame has these white quilt clips that acts as your ratcheting systems. So let's go ahead and take one of these off. Okay, perfect. And so these ratchets or these grooves are your ratcheting mechanism. So again, through your square tubing, you simply put that on, and that is where you're going to be ratcheting.
As you can see, it's clearly easier to come around than the larger systems. And so if you're going to be doing a lot of pantographs or designs on the back, that gives you that option to easily come to the back. And it can be raised or lowered, so you can sit at it, and there's no metal bar in the middle if you're using a foot pedal, or you can raise it up and use it while you're standing.
That's right. Now, both the cutie and the hoop, they're perfect, again, for your home machine, because you can sit. All right, so the hoop frame, and let's go ahead, we have a quilt here. Let's just go ahead and put this one on as well. And what we're going to do on this one, we are going to hang it over your side, Jana, just to show. Okay, so let's say we want to do a quilt this size, and we absolutely can. Okay, let's put the back one. And with this one, we can only put the 2. We don't need a 3rd. Okay, so it's all nice and taut. With the bungee you can get as an accessory, you could put that simply on the one side and now have the bungee so it's nice and taut. So now we have our fabric on the hoop frame. And when we're done quilting this area, you simply just take these clips off, just like you did when you put them on. You take them off, you hoop your fabric, and you keep doing that over and over again until you're done quilting. And these as well have the bungees that like the cutie does.
Has those straps on the front, on the back. It doesn't have it on the front though, because the carriage for this one has the handles up above. It doesn't do it on the bottom like on the cutie frame.
That's right. Okay, so Jana, wonderful 2 options. If you're considering space saving, you want to do large quilts, but you don't want to sacrifice a lot in your room is already full of stuff.
Quilts.
Well,
you got it full quilts.
That's right. These will be perfect. Now we have the frame behind us, the Q-Zone Queen. The Q-Zone Queen is a queen frame that you can only do queen size quilts. Now the Q-Zone Queen has a couple different features than the frames we talked about earlier. One main one is the rails. The rails roll your fabric, and so as we advance the fabric, you're rolling it on the rails, which a lot of people love. A lot of people love that aspect of rolling the fabric, right?
Right. They also, because you're rolling it on the fabric, that makes a difference on which machine you can use, because now it's going to affect the throat space because it's rolling up on the rail.
That's big. So again, the questions that you're asking yourself is, if I need a queen and I'm only doing a queen frame or queen quilt and smaller, but I want to use my own machine, because this back rail builds the fabric, you may consider doing a larger frame because you lose that throw space. We do have a compatibility list that talks about what machines are compatible with either our speed control or our regulator, so check that out. But with this frame, because you can do a queen size quilt or smaller, that may be ideal for you. You could also add the 19. So what's nice is, let's go and take these clips off here. And these clips is easy to remove. Now, I'm going to just pull one side out here, and you can see this can adjust. So with this adjusting, you now can go from a domestic machine to a larger throat machine, keeping the same frame. So with the clips here that I simply put on, that keeps the fabric nice and taut, easy. So we have the Q-Zone Queen with the ratchet systems. And so as we turn the fabric, it will ratchet as you get here there. So that will keep the fabric nice and taut. So we have a ratchet systems. If you have room for an 8-foot frame and you want to have a rolling rail, this will be the frame for you. Last but not least, let's go look at our continuum frame. Our continuum frame is our most sought out frame. It is what we call our professional frame, but you don't need to be a professional to use this frame.
No, it's true, because usually it's the people who are doing hobby stuff that want to go big at the beginning, and so they just want to try out that professional stuff and realize you don't need to be professional to use it.
No, you don't have to be. So the continuum frame, this is a 8-foot frame, a 10-foot frame, or a 12-foot frame. and you can get a 2-foot extension, Jana. So if you buy an 8-foot frame now, you can get a 2-foot extension and make it a 10. Same thing with a 10. You can buy a 10-foot frame and make it a 12-foot frame. So you have 3 options in the Continuum line for your best needs. And again, what space you're looking to put this in and what machine. You know, ask yourself those questions before you look at buying what size of frame. The Continuum frame, as you can see, has 3 rails with options to buy an idler bar and a batting bar. And those are really, really huge.
The batting bar comes at the bottom and holds the batting. You can see it kind of hanging down there a little bit. And then the idler rail, where does that go, Mark? It goes up here on the top?
Yeah, it does. It goes right through the throat of the machine. So if you have a larger Qnique machines, you can put the idler bar in there, which makes it really, really nice. Because this bottom rail, when it gets bigger, you want to make sure it doesn't rub on the throat of your machine. So you do have accessories for the Continuum frame. The Continuum frame also has the nice side bungees right over by you, where you can get the bungees and come right over. It has the ratchet systems. So the Continuum frame has a nice ratchet system on the right side. You have bungees on both sides. You have options for an idler bar, a batting bar, and other accessories for your machine. It's a very easy frame to put together. Again, an 8-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot frame. So you do have some questions to consider when you're buying these types of frames, especially the size and the cost.
And another thing that you just mentioned, Mark, was about that rail getting the quilt on the side. So that's something to consider on which machine you're going to use on the frame. You can use the Qnique 15, 19, and 21. Your domestic machine can fit on there, but again, you have to take into account how much of that quilt's going to be on that rail and causing that throat space to disappear for what you're quilting.
That's right. And also with the foot pedal, if you're using your domestic machine, there is a middle leg here that you're going to have to move your foot pedal the length of the frame to use. So again, check out our compatibility list on our website to see if you're compatible with a speed control or a regulator. Then you can use that without any worries. But the Continuum frame, there's so many nice features on the Continuum frame, from easy adjusting of this back rail, pulling this front rail out to adjust for smaller machines or larger machines, height adjustability, easy to assemble. You know, the list goes on with the Continuum frame.
Yeah, and whenever you're choosing which frame and machine works best for you, like we've said in the past, your dreams can become a reality of quilting for other people and sharing that quilt and those quilts that you're making with your friends and family. So you want to make that ability, no matter what you're picking, making it easier for you to make that happen.
That's right. So Jana, thank you so much. It was so fun to talk about these frames, the differences between each one. And I know we have a lot of information on these frames on our YouTube page as well. So subscribe to our YouTube page to get more information. Also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. And again, there's a lot of you out there who like, oh, I know someone who can benefit from this, or you're thinking about other people in your family or your relatives that may need certain frames for their situation. So again, like it with them, you know, like our page, share it with them so that they now have this knowledge of what frame is best. But again, thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
That was wonderful. Thank you both, Jana and Mark, who's joining us from the studio, for talking us through or taking us through kind of how to choose what frame as well as what machine works best for you. Jana and Mark, maybe you could just give us a little bit of a small overview of kind of what each frame can do and kind of when it might fit you. Just a small overview of kind of what we heard.
Yeah, I would love to tell about that. So we have our 15 R and 15 Pros that can fit on the Cutie, the Q-Zone Hoop, the Q-Zone Standard, and the Q-Zone Queen, as well as the Continuum. So the Cutie and the Q-Zone Hoop and the Continuum can all fit a king-size frame quilt and smaller. And then the Q-Zone Queen can fit a queen-size frame quilt or smaller. And then the 19 fits on all the frames as well as the 15s. And then the 21R and 21 Pro fit on the Continuum frame.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That was great. And why don't you just really quick, Janet, share a little bit of the difference between our Continuum and Queen frame versus our hoop style frame. Tell me just a little bit, what is the difference between those two styles of frames?
Yeah, so the Cutie and the Q-Zone Hoop frames, They are a hoop style, kind of like what you might see in an embroidery machine. So it has the quilt float over the top. And then it has that opportunity so that you can do that larger quilt. It rolls up on the front and in the back and then floats over those sides. So you get it quilting in just a zone section. And then the continuum and the Q-Zone Queen, they have the opportunity for you to roll up on the rail itself. So you have that back rail that rolls up the quilt. And then the front rail on the Q-Zone Queen floats. And the continuum has the rail that also is a ratchet system. So it rolls up on that rail as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That was great. I think oftentimes when people are looking at the frames, they're trying to decide, what frame, and part of it is the size. And the other part is what that frame can do, or what style of frame, right? So that rolling rail versus that hoop style. So thank you so much, Jana, for sharing a little bit about that. Now I know there was a little bit of some audio, so they couldn't quite hear as much. I know you viewers couldn't quite hear in that video. So why don't you just share with me now a couple of key things? So I know when someone's looking at getting a frame, what are some key things? So I know one of them is the space, correct?
Right. You want to think about space, and then you want to think about which quilt you're going to be quilting, and then what your price range is. So those are the three things that Mark and I talked about in the video that you need to think about when you're purchasing a frame and your machine, because that will help decide what's available for you.
Perfect. And then when you say what quilt, you're talking about kind of what size, right? So like on our hoop style frames, you can do any size quilt. And then the continuum frame, depending on what size as well, if you get a 12-foot, you can do a big king, or if you wanted, you could also do a smaller section. But on our Q-Zone Queen frame, that's where you are a little bit more limited. Can't quite do a king size, but you can do, queen or smaller. So thank you so much for Janet and Mark for talking a little bit about how to choose what frame and what machine is going to work best for you. Now I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to introduce Nicole Moore. She's going to come on here and she's going to do a video on show us how to make a maple leaf block. So it'll be super interesting. So stick around with us. And we also will be coming back here around 2 o'clock, and that's when we'll be doing our giveaway. So let's go ahead and bring on Nicole.
My name is Nicole with So Much More. In this video, I'll show you how to make a maple leaf quilt block. Be sure to download my PDF pattern, which includes 3 different sizes for the maple leaf quilt block. For this video, I'll be using the Adele and Autumn fabric bundle by Sandy Jarvis for Riley Blake Designs. This fabric bundle and many others are available in my online shop. So let's make some maple leaf quilt blocks. TrueCut has this product called a non-slip pad. It holds my cutting mats in place so it doesn't slip, and it's safer that way. I even put my large wool pressing mat on top of the pad, and it helps prevent condensation from damaging my table surface. So before I cut my fabric, I like to pre-starch. I recently found a new starch I really like called Magic Quilting and Craft Spray. They have this available in aerosol, an aerosol can, as well as a pump spray. And so I've printed out my PDF pattern. I've got the diagram and the measurements all available. And so I'm just going to start cutting out my squares. I've been using the True Cut system for a few months now, and I've got to tell you that I really like the fact that it's a more ergonomic and safer style of cutting than what I've tried in the past. So my True Cut Comfort Cutter works great with the True Cut ruler. You see, the ruler track and the cutter guide system gives me straight cuts like every time. You see, on each side of the ruler is a track that works with the guide on the rotary cutter. So as you move the cutter along the ruler's track, the guide keeps the cutter from like veering away from the ruler's edge. And we all know how important it is to cut accurately. This pattern only takes 8 pieces of fabric. There's 3 pieces of background fabric and 5 pieces of the leaf fabric. And my pattern has 3 different block sizes. There's a 6-inch, a 9-inch, and a 12-inch block. For this tutorial, I'm going to be making a 12-inch block. Now that I've got my fabric cut according to the measurements, it's time to sew this block together. The first thing we're going to do is create 4 half-square triangles from 1 square. This method creates half-square triangles on the bias, so you'll want to make sure you generously starch your fabric and be sure to press your project and not iron. I love to make these blocks quickly. The quickest way to make 4 half-square triangles is by using this method. And I've also illustrated this method in your PDF download. After you've sewn your blocks together, right sides together, you'll cut the square apart with 2 diagonal cuts. After you've created your half square triangles, then you'll take them over to your pressing mat and press those open. Make sure that you trim those to the desired measurement once you're done pressing. After you make your half square triangles, we'll make our stem block. Cut one of the fabric blocks in half diagonally and place the leaf fabric stem piece against the raw edge. Then sew a 1/4 inch away from the raw edge Repeat that step with the remaining half square triangle and press to the dark side. Now this block will be too big, so you'll need to trim it to the appropriate square measurement. Center the stem along your 45-degree angle on your True Cut cutting mat and trim accordingly. Now it's time to arrange your blocks in the correct layout. Check out the diagram on your PDF pattern for reference. And you can tell already that I've messed up the arrangement of the top row. Oops. I'll have to get that fixed before I start sewing it together. Using a 1/4 inch seam allowance, sew each row together. press your seams in the opposite direction. When you start sewing your rows together, be sure to nest your seams. The term nesting seams simply means aligning the seams of each row so that they not only line up nicely, but seem to almost fit together perfectly like a puzzle piece. And this is done through a combination of pressing, pinning, and stitching. Join all rows using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Give your completed block a really nice press and trim down to the correct size if necessary. And there it is, your finished block. This is such a fun and easy block to make. I had so much fun making that 12-inch block that I decided to make some more blocks, but I wanted to use a different size. And I had all of those fat quarters left over from my bundle, so I decided to start making a bunch of 6-inch blocks, and I can't wait to see how this turns out. Come follow along. Thanks for watching. Download your pattern and share all of your makes in my Facebook group.
Thank you so much, Nicole, for sharing with us how you can make a maple leaf, and so simple, super easy. As you can see there, everybody watching, that really didn't take much time at all for her to be able to put that together. So that was wonderful. Thank you again, Nicole, so much. And I want to just encourage everybody that if anyone has any good ideas or any tips or tricks of how to do a block or anything, do with quilting, put it in the comments, because I know earlier when we were talking, with Janessa and Mark, we talked through a couple of tips and tricks tricks that Janessa has learned, but I know out there, all of you quilters have some amazing, amazing ideas. So I encourage, again, everybody on YouTube, on Facebook, on our Grace platform, make a comment out there, see if you can connect with somebody, get some amazing ideas. So again, thank you. Thank you, Mark, as well for joining. What were your thoughts on that little segment there?
I thought it was great, and I keep going back to when I see what she does, it's just more electrifying knowing that everybody has their own way of doing it, and to have a different I guess process is nice. And she explained things so well, and it just makes it easy to follow.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and actually kind of move into our next segment. So this is actually with Nathan. He's going to share a little bit of the history on our finesse thread, and a little bit about kind of why we have it, what it is, why it's what weight it is, why what length or what yards we have it at. So let me go ahead and bring on Nathan here to talk about our wonderful finesse thread.
My name is Nicole with Sew. In this video, I'll show you how to make a maple leaf.
Hi, thanks for joining us. I'm Nathan Erznosnik with the Grace Company, and today I'm really excited to talk to you about thread and a little bit about the theory. Ask yourself some questions. Do you ever run out of the thread because you don't have quite enough for the right project? You might have thought, oh, let me go buy those really large cones, and you have an excessive amount of thread. Is it shiny? Do we want shiny? Do we want it to look matte? Do we want it to look, or is it cotton? Is it polyester? Is it metallic? Stay with us as I talk about some of these different threads and what you can learn on how to use those more efficiently and effectively while quilting. Again, thanks for joining us today here at the Grace Company as we talk about thread. In front of me, you can see to my right, our amazing finesse thread, which we'll get to a little bit later. And over here on my side, I have a table full of all other sorts of threads. So I'm really excited to start to dive into some of the details. Again, this isn't something that's going to necessarily answer all of your questions, but I really feel that we're going to be able to give you, and you'll end with a lot more confidence in what thread will work best for you on some of those projects you have coming toward you with quilting. So we're going to start by talking about a little bit about one of those items of too much or too little thread. And I'm going to pick up a couple cones and talk to you about the amount of thread that are on these, and then a little bit about what type of thread this is as well. So I'm just going to kind of reach over here, pull a couple things here, and I want to put these in my hand. And I want to talk a little bit here about the variation of the different thread spools that you might already have oodles of in your drawers. Now, some of you might think, oh, I like the shiny or I like the dull, and then you might be thinking, oh, I use different types of thread for different types of sewing or quilting. That is correct. And one of the things we're going to explore here is what tends to work best as we move into free motion quilting. And even more so than that, what do we start to look at when we use the mid arms and the long arms? It's been one of the biggest challenges that we find customers have as they move from sewing on their domestic machines, and then they start to move those around on frames, or they start to use faster machines. So in front of me here, we have a few different sizes. Let me grab one other small one here. And what I'd like to point out is you're probably very familiar with something that's this size. On average, you're right around 500 yards. Some of these spools can roll up to 1,000 yards per different spool. And some of that also has to determine with the thickness or the weight. We'll talk a little bit about the weight and the finish on threads here as a secondary piece. But think about this. You're at home, you're sewing and you're piecing. That's fairly easy because you're using your standard threads that you've always used to piece all of your different fabrics together. Again, we're not going to talk about the piecing as much as we're going to talk about quilting. But normally it works really well. You can go grab something that might have 500 yards. This will go quite a long ways, and you might need 1 or 2 spools. And then this works on your machines on its existing sit-ups as far as the way the thread is held on the spool holders and the way the thread comes off. Particularly when we start looking at some of the differences, you'll see that the spool style changes. And thread can be pulled off of the top of both of these. However, this one thread also, if it's on a spindle, can be pulled coming off the edge, but I'm gonna move to this one. This one is more of a cone style. And this is a very small cone. Something like this can hold anywhere from 2 to upwards of 6,000 yards. And so obviously there's quite a difference between size 1, size 2, and you might even be quilting or sewing with threads like this. Now, one of the challenges that we find is as customers start moving from sewing and finishing piecing to actually quilting on top is how much covers how much type of a fabric. And you're going in and you're buying handfuls of spools, or you'll buy 1 or 2, and by the time you get home, you're out. You might think, I had to go back to the store to get another one. Did they have it? And so there's a little bit of this concern. And again, this isn't an exact science, but if you start thinking about the top of your quilt, more of like your baby size quilt, something that's about 45 by 45, you're going to be able to use right around that 500 yards. If you start increasing, and again, that can change if you do really detailed or dense quilting, you would use more thread. And I'm going to show you a couple examples a little later that talks about density on the thread as well. But what we have found is that when consumers, when you as quilters, start completing more quilts, you're going through more thread. And you're buying 1, it's not 2, it's 3 spools. And so then we find that people start going like, oh, I need these much larger spools. And that's where we get into the world where we start finding everybody buying all of these large spools. Not bad, they work and they have fantastic threads that you can buy. But one of the key things with these spools is that usually, unless it's your white or your off-whites, you end up with a lot of excess thread. And one of the challenge with the threads as a whole, and this is pretty much most threads, if it's cotton especially, is that over time the thread itself can deteriorate a little bit. And on the cotton specifically, the cotton can become a little bit more soft and it frays a little bit more and it makes it weaker, and so then it potentially has the opportunity to break and when using it. So these are great ideas, but where do we really find an ideal position? And really, I'm going to show you kind of a mid-size spool. So I'm going to bring 3 different sizes here again. And if you look at your hand, I look at my hand here, I'm going to hold these. So this is more of your small, we call these like more ours, we call like a mini cone versus a full-size cone thread. And obviously you end up with a little more thread as we go to the larger size spool. So you can go from 800 to 1,000 to 1,200. The one here in the middle I have is 1,500 yards, which is great actually for a full to queen size quilt to a king, depending on how open. So you can use one mini cone of thread to complete an entire quilt. And then you go something here to these large cones, and you can deal with anywhere between 2,000 to 6,000 yards. Great if you're going to be reusing that same color over and over. However, if you have that unique project, one thing to consider is, do I need to get several of the small minis or the standard size spools, or going like something here in the medium, which we feel is a just right size. And so we're going to come back to the evolution of these threads, but that's one of the first things to think about is how much thread would we like to, or will we need to use in order to complete the quilt. Now I'm going to bring one other item out here that's a little bit different, but just to talk about this. And right here in my hand, we have bobbins. And this is not a secret, but something that's great to be thinking about. People often ask, and one of our most commonly asked questions when it comes to thread is, hey, I have and I'm running different threads in my bobbins and on my tops. That is possible, and that is okay to do. You might buy pre-wounds that have more yardage on them, but one thing to keep in mind as you're doing this is your stitch colors and the evenness of that stitch are impacted by the thread you're using. And what I mean is, if we use the same thread on the top of our fabric and if we use the same thread on the bottom, if it's not the same color, it's the same weight and the same type, we will end and the machine's a little bit happier on that stitching. So it actually creates a little bit of a prettier stitch as you go throughout, that it requires less effort from you to fine tune your machines when you run different thicknesses top and bottom. So let's move into that, but this is the quick tip I'm going to throw out at the beginning. We recommend for those beginning, as you start doing larger projects, match the thread in the bobbin with the thread that you're going to use on the top. It doesn't mean it needs to be the same matched color. Colors do help, and we recommend that because as thread pulls through the fabric, and as you have this tension fight, we want to make sure that if there's a little bit of variation as that thread comes up through your fabric or down below as it sits there in the middle, that it still looks just as beautiful. So I'm going to talk briefly about that. Next, let's talk about different types of thread. Cotton, if we think quilting, is kind of our go-to, right? We think, oh, I want cotton. However, cotton is not always the go-to anymore. And there are a few reasons why that's the case. It is kind of one that's more traditionally used. And so I'm going to go bring this one back up. And this is a really nice one to show. This is kind of an off-white, more of an ivory color. And you have probably heard, if you haven't, of Egyptian cotton. And so we'll talk briefly about why, if we look at cotton, what types of cottons will be a little bit better for us to use. This one is an Egyptian cotton. So compared to a non-Egyptian cotton thread, the Egyptian cotton fibers in cotton are actually longer. And what that means is that when they're spun together, you actually have more overlap in those threads that create it adds strength and adds more resilience to that thread. And that's really important as we start to move our machines quickly across the surface of our quilt, or if we start moving to those mid and long arms that actually sew much quicker. All that process is happening at double the speeds of what happens with most domestics. And so it does require, in the mid and long arm category, to use a thread that's stronger so that it can take the additional speeds that are moving. So that's why you often hear in the quilting world, if you're going to be dealing with cotton, that you're going to want something that's stronger. And again, that would be referred to as an Egyptian cotton. And then you can look at different finishes, which we're not going to talk a whole lot here about, but you can get them that have a little less length, some have a little bit more. But the cotton, when it comes to the Egyptian cotton, is a much stronger, so it takes a little bit more force in order to break that thread, which means it's just more resilient, less issues, less troubles with you fiddling with it, less likelihood of you also breaking thread as you're moving across it. So cotton is a very traditional thread that we use. Yes, there are multiple colors. You can get what we call the variegated threads, and a variegated thread is a thread that actually has multiple colors over a distance. And with this, you can go look at several different threads. That color change can happen in different increments. Some threads have that change in much shorter increments. This one actually has a light blue to a blue, and this one looks like we're running at about 3 inches between each color change. And if you look again at this cone, if we can get a close-up, it looks really pretty. A lot of people love using these threads because this variation is great on a fabric surface, either that might have some of those same mixed colors, or if you want to spruce it up a little bit, you can use something like this that alters the colors. And I have a couple samples we'll show you. Makes the quilt and the stitching look really pretty. So variegated solids, both of these are cotton again, and you can get different thicknesses, which is the next thing we'll talk about. But really importantly, if you're going to be starting to do a lot of quilting, we would recommend finding an Egyptian cotton. Again, that's because those fibers are overlapped in with more distance, and it makes them stronger. They're more forgiving, less worries, less fiddling, less breakage in general with your quilting. So it means quilting over longer periods of time without having to worry about your threads. So again, these are our big large cones there. Again, I'm going to bring this one up. This one is another one that I want to look at. Now this is another component. So outside of cotton, then we have this whole other range, which is polyester. And when people hear polyester, they might be, no, can't iron it, right? Does it hurt your quilts and does it not? Again, cotton thread works really well, but it does actually fade and it degrades more so than something like polyester over time. And so those threads and those stitches can become weaker. Again, if you're a traditionalist and you really want to stick with cotton because you have your cotton fibers, go right ahead, do that. It's a great thing to do. We find that the Egyptian cotton is a little bit more expensive because it's a better grained cotton, but it looks absolutely beautiful. This is something that kind of looks like cotton. It's a soft polyester or a cottonized polyester. And you end up getting, when you start doing something like this, we end up with a little bit more strength because of the material. It's actually created and spun a little bit differently, and the fibers themselves, they can handle more tension before they break. And so that means that it actually has a little bit more forgiveness. And so we find for first-time quilters who are moving into quilting large projects, that getting a polyester thread that you really love works really, really well because it's one of the most forgiving. And as you're going to see, there's a few other great things. They're lower lint, and they're also more color fast, and there are different types of options in its look and its finish. Cotton's cotton. You can make it slightly less lintier, but it's still cotton, so it has the look that cotton has. Simply, it's a color change. When we start getting into polyesters, I'm going to bring these up into my hands here. You can see that these ones are shinier. These ones are a trilobal poly. The shape of the thread is different. You can see how much reflection they have, so they're really, really, really shiny. So these are polyester again, so I'm going to move these to the front. We do have different versions of polyester. Now I'm going to bring this one out here next, and everybody will know what this is. This is what we refer to as metallic threads. Metallic threads look absolutely gorgeous. Definitely the most finicky of all types of threads you're going to be putting through your machines. And so these do have and require a little bit more finesse with you as you sew or as you embroider or as you quilt with this style. Again, you can see we have the different spool sizes that have different yardages on them. Something like this would be used more in larger projects that we're going to use this over an extended set of quilting or pattern design without wanting to change it out. So we have a small cone, what we call our mini cones, and then our large standard size cones here in front of us. So this really becomes part of our third. So we end up with cotton here. We bring our cotton ones back out. We have our polyesters, and then we have our metallics. And there are also certain ones, like in our polyesters, that have even more strength based on how they're spun. But for now, these are the three main types of threads that we're going to look at for quilting. And I want to talk a little bit now outside of the types of materials. I want to discuss a little bit on the thickness of those materials. And what that means is if you think about a rope, okay, and there's a rope, the thickness is kind of the gauge. You can get thinner ropes, thicker ropes. If you think the thickness also adds some strength. The thinner that rope, the less strength it has and the easier it is to break. For quilting, and this there's another science that goes along with needles, but one of the most common weights here, if we're dealing with this in the cotton range, is what we would refer to as a 40 weight. And then we have a lot of people that also use a 50. 40 is a thicker thread, meaning the diameter is thicker. And how this really is done is usually by weight. How much thread by weight can be done over in the same spool. So 40 weights is, I think it's done with kilograms. I'm not going to be quite so sure on that, but it's done based on weight. 50 weight, 40 weight. 50 means there is more thread that can fit in the same space or as its weight. So it's a little bit actually thinner. So let me go ahead and pull out, so let's just quickly talk about outside of the weight. The thinner we go, and let me see if I have a really thin one here that I'd like to show you. This might look really familiar to a lot of you. Something like this is a polyester. If you do embroidery work, there's a lot of shiny materials that are done. And a lot of you, if you think, have you ever really embroidered with cotton? The answer is no. And the reason is when we start getting into the polyester, again, it's a little bit more forgiving and it can take a little bit more abuse. It can be pulled and tugged. This is a much, much thinner weight. This thread is a very, very narrow thread. And when we start talking about the thickness, we can have one rope, we can put 2 ropes together, and then we can put 3 ropes together. By putting 3 of those little ropes together and spinning them, we end up with a much stronger. Something like your general embroidery thread will be more like 2. What that means is it breaks very easily. So a lot of people, when they start getting into quilting and they start even quilting on their machines or they move to a frame, just so you know, embroidery thread is not ideal for quilting because it's much thinner. The construct and the build of threads is not such that it will actually be able to hold and take the motion of both the needle and the motion of your hands. It would break much, much more frequently. So if you think, or if you're using some embroidery thread, I would recommend to not do this and to move either into your cottons or to more of the 40 or 50 weight polyesters that you can use with your machines because they will do a much better job and you'll have much less worry. So I want to kind of finish as we move through this. So thinner to thicker threads. I want to really talk about part of the story here with Grace Company and define why we've ended up where we're at today. And there's a history. And so as we look at all of you that are out there, again, am I buying handfuls of these smaller ones because I'm trying to complete a quilt? Well, we know you love choosing your fabrics. We know you love choosing your patterns, and we know you love choosing your threads. And we really feel that it's just as important to love choosing your threads for quilting as it is for your stitching and your other sewing. So instead of having all these small ones where we're needing 2, 3, 4, 5 different spools in order to complete a project, we also found that we don't want to overbuy. And one of the biggest challenges is also where can you buy them and what do they look like? And so when we start going out there and we start looking at the 3,000, 5,000, 6,000 yards, That's way more than we would want for a project. Again, looking at this, this is enough to probably do 3 full quilts on the top of what we would be doing. I might not want this. Let's say that I have a festive quilt that we're going to be doing for the fall, whether that's Halloween, whether that's Christmas, whether that's part of the fall season, and I'm looking for an orange thread specifically. I probably am not going to be maybe using 6,000 yards anytime soon. I'll probably be using somewhere between 1,000 to 1,500 yards. So one of those great strategies that we did here at Grace Company is we went out there and we started deciding how much is the right thread and what is it that our customers are wanting. What do we want as the finished texture and as a final result of what we think you will like best at home. And what we did is we went and custom designed our own size. And so this is how we actually created what we call our finesse line of thread, which we think is perfectly sized for you coming into quilting as you start looking at project-based thread purchasing. So this is what we call our mini cones. They actually hold 1,500 yards, and we use what we refer to as a soft polyester. And so the soft polyester, and we can go ahead and zoom in on this. If we look at this, most people believe when they pick this up, it looks and feels like a cotton. It actually is not. This is actually what we call a 3-ply, so it actually has 3 of those ropes running in it, so it's extra strong, and we refer to it as a soft polyester. So the look and the feel is very soft, yet it has that strength and that robustness built into it, and it's 1,500 yards, and so really it's a little bit maybe more than a large king-size project, but we call it project size. So one of these can do a couple medium-sized quilt or 1 large quilt. And the other thing was color selection, and we think that that was really one of the most difficult. Think right now, I go into a store, how many super large cones do they have? Usually not a lot, and if they do, they have 1 type of it. They might have some other variations for embroidery. You will find that there are several for overlockers. We do not want to use overlocker thread. It is not built right. It does not have the right strength, and it does not have the right durability for you to quilt with your domestic machines as you're quilting with any type of a frame system or when you're using it with mid-arms. I didn't really clarify this, but why in the mid-arms or the long arms is different? The machine stitches twice as fast. Your home machines will sew at about 1,000 stitches a minute. Long arms, a lot of them can go anywhere from 1,800, 2,000, 2,600 up to 3,000 stitches a minute, which is 2 to 3 times faster. So that machine's needle moves much, much faster. So coming over here to my right, I just like to point out here, finesse, you have several different wonderful color options. And what we have found is as quilters and customers come into this industry, they're looking for a few things. One is they're looking for threads that are going to match your fabrics and match your projects, number 1. Number 2, they're looking at something that is consistent, that works incredibly well, and that doesn't give you troubles or fuss, doesn't shred, doesn't tear. Wonderful. The other thing is you're wanting something that's low lint. We don't want to have to build up and worry with all that lint. Because we use a 3-ply polyester, it adds strength, and because it's polyester, that means it's much, much lower lint than we would find with cottons. Now it's not shiny, so if you're looking for something shiny, we would recommend go find those. You can find several shinies, but please make sure that it's closer to that 40 weight and that it's meant for mid-arms and long arms. That will really bring you to a fantastic spot. As we conclude, I hope I've built and given you a couple things to think about. At the end, we're going to recommend and would love to do a shout out on our amazing finesse thread. There are 60 colors, and with that, each one of those is 1,500 yards, and they're made out of that wonderful soft polyester that feels and looks like cotton, but adds the strength that you're going to want in a polyester type of thread. So thanks for being with us. If you have any questions, we would recommend and ask that you add comments. Make sure to like, subscribe to both our YouTube, our Facebook, and our Instagram accounts. And with that, we look forward to sharing more with you as time comes up. And thank you again for joining me, Nathan Erznosnik with the Grace Company.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nathan, so much for going over a little bit about some of the history on our finesse thread and just kind of some thread. So that was wonderful. Now, I know Nathan did mention it in the video, but Mark, maybe just kind of refresh our minds and tell us what is the yardage and what is the weight on our finesse thread?
Yeah, I'd love to. So our weight is 50 weight. The yardage is 1,500 yards, and it is 100% polyester. So I think it's the best of all 3 worlds in a way. If you think about it, you got 50 weight, which is perfect, polyester, which is strong, And then it's 1,500 yards. So you're not overly committed to the smaller spools. But more importantly, I know we'll probably get into it a little bit, but I love how he talked about why you have certain threads for what processes, and the same bobbin thread and the top thread. You know, all that was very important. So that was a very good segment to know, because I know a lot of questions come to us, what thread can I use and why? So hopefully that cleared up a lot of questions that we were wondering what thread and why.
Wonderful, thank you. And I know a question that I just saw come in on our Grace platform. It always, people is, you know, what type thread? And then they always ask what type of needle or what size needle should I use? And with that, typically there is a recommendation on the thread itself, but with ours, I'd say it actually depends on what fabric and how thick of fabric that you're looking to do. Typically, we recommend the size 18. It's pretty standard, but you can also use the size 16 needles. So really either of those are a great size needle to use really for, I'd say, a wide variety of different quilt tops out there. So just, I know that was a question. And you know what? We do have a couple minutes here. So if anyone has any questions, whether it was on the thread, whether it's on automation or something, you know, Carla did in her part 2 of her retro quilt, any questions anyone may have, feel free to put those in the comments and we'll go through and see if we can help answer any questions anyone may have. One thing I do just want to quickly show everybody on our website really quick here, because I know when we had Nicole talk about the maple leaf, and I know Carla again has done her retro quilt, I just want to show everyone where they can actually find those patterns and how they can download them for themselves. So it's going to be pretty easy. So first, when you come on, you're going to go just to our main website. So it's just graceframe.com. Once you get there, this will be one of the first banners you see pop up. And so this is to get you to our fantastic Fall Festival homepage. So you can hit register now. Once you hit that, it'll take you to this page. And so this is really, I'd say, your main access point where you can access all aspects of our Fall Festival. So there's events and workshop, giveaways, there's a quilt show, vendor hall, shop sale, you know, and you can go back to our main Grace website from here as well. So where you'd actually go is you go into events and workshop. And so that will actually take you to here, and it'll actually bring a whole menu down. So you can click on, you know, hey, I want to go back. I want to watch the things from last Thursday or even last Friday. You can go back through and select which day you want. So on this one, I do have today selected. So this is that part 2 that Carla went over a little bit earlier. And so once you find the section that you want, you can actually come in here and there's this see details. Now, once you select see details, it'll redirect you to a page similar to this. And this is actually where, if you want, you can go back through and actually re-watch that specific segment on whatever pattern you're looking for. So if you want, you know, for this one, that's that retro quilt. So here, if you were to select it, it will show you and kind of walk you through what Carla had talked about in that little segment. And then if you continue to scroll, on this one particularly, we actually have a cute little message from Carla here. So super sweet. She's you know, excited, and she loves to hear everyone's ideas on her quilt and her thoughts. So that's a cute little thought from Carla there. And then if you scroll down just a little bit more, you'll actually see that this is where you can download it. So pretty easy. It is a PDF copy. So if you want, you know, download it, you can print out a copy, super easy. So again, very easy. You can do that with any previous segment as well that we have done. So for any segment we have gone over, again, either last Thursday or Friday, they are available. Again, let me just show you. So once you're on the main Fall Festival homepage, you go to events and workshops. That'll take you here. And then once you're here, you know, you can decide it'll take you actually to look something like this. And then you can choose again or select what day of the event you're looking for. So if you're again looking for last Thursday or Friday, you can go there. Or in this case, you know, I'm looking for that wonderful segment that Carla did just today on her retro quilt. So you could scroll down, find it, you hit see details, and then again, it'll bring you to a page very similar to this. Scroll down a little bit more, and again, that's where you can see the wonderful PDF version of or pattern of what we've talked about before. So again, just a quick reminder on how you can do that. Now, Janessa, I know I'm kind of excited for this next segment, and I know you were as well when you were doing it. This next segment is actually on your pumpkin banner. So why don't you tell us just a little bit, because I know we'll get into it more, but remind us, what True Cut product did you use to create those pumpkins? Because I know you really love that product. So why don't you share a little bit about it with me?
Yeah, to be completely honest with you, I think I used just about every product that we have on this project. One in particular was this 360 circle cutter, which I I've said many times, I'm a really big fan of. It's a ton of fun. So if you want to see the cutting process for that project, I believe it aired just a few days ago. I can't remember the exact date. But the one today, we'll actually be going through and doing some templates and using ruler work to do some quilting. We'll get to use the couching foot, which is super fun if you've never used or seen that before. It's really, really fantastic. And then cutting that out and stringing it up. So I think it'll be hopefully a lot of fun. Hopefully you enjoy it. And yeah, the pattern, like Laurel said, is on the website. So if you want to get the pattern for that project, make sure to go to the website, see details, and you can get that pattern downloaded.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. And let's go ahead and we'll go right into that segment here.
Hello and welcome. My name is Janessa and I'm here with the Grace Company. Today we're finishing up the second class for our Cutting to Quilting fall pumpkin banners. So last time we went through and we cut out our circles using the 360 circle cutter. We went through picking our patterns, and today we're going to actually be quilting, tacking down our raw edge applique. We'll be using the couching foot, and I'll talk you through how we're actually going to string it up and be able to enjoy our pumpkin banner. So let's go ahead and get started. So first we're going to take our circles, and I'm going to place them in a way that I think makes it look a little bit more like a pumpkin. When they're straight across like this, it just looks like 3 circles to me. So instead, I kind of like to have them, like the center pumpkin just a little bit further down. So it kind of gives it a little bit more of that kind of pumpkin feel, I think. Okay, so we're going to be using, a circle template on this. So this particular circle template, I am a very new quilter and especially new to using templates and rulers. And I have really big hands. So I kind of struggle when the templates are really, really thin and there's not a lot of surface area for my hands to be. So I actually took 3 of these circle templates and taped them together all along the top to give my hands a little bit more area to hold on to. On the back, I have our true grips all along the outsides so that when I'm holding onto it, it won't just slip out of the way. It'll kind of grip onto that fabric and just give me a little bit more security as I'm using this circle template. Okay, so first, we're going to go ahead and place our circle template on the center circle first. That'll help tack down the 2 edges to start. So let's go ahead and start at the bottom. Similar to when we were doing the True Cut 360 circle cutter, we started at the bottom and worked our way around clockwise. I'm going to do a similar pattern with this one because it's the most comfortable for me. Other experts might have a different way to do it. As a beginner, this is just kind of how I've figured out doing it in the best way possible for me. So we'll go ahead and start here at the bottom, and I'm going to keep my left hand here over at the edge. I guess first I should go ahead and pull my bobbin thread up. That's always what we want to do when we're starting out a new pattern. Let's try that again. Okay, so I've got my 2 tails. I'm going to match those up, make sure that my circle is right where I want it. One thing to remember when we're using these circle templates, it's not like we're tracing it around with a circle. It's not going to fit right up along this edge because of where the needle is placed and where that ruler foot is. It comes off just a little bit. So that's why my circle template is a lot further in. It's not right along those edges. So we're going to start here and go along our sides. And it is not a race. If you need to pause for a second, to readjust your hands, that is totally fine. Take your time. I do recommend if you're going to take a longer pause, like right now I'm going to pause so just so I can readjust my hands a little bit, to make sure you stop your machine in the down position. It will kind of hold your place so that it's not going to move around and cause a little bump or anything like that when you start moving again. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to pull up my bobbin. And then go ahead and trim those threads. out of our way. Okay, for our left side, we're going to place our circle pumpkin, and I'm going to follow kind of that similar pattern on this left one. I'm going to start from the bottom and work my way around to the top again, because that's just the easiest way for me personally to kind of hold on to that circle template. So pull my bobbin. Okay, so we've got our bobbin pulled up. And it's a little awkward, to be completely honest with you, but you're going to kind of angle your body a little bit and have your hand placed on the sides. It's really important to not just have one kind of pressure point. You want to have it on at least 2 of these circle templates. If not, when you're pushing the ruler foot around, it can kind of slip over the top. Even though it has that higher ridge, that can happen. So make sure you're pushing down on both sides and doing your very best to keep that ruler foot pressed up against that template. It will help you avoid those little edges that just aren't as pretty. And I'm going very slow, and that is totally okay. Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and stop there, pull up my bobbin. All right, go ahead and trim your threads, maybe. Okay, and now we're going to go over to the other side. And so instead of starting at the bottom with this pumpkin, I'm actually going to start at the top because it's kind of that end rotation of that clockwise turn. So I'm going to start over here, pull my bobbin. Okay, I'm going to keep both of my left hand over here on the left side of that circle template and try and keep it as flat as possible and that pressure as even as I can. That's where it gets a little bit tricky. And I want to be able to readjust my hands a little bit just so that I'm not in the way and it just feels a little bit more comfortable with me. So I stop my machine briefly and then we'll go ahead and keep following around. Okay, we'll stop there. Pull our bobbin. And then trim our threads. Okay, so we've got our 3 circles for our pumpkin tacked down. And now, just to give it a little bit more of kind of a pumpkin look, we're going to use another type of template. And this one is a kind of half circle. So instead of doing it so it matches the exact lines, I'm actually going to kind of tilt it a little bit. So it looks like all of these lines are kind of joining to this kind of center point where the stem will be. So on this one, I'm actually going to start at the top because that just feels more natural to me. There's no right or wrong way. It's just whatever works best for you. Oops. I am so good at pulling these bobbins. Okay, so we've got our 2 tails. Going to place that template again. Make sure my hand is nice and even so it's not rocking. And then I'm going to stop right when I get to that thread line from before. Pull my bobbin. Okay, and now we're going to go to our center. I'm going to start this one right kind of along that center point and have the top and the bottom as close as I can to those 2 center points. Pull my bobbin. And stop right when I hit that bottom line. And then instead of pulling the bobbin up, I'm just going to move the ruler to the other side, line up my thread lines. There we go. And again, this one's a little bit awkward, so I'm trying to keep my hand kind of parallel and flat to that. And then stop when those points match up. Pull my bobbin. Knot your bobbin. That's fun. And then trim your threads. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start over here on the left side. Make sure and pull our bobbin. Have our tails over here out of our way, and then line up with that kind of rounded edge. Just find those 2 points that you want to line it up with. And instead of pushing down like this where there's the potential for it to move around, try as much as you can to kind of keep your hand flat on that template but still out of the way. And then stop when you intersect that other thread line, pull your bobbin. And if you wanted to go through and mark exactly where you wanted those points to line up, you could definitely do that. It would give it a more accurate and consistent feel. Again, nothing about these pumpkins I'm doing is super uniform. Again, they've got kind of those edges and things like that. It's a very scrappy kind of look and feel. If you wanted something a lot more consistent, you can go through and mark those things, measure things out exactly where you wanted them to be. I encourage that if that's the look that you're going for. And yeah, so again, just kind of make it your own and whatever your heart desires. I wanted to kind of walk you through some of the mistakes that I made on the pumpkins that I did before. Again, I'm really new to quilting and to ruler work especially, so I'm learning a lot and practicing a lot as I go. So if any of you experts are watching, please in the comments give some other ideas and tips and tricks for people who are beginners and how they can improve their skills, maybe tips and tricks for how you like to hold it would be super appreciated. So let me show you on this one up here. On this pumpkin up here, you can see I kind of have like a little bit of a blip. So I think when I was doing that particular pumpkin, the foot just got away from this template edge and it gave that little bump and I'm like, oh no, and so I pushed it right back up, but you can still see that little mark there. Another one, as you can see here, the fabric is kind of bunching. That just kind of shows that I wasn't keeping it as nice and straight and flat as I was going around with that very first circle. So again, things that I'm learning as I'm going and I'm going to continue to improve on and hopefully get better with those as I go. Okay, so the next step that we're going to do is putting on our stem. So I'm going to really quickly swap out our fabric to the green, or switch out our thread to the green thread, so it's not too much of a contrast on that green fabric. So give me just a moment while I get that swapped out. Okay, so the next part is adding our stem to the top of our pumpkin. So remember when we cut these, we cut 2 pieces along the fold. So I've got that nice little loop there, and I'm just going to place it on the top of my pumpkin. If you wanted to place it beforehand, you could also have it kind of underneath your circle. Again, it's just whatever look you prefer. It's totally up to you. Okay, so I'm going to start over here and I'm only going to sew along this bottom inch square and leave this top loop so that after I cut it out, I'm able to string through the stem for my actual banner. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started here. Pull my bobbin. So I've pulled my bobbin, I've got my 2 tails over here kind of out of the way. Make sure that my fabric is nice and lined up. and just sew along those edges. If I wanted to go through and also add kind of like some stippling through here, I could do that. Any other designs that you feel really comfortable with? This is just going to kind of give it that extra kind of security. And this would be significantly easier if I had on the stippling foot, the micro stippling foot. Okay, go ahead and stop there. Pull my bobbin. We're going to pretend like that worked beautifully. Cut my threads. And now for my favorite part, we're going to put on the couching foot and add those vines, which is really going to make it pop and give it that really fun kind of three-dimensional aspect. So give me just a moment while I get that couching foot put on. Okay, so now we get to one of my favorite parts, which is using the couching foot to attach our vines. So the couching foot is really cool because it has this ability to string the yarn through, and the needle and thread will kind of tack down that yarn in whatever design you come up with. So I'm going to start over here, and I want it to be in a continuous line. So I'm going to kind of loop around, come up here, and follow my way back down. I do have a little tail here that I'll just cut off at the end. So let's go ahead and get started. And you'll just keep following along. And just keep doing that until it creates that design that you're hoping for. All right, so I'm going to take some time to finish this up, cut it out, and string it so that you can see the finished product and what that will look like when it's completed. All right, so I have finished the quilting on our pumpkin banner, and I just wanted to walk you through some of the final little steps. I made some adjustments as I kind of cut it out and show you our final product. So, when I went through after I'd taken the quilt top and quilt sandwich off of the frame, I used our rotary cutter and actually cut around each of these little circles in our pumpkin. And then I took some scissors and cut little like 1/4 inch little slits, being really careful not to hit into the stitches. And then I took my scissors, and when it was on a table, a little tough to show now, I just rubbed up against it to kind of give it that nice frayed little scarecrow look that we were kind of going for with this fall pumpkin banner. So yeah, those are all the steps to create this fall pumpkin banner on your own. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, please comment below, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram and visit our website at graceframe.com or contact your local dealer. I'm Janessa, and thank you for joining us at the Grace Company.
Wonderful. Thank you, Janessa, so much for showing us how you did that adorable pumpkin fall banner. That was super neat. I know. I loved. Yeah.
So I was just saying adorable was right. So.
It is. It really is. I loved reading all the comments there. It's like, oh, that's so cute. They loved the demo. It really is that easy. I know everyone's like, oh, you know, she made it look so easy. It's because it really is that easy. So thank you, Janessa, so much for showing us. Really, there is so many possibilities that you can do with the long arm machine. So that was amazing to see. And welcome, everybody. If you're just joining us, thank you and welcome. We're so happy to be with you guys. This is a really exciting part. This is where we're going to do our big giveaways for today. We'll also do a couple of live ones. So we'll do some with the Plinko drop. So it'll be super fun. So stick with us as we go through. Really quickly though, I do just kind of want to remind everybody to make sure that you're just being safe on the social media platforms, and because there has been sometimes, you know, out there when events like this happen, people take that opportunity. So just make sure to know that if you ever see a comment, it will come from the Grace Company. So there won't be any hyphen or anything. It'll be the Grace Company. So make sure, you know, just keep an eye out for that and make sure it's coming from us. And we did talk about it a little bit earlier We would love to follow all of you. However, we don't request that. We also will never ask for any personal information through a social media platform. So just know just know that and make sure that you're aware and just keeping an eye on that and making sure that it is coming from us. So just a quick reminder on that. And then really quickly, you know what, actually, to get it started, let's do a Plinko giveaway because I'm excited and I'm ready. So let's do a Plinko giveaway. So maybe before we get into that, Mark, why don't you go and Jen as well, share with us what can people win on this Plinko board? For those that aren't joining, go ahead and share with us what they might have the opportunity to win.
So we have the 360 circle cutter, the square ruler set, which is nice. It comes with 3 rulers, the 6.5, 9.5, and 12.5 square. Then the 4-pack of finesse thread. And for those who've watched Nathan's video on the thread, we all know how wonderful the finesse thread can be. And this is a solid pack of the finesse thread. Then we have our quilters combo. And our quilters combo is very popular. It does have our set of true grips, the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and the 45 comfort cutter. So it does have what you need to make sure you're cutting easier, being safe and way more accurate in all your cuts. And then our True Sharp. Our True Sharp, Jana, is one that we keep talking about a lot. It keeps a lot of the blades sharp. It doesn't, it brings it back to a near factory sharp edge. And if you've kept your blades, which I'm sure you have all, keep your blades in a container, take those back out of the container and use the sharpener to get them back to a near factory sharp edge. And last but not least are the True Grips. The #1 item we sell in the True Cut line are the True Grips. And so fantastic prizes, wonderful that we have the opportunity of giving these away. And I don't know if you have any other thoughts on those, but these are just great small prizes, big prizes. I shouldn't say small, they're big.
Well, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the diamond stones that are in there. We get a lot of questions on those. They last for the life of the sharpener, so you don't have to exchange them out at all ever. So they're diamond grit stones. So that's pretty awesome that as long as your sharpener lasts, your stones will last too.
That's wonderful. And I know oftentimes people, I think we did talk about this a little bit earlier in some early sessions, but people, I think a big question they always have is, does the sharpener actually work? And now I know, Jana, you've had the opportunity to maybe talk with a couple customers. Did you ever have an experience with a customer told you or talked with you a little bit about their electric sharpener?
Yeah, we had one person who called in and she was having some problems with it. And she found out that she was actually holding it too tight. She was pushing down the handle, the lid of the sharpener. So if it seems to not be working, try not pushing it as hard. It's just a soft touch, holding it for a couple of seconds, and then, turning it over and doing the other side as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. And maybe Mark or Jan, maybe I know there was a question that just came in, but it says, how many times can you sharpen a blade? I know this is a little bit of a tricky question because I don't know that there's any one set answer, but Mark, Jan, why don't you give me maybe a little bit of insight to kind of an estimate on that?
Yeah, and that's a great question, Laurel. That is one that would always be asked. It is really contingent on you. So what I mean by that is, the more you're cutting, the more you need to sharpen. And the more you sharpen, then the thinner the blades become. And then that's when you start seeing more flat spots. It becomes really dangerous to use a blade that has been over sharpened because of those flat spots. And we don't want that anymore. And a great way to know is your blade will be telling you that itself. If you sharpened the blade before in the past and you're using it and it's nice, and then you sharpen it again and it's still nice and sharp, and you do it again and again, it's sharp and very nice. But then you start doing it over and over again and you're realizing that you're seeing that it's skipping a lot more than it should. That is the blade letting you know that it's becoming, you get more flat spots and it's time to throw that blade away and get a new blade. So really, the blade tells you itself when it's done. And that's the nice thing about the steel is it's a very strong, depending on what blade you have, it could be a strong steel, but over time, the blade will you'll get more flat spots in the blade. So really the answer to that is really, there's no answer. It's the more you're cutting, the more you're sharpening, and then your blade will let you know when it's done. A couple of years ago, Laurel, I did have a customer who used one blade for 9 months. So one blade for 9 months, Jana, that is a long time. But I asked her questions, and she didn't cut a lot, so she wasn't sharpening a lot. So it did last her a very long time because of that process. So if you're one that you're doing a lot of cutting and you're doing a lot of sharpening, then the blade, you'll have to, get rid of it at that time and grab a new blade. But so, that question is a good question, but they do last a long time. And my suggestion would be just to get the sharpener and sharpen those blades that you've kept and use them for a very long time, because that's money, right? We like to save money. Blades are very expensive, and we want you to be able to stay sharp in all that you do.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. And I just want to point out a couple comments here. I know this was one from Paula. She said, I throw away so many blades. It'd be nice to sharpen them. So Paula, look at getting yourself an electric sharpener. You might even win it now. So that's amazing. Let me see here.
And
There's a
they're
couple
on sale
other
too, Laurel. They're on sale.
They are.
So if you're looking, go to your either local dealer or our website, because they're on sale for $55. Normally they are $79, so about $80. So you're getting a great deal. So, and blades, if you think about how many blades you've kept and how much they've cost, that sharpener is going to pay for itself. And I always joke around, like, if you know friends who have blades, you can charge them like 25 cents a blade and make that up. No, I'm just kidding. Don't charge your friends. Only the ones you don't like. No, I'm just kidding.
There you go. That's great. That's wonderful. Thank you, Mark. Well, let's go ahead and maybe let's do a question so we can get into it and we can have some winners on this. So let's see, Mark, Jen, you guys have a question maybe that we can ask our wonderful watchers?
Oh man, I'm not good at this, and the people who are good at this are behind the scenes now. I'm looking at
That's
Janessa,
okay. I think I got one here actually. I actually think I have one here. Yeah, so I actually have one that. Okay, I guess I'm kind of stealing it from somebody that actually asked the question in the comments section. So, I mean, if you're watching, you see the comments, you might want to, scroll back through there. But I want to know, so in the previous segment we just did with Janessa, she actually, at the end there, she'd used a specific hopping foot with yarn. And I want to know, what was the name of that hopping foot that she used
to
do that cute little design? So what's the name of that foot that Janessa had just used in the segment just before this? So let's see. Oh man, I can never stump anybody ever.
You won't.
They just get it.
You won't do it. It will never happen.
It will never happen. So wonderful. Yes, I see them. They're all coming in. So it is the couching foot. So again, congrats everybody. That is perfect. That is exactly the answer I was looking for. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to select 3 different winners. So we're going to do one for who's watching on our Facebook, who's on our YouTube, and then who's also watching on our Grace platform. So again, we're going to choose 3 different people to win, and then we'll do a Plinko drop here. So let me go ahead. Okay, so let's do this. So Susanna, congrats. So yes, it is that couching foot. So wonderful,
I love the emojis,
wonderful
crossing
job.
the fingers, and now we can give her a high five, crossing the fingers, and give her the high five.
Yes. Wonderful. Well, just really quick before Mark, I have you drop that Plinko. I just want to make sure that everybody watching, if you are a winner from a Plinko drop, make sure you email Melinda@graceframe.com. She's going to be the one you're going to email so you can claim your prize. So it's MELINDA@graceframe.com. So it is up there on that screen. So it's Melinda@graceframe.com. So again, make sure reach out to her so we can get you your prize as soon as possible. So again, that's Melinda@graceframe.com. But Mark, why don't you go ahead and drop the Plinko here?
Oh.
Give it a bump.
Oh.
So maybe we'll bump it, and I don't know. Well,
they're both so good.
We'll do the sharpener, because we were talking about a sharpener.
Yeah. So. Wonderful.
Sharpener
Yes. That is a great one.
LJ, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to pull a card that Nathan did yesterday, which is true. Again, on our website, if you get the sharpener, there's actually a couple rulers you get with the sharpener. So if you've won the True Sharp during this event, go back again and please put down on there as well. So we'll remember to add the sharpener. So for this one, Susanna, you do actually get a couple of rulers that come with the sharpener. Sorry, I wanted to throw that out
Wonderful.
there.
No, that's perfect. You know what? We can. We're doing it live, so let's do it. Throw it in there. So I love that. So congrats again, Suzanne. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to pick somebody from our Facebook platform. And thank you again for everybody participating. I know I love when I see the comments, and I'm sure Mark and Jana will say the same thing, but it's super fun to see and have that interaction with you because it just makes it more exciting on our end. And so I hope it helps you, feel it more exciting on your end as well. So thank you again for everybody that's commenting. I love seeing those comments. So let me go ahead. Let me pull one more. Oh, there you go.
Yep,
Wonderful.
thank you.
So,
You're welcome.
okay, so let's see. So we're going to go ahead and do this one. So this is Jonelle. So congrats.
Woohoo! Great job.
Wonderful. So yes, it is that couching foot again. So Mark, why don't you go ahead and drop the plinko?
Plinko. And the
True grips.
Awesome. That's a great one. You know what, Janet, why don't you share a little bit about what you can use those true grips for? So if someone's never seen them before, heard of them before, what can they use those true grips for?
Oh yeah, so true grips are great to put on the underside of your rulers as you're quilting so that they stay in place. But you can also put them on anything that you're trying to keep in a spot that's not going to move. So anything that you're trying to keep firm. I mean, you can even put it on the bottom of your water bottle on your desk. I mean, if you don't want it to move anywhere.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Jana. So again, congrats, Janelle. That was wonderful. Or Janelle, I apologize. I'm saying that name wrong. So let me go ahead. I'm going to pull one more winner over here from our Grace platform here. So let me get it. So I can get here. Oh, hang on. My computer screen is loading here. So let's see. And really quick, while this is loading, just a reminder to those that have won to make sure you reach out to Melinda at graceframe.com. She's going to be the one you're going to want to contact so we can look at getting you that prize. So again, it's up there on the screen. It's Melinda, Melinda at graceframe.com. But let me go ahead and pull the winner now from our Grace platform. Okay, so they said couching, so that is the correct answer I was looking for. So it's Mickey Costello. So congrats, Mickey.
Woo, Mickey!
Wonderful.
Great job.
Yeah. So let me get that. So again, congrats, Mickey. That was wonderful. So Mark, why don't you go ahead and drop the plinko for Mickey?
True grips again.
Wonderful. And we'll make sure that it is a 6-pack of true grips. So that'll be 12 in total. So that's going to be wonderful. So it'll be 6 of the smaller ones. They are pretty cute. They're little tiny ones. And then there's slightly bigger ones. They're circles that have like that hole punched out there. So that'll be a wonderful, wonderful thing. So congrats again, everybody. And thank you for everybody participating. Now, I know everybody's excited and getting ready for the main big giveaways we have. But just before we get to that, I just want to quickly go over our Fall Festival website and make sure that everybody knows kind of how to navigate that, because we are getting to the end of the festival here, which is unfortunate, but I want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to see and to use really that wonderful website that we put together for you guys. So I'm going to show you again just kind of first how to get there. So where you're going to start is you start just at our main website. So that's just graceframe.com. You can look it up on your phone, tablet, computer, laptop, pretty much any device that has like a web browser, you can pull it up. And so once you go there, again, that's graceframe.com. It'll be this first banner that pops up. And so it'll say, fantastic fall festival. So this is where you're going to hit register now. Now, if you have registered, it'll actually just take you right to this screen. So this is that fantastic fall festival homepage. If you haven't registered, it'll actually kind of walk you through or take you through the steps of how to register. Now, if you're watching, and I'm sure all of you have registered, right? But if you haven't, I really, really encourage you to register, because that is actually where we're pulling the winners from. So for today, so the big giveaways, that's actually where we pulled the names from. And then we'll also tomorrow, when we have our big grand giveaway, that's where we'll be pulling the names from. So if you haven't registered, register. I highly, highly recommend it so you can have your name entered to win. But let's say, once you are registered and you get to this page, this is actually amazing because you can access all different points of the Fall Festival from this homepage. And you can always return back to this page if you get, a little lost or carried away on the website. So just really quick here, I'm going to kind of go across the top here. And again, just kind of show you what you can find here on this main page. So the first thing you can come across here at the top is the events and workshop. Now this is a great point because it actually shows you events that we have done and events that we will do. So if you click on it, it'll actually take you to this page. So this is the home page at the top. You can see there's previous days we've done. So there's Thursday, Friday, all the way clear through today's. And so let's say, if I missed the first day of the festival, I want to go back through and watch it. You absolutely can. Again, you just go to that main fall homepage, and once you're there, it's that events and workshop, and that'll take you right here, and you can select which day you want. Now, if you're looking forward to, let's say, tomorrow's event, so that's Friday, and let's say, I'm really excited for the intro part. I want to make sure I'm here for that. You can actually add it to your calendar. And now that's great because if you add it to your calendar, you'll actually get a notification or a reminder about that. So just before it kicks off, you'll get a reminder so you can make sure that you're on, and live and ready to watch it. Now, let's say, something happens, you're not able to get to it. No worries. Just because, like I said before, you can actually access all previous days. So let's say, again, you missed that first day. Super easy. You can go back in here. You can actually hit see details and it'll take you to that, again, so this is the first day, first kickoff. You can actually play that video there if you want to watch it. So amazing. Another thing that's great that you can access from this as well is, let's say today we actually just went over, or Carla did an amazing segment today. It was a part 2 of her retro quilt. Now, let's say, I'm getting really excited. I'm kind of ready, and I want to try to do that quilt. You actually, once you find that section, you can hit see details. And once you select that, get it pulled up here, it'll take you to a page that looks very similar to this. They will differ slightly just because this one has a wonderful, sweet note from Carla that she wanted to just, tell all of you and encourage all of you out there. So this one is a really fun one. Carla, again, has that sweet little note on there. But, this one, let's say I'm looking for that pattern. You actually, if you scroll just a little further down, you can actually see that you can download that pattern. So that's a wonderful thing. And even with the video or the section that we just saw with Janessa, you can do the same thing on that wonderful pumpkin banner. So if you go, again, you just go to events and online. So again, this is that circle section that Carla did. But you do see details, and then it'll take you here to where you can see, again, watch that segment if you want to, scroll a little bit further down, and you can download that pattern that you want again. So amazing. And we'll have access there throughout the Fall Festival. And even when we go, the Fall Festival ends, we will have that available on our website. So if you miss it, we will have it available on our website after. So let's go back here. I'm going to walk you through a couple other things. So we also have the giveaway. So that's what we'll get to here in just a minute. So hang with me here as we get there. But then we also have our wonderful quilt show. Now, because Fall Festival is coming to an end, the voting will be ending soon. So if you haven't had an opportunity to go to the quilt show, do so. I absolutely recommend it. I know, Mark and Janet, have you had an opportunity to look through some of the wonderful quilts that people have submitted?
Yeah, there's so many of them. So I'm sure everybody's looked through them as well. And it's just, there's a lot. So if you haven't voted or you want to vote, go through and vote. You can continue to vote. And on the voting, you can vote for as many as you want, but only on the one quilt at a time. But there's many other categories you can vote. But yes, so many beautiful quilts, so many beautiful stories, so many to look at and to go and read each one. Very, very inspiring on all of them.
Yeah, I like to write down my favorite ones and see for next festival to see if I can find that same quilter again to find what they've done for the next time.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, that's a wonderful idea. I love that. And one thing I do want to show as well. So let's say, I want to look at the blood, sweat, and tears category. Once you get in here, like Mark was saying, you can actually go in and you can vote. And he was saying as well as you can actually vote on as many quilts as you want. However, you can only vote on one quilt once. So that means, if I vote on this quilt, I can't vote again. However, if you have your quilt submitted, you might be able to tell, or share it with your friends and families and have them register so they can vote on your quilt as well. I'd also encourage you to hit the see more on all of them, because as you can see on this one, you can actually scroll through and see some additional pictures that they may have submitted. And so then this is a beautiful example. You can actually see up close and see some of that really beautiful handiwork that this person has done. So again, beautiful. And this is where you can actually share it. So you can email it, you can share it on Facebook, or you can send a link to somebody. So, again, if you want somebody to vote a couple of times on your quilt, I'd encourage you to share it. Or if you just love the design of it, I'd also encourage you to share it. And then another section that's really nice that you can find on the same page is actually the comments. And this is a really fun part because it gives you the opportunity to talk and communicate with quilters from all over. That's crazy. Like, think about it. I can talk to somebody in New York right now, right? And I'm in Utah. Or I can talk to somebody, maybe you have some people up in Canada or anywhere. So it's absolutely amazing that you have the opportunity to connect with anyone across the world. So go take a look, click on them, vote for them, comment, share all the ones you like. There really are amazing and beautiful pieces of artwork out there. It's also super neat because there are the beautiful stories behind all the work and effort that everyone has put into your quilt. So read the descriptions as well. It's beautiful that way. And then on this same page, actually in all 6 different sections of this quilt show, there's actually what we call a treasure hunt. And so this is an example of it. So we have wonderful different vendors that have specific promotions and discounts that they are running for you quilters watching this fall festival. And it is for the entirety of the fall festival. So, take a look, scroll through them, see some of those amazing deals that you can come across. Another thing that you can actually do is from that same Fall Festival homepage, you can actually go to the vendor hall specifically and see some of those amazing vendors, again, that have specific and wonderful promotions for you watching. So I encourage you to check it out and see what they have, because there are some amazing things out there. So definitely take a look at that. And then, you know what, because we are kind of getting close, let's get into our first giveaway. So what we're going to kind of talk about this first giveaway is our quilters combo plus the electric sharpener. So I know we talked a little bit on that electric sharpener. So it is a fantastic sharpener that allows you to bring back your blades to a near factory perfect edge. So that's wonderful. But, Mark and Janet, why don't you share a little bit about what comes in that quilters combo and what makes it so perfect for somebody who's getting into quilting and getting into, cutting and all that?
Yeah, so the quilters combo is the 45 millimeter comfort cutter, the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, and a package of True Grip. So that's the quilters combo. And then you get the True Sharp 2 electric sharpener with it. So it's everything that you need to get started with cutting your cutting system. It's that safety, it's that excellent service. It's going to get you started on quilting and cutting perfectly.
Yeah, I love it. Jay, when you're asking and when you're talking about that, so many people, so many quilters we know want to be able to cut straight, want to sharpen their blade. And we know if you have dual blades, your mat could be, you damage your mat, you put pressure on your shoulder. So there's a lot of things from happening with just a dual blade, let alone using a ergonomic cutter with the track edge, with our ruler and the True Grip. So if you're looking at a system that you want the ruler to stay put, that you want to be able to have that nice, easy cut, that you want to be able to have sharp blades, look no further, because that quilters combo with that True Sharp, I love it.
It is wonderful. It's really fantastic. And why don't you share, just if someone, if any of our viewers out there haven't ever heard of our track and guide system, why don't you just share kind of what it is and why we designed our rulers with that and how it works with our cutter?
Yeah, so when we developed the cutting system, we didn't want to bring more notions out that were the same. Another ruler, everybody has a lot of rulers, another cutter. We wanted it to be unique, and we wanted to have issues that we have cutting solved, right, Jana? So many times we hear of cutting crooked or damaging the ruler or even nicking our fingers. So there's so many issues that came from cutting, and it was very unsafe. And so this system was designed and to keep you cutting straight at all times. So the track on the ruler has a large, taller, about 1/4 inch alongside the rulers on both sides, and on the square, they're on all 4 sides. And then on the comfort cutter, or any of our cutters, they have a guide, and the guide interlocks with that the taller edge to keep your staying straight. So if you can imagine interlocking a guide on the track, like you see there in the picture, you cannot move that cutter away from the ruler's edge. You're going to keep cutting straight the entire time. So this unique system, there's nothing like that on the market. So if you're looking and you want to have a better system, you want to be able to cut straighter, or you know someone who will benefit from this system, this wonderful TrueCut line of product with the ruler and the cutter is very unique and very awesome.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing. And just a quick reminder before we announce the winner, I know I'm keeping everybody on their toes, but these are winners actually chosen from those that have registered. So again, if you haven't registered, make sure you register so you have a chance to win. But let's go ahead and do a drum roll so we can announce the winner of this Quilters combo and that TrueCut sharpener. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull it up. Perfect. There you go. So Debbie Cook. So congrats.
Nice job, Debbie.
Wonderful. Again, so Debbie, we will be reaching out to you to let you know you've won, and so we'll work on getting in contact with you. But congrats again, Debbie. That is wonderful. I know Mark and Jenna just talked about how wonderful this Quilters combo is, as well as that electric sharpener. It really is, I'd say, the perfect kit for getting into cutting, you know, or kind of changing the game on how you cut. So those are fantastic. So I'm actually gonna, because we're kind of getting close to our time here, let's go ahead and we're gonna do our next giveaway. So this next item we're gonna be giving away is fantastic. So it's our 5-foot luminous light bar. Now, I love this, and it's because it has so many wonderful aspects. And I know, Mark, when you've shared about it, you said, you know, more light can't hurt, right? So Mark, why don't you share a little bit, or Jana, on some of the features of this 5-foot luminous light bar?
Yeah, well, so the thing I like about the light bar is that it's a true light. So when you're using it, it has a reduced shadows, it's got the LED. And then also, as you're looking at the colors together, you know, sometimes you'll be in the store and I know I've picked out thread before and I go, oh, this red will fit exactly the color that I'm working with. And I get home and it's not the same color because of that yellow fluorescentness, right? And so the TrueSharp 2 system, or the luminous light system, is designed so that it has the same color. So that when you're looking at those reds or greens or blues, they're going to be the same as they will be in all lights, so that you're not going to come up with an orange color and then a maroon later.
That's wonderful. I know. And it's also great too, because they are LED, so they don't get hot, you know, so you're not going to come home and find your light bulb is burnt or anything. So that's also a huge thing. Another great thing about this is that it's height adjustable. So I've seen it where people actually will put it on their workbench. So if you don't have space, you know, to have it necessarily go up and around it, you can actually have it set just right on top of it. I've seen it where people will have it over their cutting space. So really you can see, and it, again, like Jenna was saying, it can help keep the color nice and true. And again, you know, Mark's comment, he didn't make it this time, but he has made in earlier sessions. Who doesn't need more light, right?
That's right. Who doesn't need more light?
Exactly. Well, let's go ahead and let's do a drum roll and announce the winner of this 5-foot light bar. So, woo! Charlotte!
Yay!
So congrats, Charlotte. Again, that is fantastic. And we will be reaching out to you to let you know you've won. So keep an eye out for that email. Now, before we do our last giveaway, which is our cutie frame, let's do one more live giveaway. What do you guys think? Jana, Mark, you guys good with that?
Absolutely.
I love a live giveaway.
Let's do
Yeah.
another live giveaway.
Perfect. Well, let's see. Well, do either of you have any good questions you might want to do on this one? Can be anything. You know, a really hard question.
Hard question. They always seem to get the hard question.
So I'll do a question.
All right.
Now this is going to be easy, but I'll give it anyway because I want someone to win very fast. So Nathan, when he was talking on automation, not the thread. He was talking automation. What version of automation was he talking about in his video?
That's a good question. It's a great question, actually. If you were watching, you should be able to get it. Although I do have to point this comment out really quick. So, woo, Diane, go so I got to point it out. I got to point it out.
Okay, now we can't go. Hold on. Now we can't go any further because I got to comment on this myself. So I don't know if someone set you up, Diane, because that's what goes around the office. I got to tell you, I have a picture next to my desk Mr. Clean. So someone set you up, or unless that's just, what you thought of, but I'm good with that. Mr. Clean. Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, now we can go on. I just
I had to point that out as well. So, all right. Okay. So
that's awesome.
Mark,
I love that though. I love it.
That was perfect. Thank you, Diane, right there. That was a wonderful comment. I did not pay her. I'm just kidding. I really didn't. I really didn't. But Mark, why don't you go ahead and share with all of us, what was the answer that you were looking for there?
Beginnings, quilt motion beginnings.
Perfect. Yes. So that was the segment that Nathan had talked about earlier. If you did miss it, again, you can access it on that Fall Festival website, or if you want, you can also go to our YouTube. You can locate it there as well. So let me go ahead. We're going to pick 3 different winners, one from YouTube, one from Facebook, and then one from our wonderful Grace platform. So let me go through here and we'll pick somebody. Okay. So let me see here, scroll through, let everyone get their comments in. People are still putting those comments in here.
And I love that people know that, because that video was a little while ago. And so
Thanks for sticking with us the whole time.
Yeah, I wanted that to see who stuck around. So thank you for everybody who stuck around.
Wonderful. Well, let's go ahead, and this will be our first winner here. So congrats, Chris. That was the beginning.
Good job.
Wonderful. So Mark, why don't you go ahead and drop Plinko for Chris here?
Yes.
True sharp
sharpener.
Yeah. That's awesome. I love that we're talking about, and that's what people are winning. That'll be so good. I know people, like Mark said, people have buckets, of blades, so that'll be wonderful. Congrats, Chris, on that. Really quick, just a reminder for everyone that wins this Plinko drop, you're going to want to reach out to Melinda at graceframe.com to claim your prize. So that's MELINDA at graceframe.com. It is up there on the screen, so you can make sure to spell it correctly there. Again, it's Melinda at graceframe.com. So let me go ahead and we're going to pick another winner here. So that was YouTube. Let me pick somebody from Facebook now, and then we'll go over to our Grace platform. Okay. So here we go. Sean Matthews, congrats.
Great last name, Sean. Love it.
Yeah, Janet, why don't you share really quickly why is that such a good last name?
That's my last name. Yeah. with one T. Yeah.
Awesome. Perfect. Well,
letters, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty much the same. So congrats, Sean. Mark, why don't you go ahead and drop the Plinko chip for Sean here?
Well, we'll do the quilters combo.
Wonderful. That's great. Mark and Jan, why don't you just remind us really quick, what are the 3 things that come in that?
Well, it's the 45 millimeter comfort cutter, the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and then the true grips.
Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you so much. So congrats to everybody. Just another quick reminder. Again, you're going to want to email Melinda at graceframe.com to claim your prize. So let me go ahead and pick one last winner here, and then we'll get to our big giveaway. So from our Grace platform, the answer that they had put was the QCT 5 beginning. So they had that whole title in there. So congrats to Angela Steele. So congrats.
Yay.
So let me just spell that really quickly out there so we can make sure we're getting the correct one. So it's Angela, and that's Angela. Then the last name is Steele, which is Steele. So again, that last name is Steele. So congrats, Angela, again. Wonderful.
Great job.
Okay, so Mark or Jana, go ahead and drop a Plinko chip.
You want to drop this?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Keep it consistent. Ooh, the square ruler set.
That's fantastic. Now, Mark, we haven't talked a whole ton about, so what 3 size rulers are included with that?
The 6.5, 9.5, and 12.5 square. So pretty much all the sizes you need when it comes to the square. And now, again, get that comfort cutter.
Yeah.
So the winner of that one, you might want to go to our website and now grab that comfort cutter to go with those rulers.
Perfect. Wonderful. Well, again, for those 3 that just won and that have won any previous Plinko drop giveaway, the email you're going to want to send, letting them know you've won is Melinda at graceframe.com. But let's go ahead and let's talk about the next big giveaway that we have.
Yes.
Now, I'm super excited because I love the cutie frame. I love it. And Mark and Jan, I know you've maybe had the opportunity to use it a little bit. Why don't you share a little bit about your experience when using the cutie frame?
Well, the cutie frame was actually the first frame I got to try out. When I first started with Grace, they were just getting it all tested and sent together. And so that was the first one I tried. And so for me, it's my first frame with Grace. So I love it. I love how small and compact it is, that it can fit almost every machine on there, and that it's, you can do any size quilt. I love that I'm not limited in my quilting by the space that I have available in my house.
That's right. And sorry, LJ, do you want to go ahead?
Go for it. No, it's all you.
It's all, yeah, Mr. Queen's on. So, the cutie frame, and I don't really like to call it a frame. I think more of an accessory, because it's such a wonderful item to use with your own machine, and to be able to do, if you think about this, large quilts in a small area, a non-dedicated spot. So if you look at your room and you don't have any room for it, that's okay, because you could actually put it on your coffee table upstairs, on a dining table. You can put it outside. You can go anywhere you want with it. It is super light, super easy to take with you, and you can just put it up against a wall or underneath something. It's easy to store. So use your own machine, do large quilts, everything that you want on a large 10-foot or 12-foot frame in a 4-foot accessory for your machine. So
yeah,
I love that frame.
Wonderful. It is fantastic. And I know I love it. I've actually had a couple different experiences with this frame or accessory. One of them that I loved was actually I had an opportunity to talk with the customer. They had called in. And it was actually really fun. I was kind of able to work with this customer kind of through the whole process. So they had called in, they said, I love to do a wide variety of quilts, but they really didn't have space. And another big factor is they really didn't have the budget for it. I know a lot of frames out there can start to get really expensive. So this is a fantastic one that is on sale. It usually is right around $1,000, but is on sale for only $689. So amazing, amazing deal. Exactly. Yes. Best so far this year. But anyway, when I was talking with this customer, I was able to, work through some things with them, and we ended up actually I ended up recommending the cutie frame. So that's what this customer went with. Weeks go by, a couple months pass, and I get a call. I didn't quite recognize, the number, and I was like, oh, hello, this is Laura at the Grace Company. But in that, I was actually able to talk through them, and they live in an RV. They like to travel a lot, so it was really fun. They said that they actually had taken their cutie frame in their RV, and they went and they stopped somewhere. They were having a picnic, and they actually pulled out their cutie frame on a picnic table, and they started quilting out in nature. So it was super fun to hear that story, that really the cutie frame can be taken anywhere. And it really, again, the size quilt is limitless. You can do any size. You can do small little twin or crib, or you can do even a king or California king. So really, that was a super neat story. And one more that I have shared before, but I love this story because I think it amazed me. So I know, Jana, you said your first frame, you had tried was that cutie frame. And there was actually a show I had gone to where we had the cutie frame, and we were kind of, showing it, making sure everybody could get a chance to see it. And there was actually this little boy that had come up. Now his mom is a quilter, so he has, he's seen a machine before, so it wasn't something completely foreign to him. However, he had never actually sewn with the machine on a frame before. And so we had our cutie frame set up just with the domestic machine. And, at first he was a little hesitant. He's like, oh, well, I don't know, but I was like, just give it a try. Just sit down, give it a try, see how it feels, So he sat down, and he took off. He just kept going. He just boom, he just took off with it. I was amazed because he was a little hesitant, but once he tried it or got started, seriously, he did his name free motion, in cursive and all that. He did some of the design, some, stars on. So it was super, I think, unique for me to see that really anybody, whether you're new at quilting or you've been a quilter, or you only can use your own machine, or you're ready to get a 19-inch machine because that can fit on that cutie frame, that really the cutie is meant for everybody and anybody. So I think that's just, again, I know I've shared that story before with that cute little boy that came up, but it was super sweet. I think he's probably only maybe 13 or 14 years old. So he really wasn't very old, but he came up. And again, I was so impressed and amazed that he was able to just kind of take off with that. But enough about me rambling on, but let's go ahead and let's do the giveaway. So let's go ahead and do a drum roll and see who is the winner of that cutie frame. Woo! So Mia, so congrats.
Maya Hunt.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I know we already talked about it, but really that is,
You're gonna love
I
it.
think, yeah, it's going to be great. I know, again, it'll be wonderful. So we will be reaching out to you, Mia, to let you know and to work out, getting you that cutie frame. But again, congrats on that, and congrats to everybody that's won. And thank you for those that have stuck with us. I know when Mark asked that question about, what was Nathan talking about earlier. So again, thank you to everybody that stuck with us. And I hope you will continue to stick with us because we do have some more coming up for today. The next thing we actually are going to talk on is actually a video that Mark and Jana had put together on the Unique 19. So now just before this segment, Janessa was actually showing us that wonderful pumpkin banner with the 19. So now we'll actually go in and we'll talk a little bit about that machine and some of the ins and out of it. So it'll be really great. And then even later, we'll probably do another giveaway. So stick with us. We'll do a live giveaway kind of towards the wrap up of the day. And then also I'd encourage everybody to make sure you tune in tomorrow because that's when we'll do some more fun live giveaways. We'll have some more wonderful workshops. We'll hear from some of our guest speakers as well tomorrow. And then again, we'll be doing that wonderful grand prize giveaway. That'll be right around the 2:00 hour. So make sure, don't forget to be here for that and for the rest of the entirety of today and for tomorrow. But let's go ahead and get into this next video, which is a demo on our wonderful Unique 19-inch machine.
Hi everybody, welcome to another video with Grace Company. My name is Mark.
I'm Jana. I'm so excited to be here today.
Yeah, we are both really excited because we are featuring one of our best machines, the Unique 19, Jana, and it is so fun to use. And my wife uses this machine, and she actually uses it with our kids too. So having the machine that's so easy to use and so fun. And it's nice and big, and that's one of the things that my wife really liked is having a larger machine to finish her projects. And I just can't wait to talk about this machine and what it could bring to you. But I know Jana as well, we get questions all the time asked. People want to use a machine. How awesome is this 19?
My favorite thing about the 19 is it's kind of like in between, right? It's not the biggest we have, it's not the smallest, but it can have that ability to go on all the different frames we have, so you have that option of which way you're going to go.
That is really key for your quilting. You enjoy it, you can place it on different frames. So the 19 is very versatile, but I know the 19 or any long arms can bring some concerns, some questions that we get often when they're looking to get a long arm machine. Let's maybe briefly bring those up and let's talk about those. What are some of those questions, concerns we get on the phone often?
Well, one question we always have is how heavy is the machine? Is it something that I'm going to be able to lift up and down onto the frame and move it around?
And the other one is cost, right? Cost affordable, can I even afford it? Especially when you start hearing the word long arm, it's like, how
much is this?
Yeah, I don't know if I can. So very affordable. Yeah, the size is another one. But one I get often is intimidation, right? People get intimidated when they want to transition from the smaller machine to a 19. And I can just tell you, and I know we both can just tell you that being intimidated for the 19, there's nothing really to worry about the 19. And why is that?
Well, one of the nice features about the 19 is that it has instructions on threading, right? Like people have said before, oh, I hear that threading a long arm is so difficult. The 19 has the instructions printed on the side of the machine for you.
That is huge. So no mistakes being made. You can just follow that. So Jana, again, super excited to talk about the 19. One of our best machines because it's a great segue from a person who has our 15. When they're looking to transition or move bigger, the 19 is what always comes up. I want to buy the 19. I want to get the 19. And so it's a very common machine. Like I had mentioned, my wife has a 19, and so it's great for her and for what she's doing. The 19 has really a lot of wonderful features. And so let's dive into those features because that's the exciting part. That's what I can't wait to get to is talking about a machine that has features built into it, but yet is very price friendly. And so we're going to look at some of these. One is the size, Jana, the 19. Let's go ahead and move this up so we can see and show everybody the travel disc, the travel and it has the 19, and it goes all the way to the front there. So 19 inch of throw space. That is big. So if you're already looking at moving from one of your machines to the 19, look at that throw space you get. Now, the also has built-in features on the handlebars.
Yeah. The nice thing about the handlebars too is not only can you move them, which I'll show you here, they have these silver handles, and you can make them ergonomic for you, either a flat way, or if you want to do it this way, up, down, whichever is comfortable for you. You can even pull them out if you're a little bit shorter like me, and you have that ability to move them forward and back. And then they just clamp down. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jana. That is key. When you said that, I first thought of like, that's an extra couple inches that you're getting in your movement. So you're able to have, again, I talk about quilting and comfort. You can, with that ability to, instead of trying to stretch forward and backward. So the 19 handles are completely adjustable from in or out, up or down as well. So right back here, there's a screw that you can loosen to move the handles if you want to go up or down. So you're, again, quilting in comfort. The other nice thing about these handles are the buttons. The buttons, there's 3 on each side. So those buttons, they do serve a purpose, and the ones on the left do something totally different than the ones on the right. And what do the buttons on the left, what do they do?
Well, they can do your bobbin to go get your bobbin thread up and down, and then to go through your screen that we've got here, that you can view what you're sewing, your speeds, your stitches. The other thing I like about the handlebars is that you have the option to switch. If the buttons on the left side aren't comfortable for you for that kind of movement, then you can switch it over to the right side. And you can do that by coming to the screen and then just switching them over.
So what you're saying is, if they want the needle down, the big button on the left to be on the right, and their start-stop to be on the left side, they can just switch those.
Switch whichever is comfortable for you.
Whichever comfortable, that's right. And they're nice and easy to hold. Those ergonomic handles, you know, a nice grip to them. You know, they're gripping something. We all know from the quilting, whether you're cutting fabric and you're using all these tools, you want to have it ergonomic and you don't want to really squeeze. And Jana, I couldn't tell you how many times I've talked to someone who couldn't really hold the handles, but they were able to move the machine around either with just their knuckles or the palm of their hand. Especially the 19, they can move that handle down and then they can move that around, and that's really, really key.
Well, and even up, I can move it around with no problem. I'm not holding on to the handles as if I'm holding on to the handlebars of a bike or a motorcycle. You don't have to have that kind of grip strength to move the machine around.
That's right. And one of the concerns we talked about is maybe heaviness, right? How is it heavy? Well, the 19 is one of our lighter machines, and so moving that around, even though it's on our nice carriage system, the 19 isn't heavy at all. So trying to struggle or fight that machine moving it, there's no need because it's super light.
Yeah. The other nice thing about the 19, when Mark said that it's a little bit not as heavy as the other ones, is it's designed that way. You can see with this nice blue design, those are the features that we have with plastics, so that it's designed not to be as heavy with those heavier metal pieces that the 15 and 21 have.
That's right. Okay, well, there's a lot more features to this machine, and if you're already considering or what you're wanting to do, the 19 again is one of the best machines, and you can start big. You know, you got 19-inch throw space, so if you're looking to get a machine and transition from your domestic or even from your 15, the 19 is the way to go. Let's look at other features this has. One, let's look at the screen. The screen is, there's a couple new features on the screen for the 19, and let's go over those, but let's first talk about the screen.
So the nice thing about the screen is it is touch screen. You saw me touch it to switch out the handlebar buttons, but then you also have the option to go between the different stitches. You can do your stitch speeds. You can also do the needle jog for if you're doing something. And when I first started with quilting, I'd heard needle jog and I thought that was left and right. But with a needle jog, this is for up and down. So wherever I'm starting, I can, if I've come back to my project and I want to start in the same spot, then I can do that with the needle jog.
So the needle jog is one of the newest features, and it always makes me smile because I talk and we were just discussing, you know, quilters who have a spot that they left off at, or they want to maybe continue tomorrow quilting. So you leave the machine, but maybe it got bumped, or now you're off the pattern that you started. And for some of us, to go from where you're at now to reach back here,
even if I pull it all the way forward,
yeah, it's quite the challenge. And so that needle jog, let's go ahead and use that, because I love watching the needle, which sounds weird, but when you wanting to be positioned and you can't do any of that, to have that feature, which is a small feature, but it goes a long way. So let's go ahead and do the needle jog. And you can see the needle will go right down and it would jog. So you can now pinpoint and be exactly where you left off. So that is nice.
And the nice thing is I can continue to keep going that direction, and it'll eventually start going back up again. So I don't have to think, wait, which button did I push last as I was trying to get my needle into place.
Other features this machine has 4 different stitch modes on there. They are precise, cruise, based, and manual. And we wanted the machines to have those professional features in an affordable machine. And let's look at the precise and what precise does.
Now, the first thing I'm going to do to get started is I'm going to bring my bobbin thread up before I get started with precise so you can see what it looks like. So I'm going to use my up and down. Oh, I've switched my screen. So I've got to go back to switch it back to where I had it. So precise is going to go, when I move the machine, it's going to move. So it won't stitch unless I'm moving it. So when I stop, it stops.
It's very precise.
And I can make it this is my free form. I'm going to do whatever design I need to do.
Precise is regulation, and let's go look at a couple things. Let's cruise as well. So precise, regulating modes. So you're looking to do your stitching and you want that consistent stitches. Precise is the way to do it. Cruise is also regulated, but what precise does, like Jen had mentioned, is the machine will not start until you move it around, right? It is very precise, and if you stop, the machine will stop. Now, cruise brings a different dynamic. It allows you to still have that regulation feature, but it also has a minimum speed, which can be adjusted from 5% to 25%. Let's look at that minimum speed and why is that so important?
So I'm going to start with my touch screen and bring it down to 5%. And then I'm going to start going. And you'll notice that the machine continues to go whether I'm moving it or not. Hands off, completely going. It'll go faster as we're going faster because that's that regulation. But that allows me to fill in a small space without having to just start and stop with it.
That's right. And then because it's regulated, Jana, go ahead and move that faster. So it regulates with the movement. So yes, you are slowing down and speeding up and it's still being regulated. Now that is at 5%. And I know some of us, we want things a little faster. So you can actually increase that up to 25%. So that constant minimum speed will go a lot faster to finish those fill-ins faster as well.
So I've moved it up to 15% so you can see it's going faster than that 5. Allows me to fill in this section much more, but it still allows me to go faster as well.
That's right. That's beautiful. So precise and cruise are 2 regulated modes that's built into this wonderful machine. It also has based and manual. So based brings basing into it. And there's 3 different sizes. What are those?
We've got small or short, medium, and then long. And that's just your stitch length.
So let's go ahead and use the small. Keep moving that, right along, and it'll baste. There you go. So you can see and you can adjust that like you were doing. So if you wanted to go bigger and finish that base process faster, you can go from small to large and it will have that ability. So the more you move your machine is what will consist of that stitching. So you keep moving the machine and every on the small base, you get those 1/2 inch into inch, and further down the it gets bigger and bigger. So precise, cruise, basin, and now we'll talk about manual mode. Manual mode, it turns off the regulation, but Jana, a lot of quilters out there love having the option of, you know what, I don't want regulation. I already know what I'm doing. In fact, Carla here, she really loves manual mode, and manual mode really allows you to continue with your project, but you are in control of your own stitches instead of the machine.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed too is I've talked to a lot of you at shows or over the phone is that you already have your consistent speed. You've been doing it for so many years and you practice that consistency yourself. So manual mode is a great mode for you to try that with.
That's right. And I always love seeing it, and I'm sure they as well. So let's go ahead and turn on manual mode. And what percent are we at now?
We're at 60%.
Okay. And one thing that I noticed what you're doing, when you're at 60% with manual mode, you can get, the smaller stitches, and that's what we're going for, is getting those smaller stitches. So with manual mode, we need to keep up with the machine because it's going to be at that constant speed. So we want to move the machine around to obviously keep those stitches in the same length as we want them to be. But like you had mentioned earlier, having the ability, if you already know your pattern, and a lot of us, with the stitch regulation, it speeds up and speeds down or speeds up and slows down when we do the same. But with the manual mode, it will keep that same distance or that same speed through the whole quilting process, and it's up to you to keep those stitches consistent. Also with the screen, we talked about the needle up, needle down. What's nice is with a needle up, needle down, you can change the setting in the screen to have a full stitch. And what that means is with the standard needle up, needle down, it will go down once and then back up again. And go ahead and press that needle down button right now. We'll go, we're on a full stitch, which is nice. So we're going to go ahead and change it so where you can also change that in the settings. So if you want to be able to push it down once and push it down again, it will have those features in there. So then we push it again, it will come back up. So you can change that to go from a full stitch to a half stitch and vice versa. So that's a nice feature. So some of these are really subtle, but we were really excited to put these in the machine because we hear a lot of your comments and what you want. And so now a machine is here that offers those wonderful features, from regulation modes to adjustable handles and the wonderful throw space. But there are more features to this machine. One of them is a built-in bobbin winder. And the built-in bobbin winder is really nice. I know, talking to a lot of customers, Jana, and it's separate. You don't need the machine running in order for the bobbin to wind. You can wind the bobbins before projects, you can do them during projects, but you don't need them together, and that's really nice.
The other thing that I like about it is that you're in control of your bobbin winder. It's not, I'm having to thread it a different way or in separation of your machine. It's all set up ready to go for you.
Yep, it's perfect. And we have a separate thread stand right here, so we can have ready and your bobbin color, whatever that may be, you can have that ready and wind it. And I'm just going to turn that on so you can hear it, and then turn that off. We use M-class bobbins with our machine, which is nice. So the M-class bobbin is one that we really love, and you have more bobbin, which means more projects being finished faster because you have more thread. You're not constantly changing out your bobbin colors because it runs out of thread often. So the M-class is really nice.
One question I get too, Mark, a lot is if they have purchased the pre-wound bobbins before, can they reuse those plastic bobbins and fill them up? And they can. Yeah. It's not necessary to only have the metal. You can reuse those plastic ones also. Absolutely.
Okay, so for you, I love the features that this machine brings. Not only is it easy to use, but as I mentioned earlier, my young kids were using the 19, and that's available for all ages. It's easy to use. One of the other things I really, really love is out-of-the-box experience. When customers buy this machine, to have it out of the box, how easy is this to set up and ready on their frame?
Oh, it's one of the easiest ones we have.
Mm-hmm.
The tools come with it so that you're all set to go. It's not like you have to go to the hardware store and find additional tools to set up. Maybe you're not getting it because some people find stuff easier. We have videos on how to set it up. We have our technical support team who can help you with any questions you have.
That is really nice when you're buying something. And I use the word loosely, but you know, it is very inexpensive, but it's your money you're looking to invest with the Grace product, and to have that service, you know, with the machines is really nice. So yeah, we do have that service, the customer care. We know from buying our own stuff that it's nice to have that service when we need it. But out of the box experience, you know, it's easy to set up and easy to maintain, and that's another nice quality of the Qnique, is it allows you to function the way you want to function, quilt the way you want to quilt. You know, you want to be comfortable. You want to have the right tools necessary, from the adjustable handles, that is big, to winding your bobbins, to move the buttons from one side to the other side. So
whatever makes you comfortable while you're quilting.
Yes.
The other thing I really like again about the 19 is that whatever your space for quilting is, if you have a 12-foot space or 10-foot, 8-foot, 5-foot, 4-foot, the 19 can fit in any of those spaces on the frames that we have. So it's a great machine to lead you to whatever quilting you need to do.
You know, Jana, that is I mean, I keep bringing back my wife. I apologize. But her room, hers is wall to wall, and she couldn't get to the back to do some of these features. And so to be able to have these built in, and if you're one of those as well, like, okay, I'm going to fit this in my room, but it's wall to wall.
All we got.
Yeah, these features will come in handy, and it's just really excited to know that there's a machine out there for your needs and for what you want.
My favorite thing about the 19 is that it makes me feel like I'm quilting on a big machine, but it's not big space.
That's a great point.
It's not a giant long arm. It's the beginning of the long arm set, but I'm still able to do large quilt sections.
I love that. So I'm hoping that you made some comments. If you have any comments, please leave those comments. And if you have questions, we'll be happy to answer those. And as always, please continue to like us, share us, and follow us on Instagram. We continue to do a lot of posts. Carla has some out there as well. So please continue to follow us if you're wanting to learn more, or if you know someone that is interested on getting the 19.
You think it'll be perfect space for them.
Yep, have them follow us and like us. But we really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you very much. And again, my name is Mark.
I'm Jana.
And thank you again.
Well, thank you, Mark and Jana, so much for talking through that Qnique 19-inch machine. That is, I know, and Jana, in that video, you had talked about how really it's such a good machine because it feels like, you know, a long arm machine, but it is something that's still super light and is familiar, or should be, you know, looks familiar at least to what some domestic machines are. So that really was wonderful. I know one thing that I loved, or actually I love reading all the comments through the video sections, but one that I loved is one feature on the Qnique 19, and actually on all of our machines, is that there's actually a separate motor for the bobbin winder. Now that's super nice. So if you are quilting, you don't have to, you know, completely unthread your machine, you know, re-thread it on the other side, you know, so you can have to, you know, wind the bobbin that way. So it is super nice because there are, again, 2 separate motors, so you can keep sewing, you know, and have that bobbin winder going. It's also really nice that on all of our machines as well, we actually have it's like a double thread stand. So again, you don't have to completely unthread your machine just to wind a bobbin. So that is a super nice feature of it. Janet, why don't you just share or kind of give us a little bit more of your thoughts on that wonderful Qnique 19-inch machine?
Yeah, one of the comments that I loved reading too was someone was saying that it's a little bit lighter than the 15, and it's true. The 19 has that a little bit more plastic in the outer body, and so it is a little bit lighter. So for those people who are concerned about lifting it up on the frame or having issues that way, it does roll and much more smoothly, and it's a little bit lighter. The other thing I like about the 19 is on the outside it has the exact ways to do the tension for your thread to like how to go through there. So it has a, you know, it's I don't want to say foolproof, but kind of foolproof for that, you know, threading your machine. And so it gives you that kind of instruction as well.
Yeah, wonderful. And really quickly, I'm actually just going to share my screen here and I'm going to show everybody because we are running some absolutely amazing promotions. So I want to show everybody some of those amazing deals that we have. So this is one because we were looking specifically at that Unique 19. So we do have that machine head on sale. So usually it's right around $7,000, but it is on sale again. So it's on sale for $5,899. And as you can see here as well, that includes a free accessory kit. Now, this is great because it gets you into or kind of opens the door into doing a different way of quilting. So instead of just doing free motion quilting with this accessory kit, it actually comes with a light bar, which is great, some thread, and then also comes with a ruler base and 3 different rulers, as well as a hopping foot set that includes a ruler foot. Now, again, this is a great way to kind of help open the door to you who are thinking, you know, I'm ready to get into machine, but I don't know if I can do free motion. So this way it gives you kind of a different way of quilting or a different way to look at quilting. So wonderful deals. I just really quickly, I just want to kind of go through some of these amazing deals we have. And let me show you actually where you can find this page so that you can actually go see for yourself some of the amazing promotions we have. So super simple. You start out on our main website, so graceframe.com. Once you're there, it'll be this first banner that pops up. So this is that fantastic fall festival. Once you select that, it'll take you to the Fall Festival homepage, and this is actually where you can locate those amazing promotions that we're running. So across the top here, it's kind of, you know, third from the right here if you count my account, it's Shop Sell. And so again, this is wonderful. Once you select that, it'll take you to this page and it'll show you again some of our amazing frames. So we have that cutie frame, which is right around that $1,000 range, but is on sale for $689. That's amazing. That is the lowest we've had it all year. So amazing price. Another thing about the cutie is when we first released them, we got some in, but then we sold through those. So actually up until very recently, the cuties have been on back order. So if you're thinking, you know what, you know, you're teetering on the fence, get the cutie frame now because we do have them in stock. So that way, if you get them now, you won't have to wait on it. So take a look at that. We also have our wonderful Q-Zone hoop frames. So we have a standard hoop frame, a pro, or we have our wonderful Q-Zone queen frame. Then we also have some combos with our 15-inch machine. So this is our 15M. We also have the 15R on here. Wonderful, that 15 Pro. And then again, some more on the individual machine. So the 19-inch, that 21R, the 21 Pro, or we have some on that Continuum 2 frame, which is great, or on our automation, which we talked about a little bit earlier, and actually what this next segment will go into. So that'll be great. Nathan will talk about some of the advanced features that you can do with the Pro version of that software. Then we also have some amazing deals on our TrueCut products, and a lot of them are in combo. So if there is one item, you know, you're like, I think I really want that, now's the time to get it because again, we are including quite a few of these items in combo with something else that's free. So definitely take a look at that and see some of those amazing promotions we're running. Really quickly, before we get into this next segment, I just want to briefly talk about the wonderful treasure hunt that we have going. I know I saw a couple comments in here where people were wondering, you know, what is that? How do I get to it? So I'm just going to show you. So really simple. You actually can find this information on your own. Again, if you're looking at it on your home phone, tablet, laptop, you know, any way, or computer, that actually just across the top here, there's this. It says treasure hunt. So you can hit see details. And this is where it shows you kind of how and where you can find these treasure hunt prizes. So it goes through through the entirety of this fall festival. There is 86 different prizes. You can see now there's only 28 left. So look while you can, you know, because we are kind of getting close to the end here. So, you know, keep looking, look for them. You'll be able to look for them again tomorrow as well. But super easy. What you'll do is actually you want to see this. So there's the you found a prize. So that is what you'll see when you're going through the quilt show. So once you hit start hunting, it'll take me there, you'll see. So this is where you can actually find those different prizes. So you can do in any 6 of these sections. As you scroll through, you'll come across, again, one of those. It'll be instead of a quilt, or show a picture of a quilt, it'll say you've won, and so that's how you'll know that you've won. Once you select that, it'll kind of take you through the process of how to claim a prize and what you've won as well. So again, it's just found through any of the 6 sections that we have, and just kind of as you're scrolling through here. So wonderful. Again, that's just a quick reminder of how you can find the wonderful treasure hunt we're doing. It also, again, it does go through the entire fall festival, so through today and all through tomorrow as well. If everyone doesn't find those prizes, so like it said, there's only 28 left, so go and look now. So definitely take a look at that. But let me go ahead and get us kind of right into this next segment that we have here.
Before we do, LJ, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
There's quite a few questions I just want to hurry and touch upon before we go on, because I know if we go on, we won't be able to hit these questions. One of the questions that keeps coming up was if they had a quilt motion from our previous machines, will it work on the 19? If you bought that quilt motion within the last probably couple of years, you have everything you need. You don't need to buy anything else. Everything you need in that quilt motion will go right to the 19, so you are good. If you had purchased a quilt motion probably about maybe 3 years or longer, then there will be a couple attachments that you need to get, but they're very small amount. You don't need to buy any more hardware or software. There's just more attachments that need to go to your machine. So if you do have the automation and you're now looking to get to the 19, if you had one of our 15s, that's what was coming up a couple of times. Get the 19 while it's on sale, and you can still use your automation that you previously had. So that's a great question, and you don't have to worry about buying a lot of stuff, maybe a couple of brackets, but if you bought it within the last 2 years or less, then you should have everything you need to transition from your 15 to the 19.
Wonderful. And really quickly, Mark, on that kind of same note, that I'm sure there are quite a few questions. So we do have somebody that is monitoring the chat in there to help answer any questions you have. However, if we aren't able to get to them, you can always give us a call. That number right there on the screen, it's 1-800-264-0644. Or if you'd like, we do have a website chat. So if you just go to our main website, graceframe.com, you can see it up there on the screen. It'll give you to a chat person who you can chat with. And, again, we'd love to hear from you. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us. So again, if we aren't able to get to your questions, give us a call or chat with us online. But thank you, Mark. I know that's a great question. I did see that comment in there as well. But again, if we missed your question, I apologize. We will maybe get back to it here a little bit later today. But let's go ahead and get into this next segment with Nathan. Again, he's going to talk about some of the advanced features that you get on our automation system.
Hi, I'm Nathan Nosnik with the Grace Company. I'm excited to be with you today. In front of me, we have the Quilter's Creative Touch software, and I'm using the Pro version because I'm going to talk about a couple advanced features and functions. When I show people these, again, this is not for the faint in heart. You might be thinking, or if you have questions about the automation system as a whole, I'd recommend, we have a couple other wonderful videos that we could refer you to, or stay tuned as you do so and look at the YouTube channel. We have wonderful videos that talk a little bit about our Quilter's Creative Touch beginning software, which is a great way to get started in placing precise patterns and doing your edge-to-edge patterns. We have our Pro software, Quilter's Creative Touch Pro, which I've done a great video that also talks a little bit about some of the additional wonderful functions. And in fact, we're going to be getting into some of those. What does that mean? And we're going to dive into what we call our Quilt CAD software and our Pattern CAD software. And we're going to talk about manipulating and creating patterns, designing, and using some of these other features that, again, a fewer sets of you might feel like you're ready to get into that. Usually what happens is once you start doing your edge to edge, you start thinking about your custom quilting and placing more blocks and more patterns, and then you start deciding, I think I probably might want to design a couple of my own. And I'm going to show you a few things. Again, this is not to show you all of the details on how they work or what you're going to do to edit it, but it's more or less to give you an understanding of the power of what this software has when you're ready to access that power. And so we're going to take a look at a couple key things. This again is our Quilter's Creative Touch Pro software, and I like talking about the couple standard functions. Again, selecting and sewing, this is one of those that we use if we're going to take a pattern. We want to place that pattern into a space on the block on the quilt. Great easy way to do it. Again, in here you can use precision as much as you want. We're not going to get in and talk about that. Another key feature that we've talked about, and we have other videos, is really part of laying out edge to edge or entire quilts. This one really quick, I love being in power. I'm just going to show you, you can size a quilt. I'm going to do a small one here just because. size whatever size quilt you want. We can come in, choose a pattern. I'm going to again go into part of the continuous line pattern here. Go ahead and choose a pattern of our choice. It automatically fills that. It's a fun way to go ahead and play around with a couple things and flip and offset. It's a great way to take even what some are considered some of the most basic patterns, and by playing around with this again, and these are some things that you might start looking at doing that start to create a different output. Again, this was a heart. If we go back and we look at this, zeroing this back out, this was a simple heart, and most people, what I'm doing is I'm hitting spacing here, so I'm adding a little bit of space in between those hearts. This is a very common way for people to use some of these things. So again, we're not going to spend a lot of time. You can see, and you might have questions like, wow, what are you doing, or how are you doing that? Again, my recommendation is go to look at a couple of our additional videos that talk more about this, and then if you actually own the software, our help files are a great place for you to go as well. But again, there's a lot of power here in what we consider the main functions of the software, selecting and sewing specific patterns in specific places, and really one of the most common, which is what we would call edge-to-edge sewing, or taking a pattern and sewing that across your quilt and down your quilt. What I'm wanting to focus on are really these functions over here on the right, and one of the fun ones we're going to dive into first is what I'm going to refer to, and it's called Pattern CAD. So this software is a design layout software. If we're going to take a quick look at what this is, before I kind of get into this, this would be our pattern creator. So if you want to start designing or editing existing patterns or making them from scratch, this software is wonderful to use. Again, we're not going to dive into all of the details because there's a lot of them in here. Just giving you a little glimpse of how fun it can be to use part of this software to start creating more patterns on your own. And it's pretty amazing that you can start with something very simple with a little bit of an addition to that. I'm going to show you some new layout pieces, how amazing it can actually look, and it's pretty impressive. You probably go like, wow, you've done this a lot. Yes, I have, but again, if you take a minute to learn a couple of these buttons and the other elements of this software, it actually works quite well, and it is fairly simple once you understand some of those basics. We're going to start with a couple of those if we go to the screen. And on this, I'm just going to use my finger. Now, when I do a lot of detailed work on this, one of the things that I often will do is I'll do this on my desktop PC versus a tablet because I like a little bit more control to use my mouse for dragging and dropping lines. But we're going to start with very simple. I'm just going to show you that you can draw and manipulate and make lines with your fingers. I'm going to do that by quickly coming down to what we're calling node spacing. And let me just kind of show you what this does. What this does is this determines how close the points are. So I'm going to go up and you'll see how much farther those. I went to a 5. Let's go up. And again, so what that does is helps you understand how much detail there might be. I don't usually use this unless I'm going to do something that's more like a script. So I'm going to erase that, go back to 1. And one of the things I love showing, because this is a great way to create a personal pattern for your quilt, I'm just going to sign my name. So I'm going to take my finger and I'm simply going to sign my name. And this is one of those easy ways to personalize a quilt. So literally, I went down to 1 on the node spacing. I took my finger and signed my name. This now has created a pattern that I can output and quilt. You'll notice there's a quilt button down on the bottom. It takes me in so that I can save that wherever I want. I've actually saved and I've done my name before, but there it is. There's the pattern that literally I drew with my finger. I now can place that on the fabric and I can simply quilt that out. So let's go back again, just so you can realize the power of the software. Again, if you think about this, think about it. I simply took my finger and with my finger, I drew my name on the surface of the tablet. I then said I'm ready to quilt it out and we can quilt it. Now that lets you know that there is some simplicity built in, but yet there's a lot more we can do. So we're going to go back to the screen. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly delete this out, and I'm going to do the same type of thing, and I'm going to draw with my finger, but I'm going to use, if we look at the upper right corner, there's an option for what we call flakes. And what this is really adding what we're going to call as mirrors, and so we can draw around them. And I'm going to use a single side, so I'm going to go back to draw. And so this has 6 different mirrors. And this now lets me, and I'm going to just draw here quickly so you can see, and then I'll spend a little bit more time. I'm in the same piece where I was using the nodes and the spacing, but I want you to kind of watch what happens here. So as we draw, we're able to go ahead and it actually will mirror that in multiple places. So we're going to do this. That doesn't look quite as nice as I want, but what I'm going to quickly do is align these backs just a little bit more. And then I'm going to smooth this all out. So I'm going to go into edit. And again, there's a lot of power built into this. This is now going to allow me to smooth and to make some of these lines a little bit more basic. I'm going to select all that I have, and there's an awesome button right here that we call smooth, and it's going to smooth that out. And if you actually watch and if you look at that, that whole pattern went from being really jaggedy to being a lot more fine-tuned. What we're going to do now is I'm going to go and make sure these are a little bit closer, and then I'm going to keep all those mirrors, and literally I have just created a new pattern by utilizing, again, one of those options was the flake. Again, so we went into flake. I went back to draw. I used one node spacing. There we are. Then what I did is I went into editing. I simply selected everything, and it's only the one that's being mirrored. I smoothed that out. You can see how that smoothed it out. We can come back in and we can fine tune lines, but I'll show you what I would use here in a minute instead of this. Right now, however, you can see that there are different multiple copies of the one line. On the left-hand side, there's an option to what we call apply mirrors. What that does is that makes this now one pattern, and it brings it all together. Again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but we have an ability to optimize so that this can sew continuously. I'm going to say that what we're going to do is we're going to follow this pattern, and anywhere that it comes to a break, we're going to have it check and stop, and then we'll remove that. So right now, we're going to go and animate. It's going to sew through this pattern. It comes to a break. It says, do you wish to remove it? Yes, I'm actually going to remove all of the breaks on this particular pattern. And then therefore, when it's done, it will be one continuous pattern. So there we go. So now we actually have one pattern. And I am going to hit OK. I'm going to go in one more time to select everything, and I'm going to do one more smoothing section, and I am going to turn off those nodes so you can see that. So again, I love showing people how simple this can be and how easy it is to take some of the features that are in the software to draw and create a new pattern. Now again, for those of you that would want, you could go ahead and save this. There are other things that we can do. We can take this particular pattern. If we want to rotate it a little bit, we can do so. There's options like rotate, so we can come in here and very slowly rotate that to what we might think would be the direction that that pattern should sit. So there we go. And I simply can save the pattern. So I'm going to touch on the save. I'm going to go choose my standard pattern folder. Let me call this flake, because I think that looks a little bit like a snowflake as I use that. We're going to save it, and now we can come back anytime we want. And if I want to edit it, great, but now it's actually prepped and I've saved it for quilting if we want to quilt it. So we're going to go ahead, and I'm going to now just get rid of that screen because I want to show you another really great tool that's found up here underneath the tools. And these are some basic templates that exist. And I'm going to bring this one in, which we call the triangle, and it has one mirror line. And this is going to be fun because I'm going to use a different tool. Instead of drawing this with my finger, I am going to use a simple arc. There again are some wonderful help files that talk about how you do this. Really, I want to just start on the left corner, and I want to finish anywhere here on the mirror. And I'm going to take my finger and I'm just going to first draw the first line. And if you can see, my finger is held there and there's a line that's extending, kind of rubber banding and snapping out. I'm going to move, let's say, to here. We're going to turn on continuous line because what I want to do is I want to touch somewhere else here on the screen. It will automatically snap to it. I'm now going to touch somewhere here on the green line. So if you think I have one line, two lines, and let's put three in there. There's 3 lines on this. Now you might say, that's not looking great, but watch this. We're going to now go to edit that, select all, and there are now blue handles that we can now move. So now I can manipulate those to create a different design. And let's go ahead and go there. I'm going to take this one. And let's go down there, and then I'm going to take this last line, and let's do that. So that's the design that I want. What we can do is if we want, I can also select individual parts on that and do a little bit more. I actually like that one a little bit. And let's go ahead, and I'm going to take this point and I want to bring it a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my finger and I drag it across the surface, and I'm going to pull that up here. There we are, and I want to bring that one in just a little bit, so I'm just going to move that one right there. So again, remember I drew 3 lines. There was no rhyme or reason to what I did. I simply then selected all of them, grabbed some of those points and moved them around. I'm going to save this. So what we do is we're going to apply the mirror. Again, that will keep it. I'm going to go in and quickly optimize and make sure that this is one continuous, because you can see because I drew it, I didn't quite hit the mirror. That's easy to do. We're going to check for the breaks. We're going to animate it. It will show me how this quilts. We're going to remove that. Now it's done. So now it's one continuous pattern. And I'm going to save this because I'm going to show you how fun and how amazing this looks. Even though it looks very simple, let's call this try. And I'm going to give this a try-1. There we go. So again, what we did is we created a triangle. I'm going to do something that's even one more basic than this. Let's go back out. I'm going to do the same thing. Tools, triangle template 2. And I'm going to do a challenge. Let's do 2 lines and see what we can get with 2 simple lines. So here we go. We're going to go back to draw. I'm in my arch. I'm going to go for my left corner. Let's do that. I'm going to go here to the middle. So now I have 2 lines. We're going to edit. I'm going to select those and we're going to use just 2 lines because I want you to see, even with only 2 lines, what actually this pattern can look like as a finished pattern. I want those to be a little bit closer. That's fine. So we're just going to apply my mirrors. I actually also can select those. And if I want, I can bring those 2 together by moving those and holding those together. But we're going to go ahead and go to my optimize. We're going to check for breaks. It'll go through. It'll find that. Yes, we want to remove that. The next question is asking, do we want to connect both the beginning and the end? No, I do not, because I want to leave this as a pattern. Okay, we're going to save this one as well. This one we already have the try 1. Let's give this one try 2. Enter. Again, we're going to save that. So now I end up with 2 triangle patterns. And again, there's a lot more we can do. There are other fun built-in different types of mirroring systems. In fact, let me show you this one. This is pretty amazing. This is what we call our poly mirrors, and I'm going to add this because let me show you how easy it is to kind of make a feather wreath really quick here. Love this one. I'm going to go to draw because now it has, I think, what was it, 12 sides on this. I'm going to use the same arch on this one. Again, I'm going to use this main line here and make a drawing. So I'm just going to draw between the 2. I'm going to edit that. We're going to make the top bump of the feather. We're going to go back to draw. I'm going to draw down. Now that one really needs to probably come and touch this. So I'm going to go and I'm simply going to move that one. Again, by taking my finger over this. Again, this is why one of the things I love to do is I love to use my computer because I can get in there without my finger being over it. Let's bring that back just a little bit actually because we're going to edit that one here. And what I want to do is to select all and I'm going to bring that out. Whew, there you go. That's looking great. We're going to draw the line back up and I'm going to go back and I'm going to edit that line this time and make sure that those 2 line up. Again, we can make sure that this is a little bit closer, unselect all. We can come into this particular one here. And what we want to do is we want to go ahead and I'm going to use an option on the left, which is it's called snap selected to bring those back together. So let me go ahead and highlight those 2 really quick. Let me go ahead and I have an ability to quickly make those a little bit more close here. So now they're directly on top of each other. So I literally drew 1 line, modified it, drew a second, modified it, drew a third. Now it's actually repeating itself. I can apply mirrors. I now have a feather wreath that will sew from beginning to end, and to show you it does so, there's a couple points. We're going to animate it to remove breaks. We're going to speed this up because we really want to get through this pretty quick. Yes, we're going to remove all of these breaks. One other thing we can do is quickly remove all the trim lines as another feature versus walking through this process. I like to go through this process to see where it's going to end. There we go. I now have a feather wreath that I created with, again, 3 lines, and that was done with 3 arches using one of the polygon features by using that as a mirror set. Again, there's more other functions. We're not going to spend a lot of time on here. I want to go and show you the next advanced component of the software, and we're going to go out and we're going to go now into our Quilt CAD software. And this is a fun one that we're going to kind of finish on because here is this layout, and really you can think about this as a building block. You can use each one of these as its own block, or you can take a section of them and use them to design a particular pattern layout. I'm going to drag my finger to select all of those blocks. I'm going to go in to select that simple 2-line pattern that I actually created, and by tapping the pattern on the right or placing pattern, it will put that pattern into every single block. I'm going to click on Tools in the top right corner, and one of the things I really love using is this triangle block because a lot of the patterns that we have fit into blocks, and so it's really fun to take a pattern, and I'm going to touch diagonal, and I want you to see what happens. There we go. It automatically put those in diagonally. What I want to do is I want to choose every other, kind of like a checkerboard. And an easy way to do that is on the bottom left corner, we actually have an icon. I'm just going to touch it. And what it will do is alter and select the opposite. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change that. And I want you to take a minute and just take a look at that. Look what we just did. And what I love is really, if I want to, I can take something as simple as this, and I'm going to zoom in so you can see this. That's just one grouping of patterns. Maybe I don't like that one. Maybe I like the way this particular one looks, and we can save that as its own pattern and now go place that in a block. This would work really well if we have a couple triangle pieces placed. We can now go to the four corners and now quilt exactly this out. So I love showing you what that is. I'm going to get even a little more fancy. I'm going to select only the center. Again, I'm dragging across. You'll notice that it goes dark. If I drag across again, then they unhighlight. So I'm highlighting them. I'm going to go to one more option called our crisscross. I want you to take a look at that again. I love what this looks like. I'm just going to highlight the whole thing so we can get rid of the lines so you can kind of see, again, how fun this is. And again, these are some more of the advanced pieces, but I'm letting you see really some of the power of what this software has. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave these, but let's go back and just change out the pattern to the first one, which was more sophisticated. And let's place this in there to see what that looks like. Completely a different look. Completely different. That's probably a little bit too busy for me. And I'm not sure if I would come back and separate some of these and use them as different pattern sets. But I just love to show you how easy it is to place these patterns in there in order to create a new style of a pattern for a block. Let me go choose that last pattern. Now, we normally won't do this, but I am just wanting you to see what you could do or what a pattern looks like when we potentially place the pattern we chose. And this one, we can maximize that to fit in part of a space. This is just fun to play with because you can see those patterns and how they might look if they're changed. If we want, again, I'm going to go into rotate and I'm going to just slightly start rotating this one. You can see that I have all of it highlighted. Let's go back just a little bit there. Again, I just love kind of showing people the variation of what this. Now there's other things in here as well, but I'm going to jump back out one more time because what we did is we did a block, which was fun. We then also made a triangle. That was fun. We came in to use some of those. Let's go back to one of the most basic things that we do in the design software. And in Pattern CAD, what we also have is an ability to take a pattern that we want to have continuously going across our fabric. So if we kind of take a look at our fabric again and step back, one of the things that's very common is we go clear across our fabric surface. And in order to do so, we really want that pattern to be continuous all the way across that fabric surface. Now, this is one of the things we would do for a top border or part of a sashing, and we're wanting that pattern to be repeated over and over and over. And we would call that kind of an edge-to-edge pattern, or in the software, we refer to that as a continuous pattern. I'm going to quickly draw a pattern and then show you that there's a tool, which is what we call endpoint continuity, and that lets us see how close those endpoints are so that we can then use that pattern, again, as an edge-to-edge pattern. I'm going to come into here. Again, I'm going to do a more simple version. If we take a look at the screen, I'm going to take my finger, and again, I'm going to just draw a simple wave across the screen. So I'm going to start here on the middle. I'm going to go around, and I'm going to draw in a couple pieces here. Let's come back. And this looks interesting, a little bit different, and who knows, and we're going to go like this. I'm not quite sure how good that's looked, but we're going to see. We'll put this in and take a quick gander at it. Right now, what I'm wanting to see is how well do the ends line up, because I want to make this as a repeated pattern. Again, normally when I draw this, I actually would have used a spline or an arch, and we'll show you just here in a brief second the difference, but we're going to take this, we're going to go into a tool, and it's called Endpoint Continuity. I'm going to zoom out, so this lets you see what this looks like. Again, if I had more than one pattern together, I would like to fix that a little bit more. I could go in and smooth out part of that section, but again, letting you see that we can now come in. If we zoom in, we can move over. We can move over here to the side a little bit. And one of the things we can see is we can now see where this is going to go. Sorry about that popping up here so often. Let's get rid of that here. But here we are. So there we go, and we can look at the ends in order to make this. Again, you can see it's not smooth. If I really wanted, I just talked here briefly, we can simply smooth that out a little bit. There you go. That's much smoother. I selected all, smoothed it. There's all of our nodes that we smoothed out. So that's a fun tool to use, again, is our endpoint continuity tool. We can take this, save this pattern. Again, it's not an ideal one, but I'm just going to, for quick pieces here, as we're kind of coming to the end of this, I'm going to give it the number 1. We're going to save it. I'm going to go back now into our pantograph tool, and this is my power panto. I'm just going to go choose that pattern that I saved,
Oh, I saved all three. I don't need to save all three, but there we go. And I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. You can see what that looks like. We can go into some other softwares and edit it. We can flip and reverse a couple things. We can change the way it's going to look, which is kind of a fun thing as well. So all sorts of things we can do that flip and potentially change the way that that pattern looks. That's pretty interesting. That was a fun one to do. We could go ahead and now quilt that all the way down our quilt. One of the things I love talking about again is some of the simplicity behind the software and yet the power in front of it when you're prepped to go and use a lot of those different features and functions in order to start doing more of your own designs. I love that because I can create unlimited patterns. I can edit any kind of pattern I want. And then part of what that is when I output becomes personalized to me and personalized to the quilt and to the one that I'm going to be giving that quilt to. So again, understand there's a lot more. We're again just touching the top to let you see some of the amazing functions and additional advanced features. Again, this is in the Quilters Creative Touch 5, the Pro software. This is not a gold access. This is not available in the beginnings. Again, this is in the Pro software. So again, reach out to a dealer. Give us a call if you have questions. We're excited and we love that you've been here with us as we've talked through some of these wonderful features in the Quilters Creative Touch software. Again, log on and join on to our YouTube channel. Follow us, like us. There's a lot more to come, a lot more that we have already for you. And again, thanks for joining me. Nathan Erznosnik here at the Grace Company.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Nathan, so much for taking some of that time and really explaining to us some of the amazing features that you can use with that Quilt Motion Pro. I know there was a lot of comments like, oh, I love the Pro. I love my automation that I have. I love the Pro. I also saw some comments in here that saying, I love my beginnings, which is great. They both are great versions of the automation to have. And really, I know we didn't have a whole ton of time before the segment to answer some questions. So I want to maybe take just a little bit of time now as we kind of look at wrapping up this day to see, or answer some questions that may come up. So I know one that I do want to talk on. Let me see here. I had to write down the questions so I didn't forget, but let me see here and find them. Let's see. Oh, so this is actually, I think, a really good question. I think I've gotten this question before, and I think, Jana, you'll say you probably have also gotten this question, so you can share some insights with me. But one customer, this was Dolly, I apologize, I didn't get the last name, but Dolly had made a comment and said, what version of the software do you recommend if she's looking at, getting into a longer, getting a frame, and she said, well, I'm thinking I want some automation. What version would you recommend? And I think this is kind of maybe a trick question because I think there's a couple different factors that might play a key role into this. But Jan, maybe what are your thoughts on that question? If you're looking at getting into it, what version, should this person get if they're looking at it?
Right, it's just like any other questions when you're getting into quilting, right? Like how much you're going to use it, what kind of features you're going to use. On our website, on the automation page, you can look at the specs to see the comparison between the beginnings and the Pro. I think that gives you a really clear picture of what comes with the beginnings and then what comes with the Pro, those extra features. So I think the beginnings, it's all set up so you can do whatever you need to do for automation with that software. It has the same, you don't get any extra designs with the Pro, right? You just get you have 200 plus designs. That comes with the beginnings. It has the select the pantograph work. You can do the whole line. You can pick your patterns and place them. Everything is all set up. But one thing that I really like with the Pro version is that you get those extra features, right? You get the how to design the whole entire quilt. You also get to do other pieces. And then you also get with the Pro, you get that gold card that you can add on as well.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And I know, really, I think this is, like you said, there really is a lot of factors that can play a role in here on what automation is going to work best for you. But I will say one thing that does tend to happen is because there are more features or a couple additional features included with that Pro version that oftentimes customers will start out with the beginnings because it's a wonderful and it's a great place to start if you're looking at getting into automation. However, oftentimes people do find themselves upgrading to that Pro version. So if you do have that beginnings, there is an upgrade available to get you to that Pro version. But I will say, like I had mentioned, that people oftentimes do find themselves upgrading. So sometimes, like if now, because we have that discount, let me go ahead and just bring it up here again and show everybody some of the amazing discounts we have. That because it is 30% off that really, if you're looking at the automation, and again, Jana, like you nailed it right there on the head there, that perfect. Go to our website and see some of the different features that are included with the different versions, because really in the long run, the beginnings might be perfect for you, might be exactly what you're looking for. Whereas compared to somebody else, they might, the pro might be the perfect thing for them. So that's a great recommendation on that, Jana. But again, just really quick, I want to show you again these amazing, amazing 30% off discount that we are running on this automation. So the beginnings that's over here, it usually goes for, again, right around $4,700, but is on sale for $3,289.96. So you can see that right here. You're saving a little over $1,400 on the automation if you get it this month on that beginning software. That's an amazing, amazing discount for this month. So if you're kind of on the fence or looking at it, definitely I'd recommend everyone giving it some serious consideration, because it is such a fantastic deal. Or we even have our pro version, which is usually right around $7,000, but is on sale for $4,899.96. So that's a saving of a little over $2,000. $2,000.
It's so amazing. And one thing too, if you already have the beginnings, the upgrade cost that you would go to get to the pro, that's also on the 30% off. It's not on showing on that sales page, but if you go to our website, it's also on sale right now for that 30% off. So it's a great time to upgrade if you've ever thought about it and you've wanted to head into that pro version.
That's wonderful. Yes. Thank you, Jana, because that is correct. It isn't showing there, but if you do have, again, like Jana had mentioned there, that beginnings, you can get that 30% off and upgrade to that pro. So that's, again, thank you, Jana. That's absolutely wonderful to remind everybody of. So let's quickly, just because, we're kind of wrapping up the day, let's do a quick giveaway here. And let's see, because... Yes, thank you. So let's see, Margaret, Jana, do you guys have a good, maybe easy or hard question to ask the people watching right now?
Well, I have a question that I think we talked about in the previous segment, was about the luminous light.
Okay.
What kind of light is used in the bulbs?
That's a good question. That might stump some people. Yeah, I'm like, that might stump. That's good. Let's see. No, people got it. People already got it.
They're all paying attention.
Perfect. Yeah, that's wonderful. So Janet, while we're going to let a couple of these answers come in so we can give everybody an opportunity to, make a comment there. But Janet, what was the answer that you were looking for on that?
The answer was LED, which means they're not going to heat up. So if you're in a place where you're going to be close to the lights, right? Like if it's up over your quilting frame and you're going to be near it, you don't have to worry about getting that too hot feeling while you're working under those lights.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. It's absolutely a wonderful feature of that light bar. So let's see. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to pick 3 different winners. So we're going to choose somebody from our Grace platform, somebody from YouTube, and somebody from Facebook. So thank you everybody for joining us. Whatever platform you're on, thank you and welcome. We're so excited to have you with us for this wonderful wrap up for today. So let's see. Let's go ahead and we're going to pick 3 different people. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to choose somebody from our Grace platform first. And actually, before I choose this person, I want to do a quick reminder that anybody, so all these 3 people who are going to win, you're going to want to make sure you reach out to Melinda at graceframe.com. It's up there on the screen. So it's MELINDA at graceframe.com. She is going to be the one you want to contact so we can look at getting you your prize. But now for the winner on our Grace platform, so the answer they had put was the LED. So that is the correct answer. So it's Whitney Conley. So congrats, Whitney. Wonderful. Perfect. So let me just spell it really quick here so we can make sure we all know which Whitney we're talking about. So it's WHITNEY. And then that last name is Conley. So it's CONLEY. So again, congrats, Whitney. And let's go ahead and drop a plinko for her.
Ooh,
solid 4-pack.
That's wonderful. And you know what? Because it's the end of the day, let's go ahead and up the ante. Let's do an 8-pack of that. So that's going to be a 4-pack of that solid color, as well as a 4-pack on our variegated. That way it gives you really a good chunk of thread to kind of, if you have thread, to add to it. If not, to kind of give you a little bit of some of our amazing thread that we have. So again, congrats, Whitney, on that. Wonderful. So then let me go ahead and we'll pick 2 other winners, one from our YouTube and one from our Facebook platform. So let me go ahead through. Let's do it. Okay. So this will be from our Facebook. So Romney McCoy.
Good
So
job,
France.
Romney.
Wonderful. So congrats. That is the correct answer, that LED. Wonderful. So Mark, go ahead and drop a Plinko chip. Oh, right on the edge. They're both so good.
I'm gonna say the 360 cutter.
360.
Woo!
I haven't given that one away yet.
Wonderful. Well, Jenna, why don't you share a little bit with Romney what they just won there?
Well, yeah, it's the 360 cutter. Is perfect. We've had multiple product demonstrations and classes this festival on ways you can use it for between the pumpkin banner and Carla's circle quilt. It does those wonderful circles between the 2-inch or 12-inch. It's a great tool. And like any of our True Sharp products, it has blades you can order as well and have them sharpened through our sharpeners.
Wonderful. Thank you. That really is fantastic. I know there's been a couple of segments here where Carla and Janessa have actually talked about and used that 360 cutter. So, take a look. If you missed some of those segments, go back and see those. So that's wonderful. So let me go ahead and we're going to choose one more winner now, and it'll be from our YouTube platform. So let's see. Let's go through here. Okay. So Tamara, congrats.
Great job, Tamara.
Wonderful. And then just a quick shout out to everybody. Thank you again for tuning in with us, because this is a question that was said a little bit earlier. So thank you for sticking with us through this. And congrats again to Tamara. So Mark, go ahead and drop that Plinko.
Four-pack of finesse.
Wonderful. Well, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to up the ante again on that, and we'll make it an 8-pack in total. So that'll be a 4-pack of that solid color of finesse thread, as well as a 4-pack of that variegated. So 8 thread in total on that. So congrats, Tamara. And then just one more reminder to those that have won, you're going to want to make sure you email Melinda@graceframe.com. Again, that's MELINDA@graceframe.com. She is the one you want to reach out to claim that prize. And actually, kind of on that same note, I just want to quickly mention, I know there's a couple comments we've seen throughout kind of this festival and throughout today is on the treasure hunt that we have. Now, I know I've seen some people that are looking and are saying, you know what, I won, but I haven't been contacted. So I just want to let you know that if you did win a prize, Melinda, the same one, Melinda@graceframe.com, will be emailing you, notifying you that you have won, and we'll work through that process. So again, if you are a winner and you have won that treasure hunt, Melinda will be the one reaching out to you again, letting you know that you've won. So just a quick reminder on that. I also, just quickly, because I know there was some questions on how to get to that treasure hunt, I'm going to just show you one more time how you can get there. So let me show you really quick here. So let me bring up my main screen here. So once you're on here, perfect. Yep. Okay. So this is the main Fall Festival homepage. Now, how you get here is you actually can start on our website. So it's graceframe.com. Once you're on our main website, it'll be that first banner that pops up there. So it'll just say, that fantastic Fall Quilt Festival. So you'll select that and it'll take you right here to that Fall Festival homepage. And then from here, it's actually super easy. It's going to be right here across the top. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it says no tricks, just treats, treasure hunt, unlock free products now. So again, it's just across the top here. And if you're curious or want some more information on it, you can hit the see details. And this is where it'll go give you some more information. Again, it shows you when it is. So that was started back on October 11th, and it will go through the 15th through tomorrow. So through the entirety of our Quilt Festival tomorrow. And then it's anybody living in the contiguous 48 states. So fantastic. Take a look at that. You can already see, I know we already looked at it earlier. I think we had 26 or 28. So we have seen some people win since then. So take a look now, because the prizes are being found. But again, this is what you're going to want to look for as well, because I know it's kind of tricky, or it's been maybe a little bit confusing for some people. So you're going to see it right here. It says you found a prize. If I can get it there. So that's what it's going to say. So when you're going through, this is found in that quilt show and tell. And where it has quilts laid out, instead of having a quilt, you'll actually see a block that'll say you found a prize. And so again, that's where you can find, you hit start hunting. It'll take you right over to that quilt show and tell. You can do in any of the 6 sections. So any section you want to look through. So let's say, a surprise or oops. as you begin to scroll through on this, again, instead of a quilt, you'll see a block that says you've won. And so it's just hidden all throughout. If you see it, make sure to click on it, and it'll pull up and let you know, hey, you won. It'll kind of walk you through some of the steps after that. But again, that's just kind of where and how you can find that treasure hunt that we're doing. I also just want to encourage everybody to go and vote, because the voting will be closing soon here, very shortly, because we are going to look at doing the grand prize giveaways and the 3 different winners on that. So go through and vote. Just one more quick reminder as well is that you actually can vote on as many quilts as you would like. Now you can only vote on one quilt once. So if I vote on this one, I can't vote on it again, but you can vote on as many as you want in any category. So there is no limit to how many quilts you can vote on. So, scroll through all of them, take a look. I'd also encourage you to open them up and see, because then this is a great example. So this is a tree quilt. They've actually submitted some additional photos. So you can see some of that beautiful work there on the back. And see, really, that's quite a bit. That's a longer quilt than I had thought there. So super fun to see. And again, just encourage you to go through and do it. I'd also encourage you to do this because you can actually see a description. I'm going to give you a little bit of a background on each individual quilt, because really there's some amazing and wonderful stories out there that quilters are excited to share with the world. So again, go ahead and read the descriptions. You also can comment. So if you love one aspect of the quilt or you love the entirety of the quilt, make sure put a comment out there. Let them know that you love their work. And then, you can even take it a step further, and you can even actually share the specific quilt that you're interested in. So you can email it, share it on Facebook, copy a link if you would like. So again, you can really share it with anybody that you'd like, or, hey, you know what, this quilt reminds me of you, send them a link. So again, I just encourage everybody to go through and look at that. And we do have some just wonderful and amazing things available for you guys. So definitely take a look at that. I kind of just quickly want to show you or talk through a little bit about what we have planned for tomorrow. So tomorrow's a big day. We have our big grand prize giveaway. So be here for that. That's going to be, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be a wonderful giveaway. That'll be happening right around 2. However, I would invite you all to be with us through the entire day tomorrow, because although that giveaway will be happening right around the 2 o'clock hour, we will have some amazing guest speakers and some live giveaways happening throughout the day before that and even after that. So again, make sure you tune in with us throughout the entirety of tomorrow, because we'll have some amazing workshops and some additional patterns and all that for you guys. So take a look at that. And I'm actually, again, just going to kind of go over what tomorrow is looking at. So this was...
So Laurel, can I interject? That prize, I mean, it's over $18,000, that main prize. So it is a huge prize. Tomorrow, it's going to be you're going to get it tomorrow, but I just have to throw that number out there because it's so big. It's a big giveaway. So it's fantastic. And whoever's going to win that one, that's going to be awesome. I'm excited.
Woo! That's right. No, thank you, Mark, for that, because it really is. It's the top end of the frame, of the machine, of the automation. So really, you are getting, like Mark said, such an amazing prize. So I think I'm speechless like you are, Mark, like, woo, that's going to be amazing for the winner. But let me go ahead and just kind of, again, as a wrap up here, let me show you what we're going to go through tomorrow. So we're going to kick off, in about 18 hours. So tomorrow morning, we'll be kicking off, having our festival launch. And then after that, we'll go into a video about gifting, labeling, and storing your quilts. So this is a very unique video that I think quilters don't often talk about. I think they all have their own way, but that'll be kind of a fun way to care for them and to label them and to kind of give them as gifts. So definitely make sure you tune in for that segment. Then we'll also have a highlight with our unique 15-inch machine. So this is a great segment as well, because we'll talk about all of our 15-inch machines. So we actually have 3 different machines, 2 main ones that we tend to talk about, or I'm sure you tend to hear about, but it'll be great. We'll go into more detail on them and some of the different features in each of those machines. And also just a reminder, if there is a specific segment that you come across, like let's say Nicole Moore, I'm super excited, for the segment, she'll show us how to make a makeup bag tomorrow. So if you want to make sure not to miss that segment, on right here, you can see it says add to calendar. If you select that, it will add it to your calendar. And it's also great because it'll also send you a reminder as that time begins to approach. So as we come across, or we begin to come up on her time where she will be showing us how to make a makeup bag, you will get a reminder on that. So if you want, you can add the entirety, the entirety of tomorrow to your calendar, or if there's just some specific segments you'd like to see, you can definitely add those as well. So that's a little about tomorrow. And then one other thing that's going to be super exciting is our new Sure Stitch Elite. Now, I don't want to go too much into it because we're going to talk more about it tomorrow, but really this, we already have a Sure Stitch, but this is actually, I'd say, tuned or slightly improved from what we have now. And it's going to be really, I'm pretty excited for it. I think you all should be really excited as well. Mark, I don't know, or Janet, why don't you share, just again, don't give too much away, but why don't you just share a little bit of your thoughts on this new product that we'll be coming out with?
Well,
I don't know, how do you not give something away? Yeah.
Those who know our Sure Stitch line, it obviously regulates your machine. So it does provide that regulation on your domestic machine and more. That's all I'm going to say, and more. I can't go on too much about it. So my lips are
Tune in tomorrow.
Yes. Again, that's wonderful. Thank you, guys. Just a quick reminder again, if you don't want to miss a segment, you can add it to your calendar. You will get a reminder just a little bit before that segment, so you can make sure to tune in. So I'm just going to go kind of again through here what we have for the rest of tomorrow. We'll have some more on the automation. That'll be great. We had a couple segments today. If you did miss that, you can actually go onto our YouTube channel, so The Grace Company, and you can actually find all previous days up there. So we don't quite have today's up because it's not over yet, but we do have last Thursday and Friday up there for you to go through and watch. So that's great. We also, tomorrow we'll have some more Q&A. So I encourage everybody, if you go through the fall festival tonight or rewatch a segment, as you have questions, write them down so that when we come to the segment tomorrow, we can help answer any of those questions you may have. So that'll be great. Make sure, again, tune in for that. This will be a super neat one as well. This is a really fun one with someone on our education team. Courtney has a very creative mind. And so she actually put together, you can see a small little snippet there of a jean jacket that she added some quilting to. So kind of a fun way to bring quilting into your everyday life. Even though you probably quilt every day, in a little bit of a different way on that. So make sure, again, tune in for that. We'll also talk a little bit more about our cutting products, our True Cut line. That'll be amazing. And then again, right at that 2 o'clock hour, we'll have our big giveaway. So again, make sure, add that to your calendar section. So that'll be a wonderful segment there. We'll also have Carla talk a little bit more about our new cutie frame, or our cutie accessory for your own domestic machine. And then we'll also, again, we'll announce some of the quilt show winners. So these are the ones that everyone has been voting on, and everyone, I hope, will continue to vote on through tonight and through tomorrow as well. We'll announce those winners then, and then we'll have our wrap up. So again, please, everybody, join us for tomorrow. As you can see, it's a wonderful lineup for tomorrow. But again, thank you for everybody for joining us. I've really enjoyed getting to know you. Jenna and Mark, you have any last thoughts before we say goodbye to our quilters?
Nope, just thank you for participation, for staying with us, for supporting Grace Company. We love each and one of you guys. We love each and every one of you guys. We are appreciative of all the comments, and we'll do this all again tomorrow.
Yeah, just a quick comment that all the times on the website are Mountain Daylight times. So we had a couple of questions about that. So make sure you do your own math on your time zone.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mark and Janet. Thank you, Janet, for that reminder. It is in Mountain Standard Time. And thank you for all you quilters for joining us. We've loved having you, and we are looking forward to seeing you all again tomorrow.